So I'm so pleased that I'll see this. You applying the standard to liberals. You apply the standard to all sorts of creators who have, let's just put it modestly, less than stellar reputations and actions when it comes to moderation of their communities. Let's just to put it mildly. I mean, like,
I've called those people out. I've called them out.
I don't even know like why the shit-eating grin Pisco has on here. The worst communities are all the ones that he's a part of, that he's constantly giving cover to. Like, I don't even know what the implication is there. He's part of the worst communities, and he supports the worst communities on the internet. So I don't know. I don't even know what the implication is there. Like, there's not going to be anybody worse than the people in his corner. I just want to know where Pisco got this argument from, because it didn't come from him. This is either, I don't know if Joanna would make this kind of an argument. Aaron might, Justical, and his Discord server might. I don't know if Pisco hangs out on an alt there. There's no world where this argument originated in Pisco's brain, though. He's not this stupid. What an unbelievably disgusting fucking answer. So what Pisco is saying here is that you can rape little children if you think you're not going to get caught doing it. What a fucking retarded statement to say. If I were to step into like some community and be like, holy shit, did you hear that Casey John actually got raped yesterday by a guy? And everybody's like, Lim Feo, good for her, fuck her, I hope she got fucking raped to death. And you would be like, ooh, that's kind of weird. And Pisco were to come in and go like, well, actually, you can't actually demonstrate to me any causal connection between the responses that people are having in that chat room with anybody who actually raped her. And I actually don't think that it matters whatsoever. Did the creator himself actually say that it was good that Casey Strong got raped? I actually, like, excuse me, that's fucked up. That's fucking weird. He is bad faith. Oh, fuck. Wait, I actually can't believe it. He knows. Pisco knows how fucking crazy his answer was. The reason, okay, hold on. The reason why I'm saying that Pisco's bad faith now is because Hutch is very clearly asking, hold on, fuck. Oh my god, there's so many layers of bullshit that we have to peel away here. This is A+ gaslighty, weird fuck behavior. I cannot believe that he's moved over, but he has to, I guess, for whatever tanky fucks he's adhering to now. This is like reprehensible and disgusting behavior that now he supports this.
Responsibility?
Yeah, way differently. Yep, every human being does. Well, no, even Pisco doesn't agree with any of this.
Just to be clear, is it your position today that...
Oh my god, here comes...
significantly increased...
Here comes the worst misstatement of all the arguments of all time. Here we go. Is it your position today? Dude, Pisco is such a slime fuck. Listen to Pisco now saying, no, you wouldn't be, no, you wouldn't be, no, you wouldn't be. Excuse me, Pisco. You said you were doing an internal critique. Why are you giving your standard now, right?
She said that Ethan's kids might die. That's not a justification called CPS?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Every line is a banger, dude.
About Giardia, if you knew that there were some parents out there that were neglecting their kids so much that the kids were playing with dog shit just like all throughout the day, would you be justified in calling it CPS?
I'm not sure that you would be. On the tax law.
He's so fucking retarded.
I just talked to Rob Noor for 5 hours.
No, you did not. For 5?
I certainly didn't.
What did you talk about for 5 hours?
All manner of different crazy things. Would you believe that we talked about the Carter Page FISA warrants in Russiagate for about an hour and a half? Would you believe that if I had told you that?
Yes. That's the easiest thing to believe, yeah.
He started doing the yes or no thing much more often in a situation where it doesn't really make sense. It used to just be when people were weaseling out of answers and duo debates with Destiny, and then it started getting in the way. Now it's smart where he will ask, what is 1 + 1, yes or no?
Yeah, my boy.
Well, no. Well, now I'm curious. How's he doing? Like, how are the vibes?
It's part of his 24-hour stream, and so I gather that he's tired, but he also I can just tell that there's some internal frustrations with how shit is going. I don't think that he would ever say like Trump was the wrong choice. He's not even close to that, and he's continuing with his like false equivalence bullshit, all that stuff. But he is willing to recognize that shit is fucked up, even from the MAGA perspective. That the Trump administration is not taking on the deep state and draining the swamp. Taking all the assumptions on board and those assumptions the way that they ought to. And you just point no further than like the indictments against Comey, the failed grand jury proceedings against Letitia James. What's going on with the Epstein stuff, and yeah, you can tell he's a little bit like not thrilled, especially with congressional Republicans. Now I think it's a little bit of cope that he just puts it all on like Bondi and the congressional Republicans, but he does say sometimes that like Trump ultimately bears some responsibility. So obviously, like we differ vastly on the starting assumptions, but I can tell he's not totally happy with the administration.
Well, here's my lukewarm take. I think MAGA in its current form is just dead. I think it's just dead. I think what happened in Indiana yesterday is just kind of the final nail in the coffin as far as my analysis goes, because he couldn't pressure a Republican supermajority to pass his preferred maps. They threatened Indiana with like a lack of federal funds.
Now, a lot of people, a lot of content creators, I'm not saying they're wrong, by the way, okay, careful. Oh, you think you can climb a ladder on my watch? Boom! Oh, yeah? One more. If this would have been a Pharaoh 4, I would have reloaded faster, and his ass would have been grass. People are going to be analyzing like why things are failing and what's going on and who's to blame and all this bullshit. The reality is the MAGA movement is built around Donald Trump. Everybody knows now, even though the fans are retarded, the actual voters are stupid. The politicians know that when Trump is gone, shit is going to be hella whack because Trump is not doing anything to build anything behind him. Once Trump is gone, none of these voters are going to give a fuck about who comes next. So that's why you're starting to see people kind of like bail. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, no matter what happens, is never pulling the same stunt if Donald Trump was still on his first term. Or was younger, because then he just ran for a third term.
And and more Republicans in the state legislature voted against this measure than voted for it. Like politically, he's already dead. And so whatever MAGA becomes, I'm not saying the slogan MAGA is done. Like maybe they keep that post-Trump, but the current version of whatever MAGA is just toast. Like they have
restricted,
no political capital. Like they are dead on the vine. Is my lukewarm take.
Gotcha. I was going to interpret that. Give me a second because I think I might know why the audio is not good for you. Just 1 second.
No, the audio's fine. It's good. It's just not the same mic.
No, it's not good because it's not doing my Blue Yeti. It's doing my webcam. So
I don't.
1 sec.
Oh, is it? It might have the first time. It does. Oh,
fuck. That should be better, huh?
It did. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
Okay, cool. My bad.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Just to make sure I'm looking out for you because my people, they can hear me just fine. I want to make sure that your stream is hearing my voice.
You sound terrific now.
So I was interpreting what you were saying as a kind of different way. Like basically you're suggesting that Trump is his influence and his ability to coerce, that's being lessened. I almost interpreted what you said differently. Like the movement will not persist beyond Trump, at least not as currently understood. And I heard similar sentiments. I watched that you were reviewing the Ezra Klein podcast with Gavin Newsom from Gavin, that is, where he's like, there's no ideological core to Trump, that the opportunity was there potentially for him to create some kind of ideological base.
Yikes.
And this is something that I've, one of the reasons that I think people like the Groypers are rising is because there is this like shallowness to what MAGA is and an identity crisis for the MAGA movement, since there is no like core foundational ideological bedrock other than populist rhetoric, distrust of elites, and some vague notion of populist economic policies. But even that is, I think, quite tenuous.
You think that's tenuous?
Or I should say, the nature of what it is, the identity of it.
This room is crazy.
Well defined. It can mean tomorrow awesome trade deals that increase foreign trade, or the next day it could be maximal restrictions on trade. It could mean Medicare for all, or it could also mean, pure maximum capitalist fend for yourself. And there is no through line there other than these kind of like myth making on conspiracies, myth making on allegations of corruption, and whatever Trump happens to cook up in a given context. And that's why that could be another way in which the MAGA movement is quote unquote done. I think it's a little early, but I do see it's on the ropes, and what it means I don't think is well sussed out, and what it means after Trump is gone or after his influence, as you noted, is becoming lessened. I think that's even less certain.
I think security breaches
Newsom
now.
was on the money because what else? If you had to describe MAGA in its current form, how would you describe it in one sentence?
Support for Trump and allegiance to Trump.
Yeah. MAGA is and always has been a cult of personality. And what do you do when the figurehead of your movement is, number one, physically diminishing? I don't know if you listened to a lot of Trump recently, but he's slurring
Where's
his
the
words.
exam room?
He's like, I'm not trying to do like a petty tit for tat with Biden, because I know Biden was very obviously diminishing as well, but like we can all see it. I assume MAGA people can see it as well. He is just so clearly out of it a lot of the times who knows what's going on with his hand? Why is he getting MRIs? Why are they being so cagey about that? But like,
top floor.
Yeah, he's physically diminishing. And
I broached that with Rob, by the way, and he was not very willing to say that there's for sure cognitive decline. He thinks that it's a function of how available Trump is, that given how public facing he is compared to Biden, which is true. I mean, he is more accessible than Biden was, but given the amount of time he spent,
to his detriment, though.
Yeah,
like
I agree with that. Yeah.
That's a function of his narcissism, not his confidence. It's hubris. So like he thinks that every time he goes in front of the camera, he's out there like, expertly crafting narratives. And there have been times where he has done that. I think there have been times where he has successfully crafted narratives, but he's just so out of it at this point now, and his political capital has dwindled so much that it's just
the whole thing is
fucking pathetic. Like the whole thing is fucking pathetic. Like he's just this, he's this guy that's just like so clearly run out of gas. And
the Indiana situation is remarkable. You're right about that.
It's not just that though. It's not just that though. It's like he's 0 for 3 now with like indictments on Letitia James. The Democrats are just like are putting up margins that are just quite literally unprecedented in terms of like an opposition party during the first year of a second term for a president. This has never happened. Like where the opposition party flips 25 legislative seats,
North
Republicans
corner.
have flipped to 0, and the average overperformance of 13 points. There's also he
this first
failed
floor
to stop the Congress from moving on the Epstein stuff. Like where are examples of him successfully like exerting pressure in his capacity as leader of the party and it working out right now? And it's just that's why I say like MAGA in its current form, which is a cult of personality around Trump, is essentially already dead. Whatever it becomes down the line, when it's no longer just a cult of personality around Trump, I'm not suggesting that the conservatives will never have a winning coalition ever again. That's not what I mean. But the current form of MAGA, I'm saying, is already dead.
I think that its continued viability, to the extent that it has any, is contingent on his physical well-being and ability to exert influence on the structures of Republican control. And so I do see that being diminished, and I think that is evidenced by some of these bucking of Trump moments. These occurred in the first term, but they seemed like futile efforts that ultimately were unsuccessful, or that were like it really was a rock in a hard place, and the end result is whoever bucked him paid the consequence and was like kicked out of the party. And so even though there were attempts to kind of like hem him in and control him, he was able to, notwithstanding that, successfully take hold of the instruments of the Republican Party. And now it does seem that there is some kind of, I don't know what you would call it, like the heat death of him. Like there's a lack of energy, and that is, I think, starting to show its effects, and a lack of excitement for what's happening under the administration, a focus on things that they think they shouldn't be focusing on. But yeah, in general, I don't quite have the same confidence to write the obituary on the MAGA movement, but I do agree with a lot of your analysis there.
Yeah, like the conversations we were having about the identity of the Democratic Party, that was and is a necessary conversation. But I think what the results of especially the last like 2 months have shown us is that the onus should be like 100 times more on Republicans to have that same conversation amongst themselves. Because like, whatever answers you think are lacking with the Democratic Party, and sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree on the particulars of that, the conversation is having, and it does appear like the Democratic Party is slowly learning certain lessons and then implementing that knowledge and actually changing course in a number of ways. The Republican Party, though, like it almost makes our conversations that we were having amongst ourselves seem way overly alarmist in retrospect. And I know like hindsight's always 20/20, but really like they should have been having that conversation just as much as we were, but even more. Like they're in way more of a need,
of course,
to have to come to a decision amongst themselves about what the identity of their movement is. And the fact that they haven't done that, and nobody seems to have the balls right now to even broach that conversation, because just having that conversation implies that Trump is on the way out, and he would never be okay with that. And so they're all just like doing this thing where they have to stay quiet, even though they can all see what's happening right now. But I don't know. I've never in my lifetime. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I totally agree with you that in comparison, the need for some kind of identity, I think there was an identity to the Republican Party. It just is contingent on Trump's continued viability, because the identity is Trump in the sense of the brand of Trump, in the sense of allegiance to him and his particular, political, almost chameleon-like sensibilities. So, but that was not a good long-term strategy, and I think remains not a good long-term strategy for the Republican Party's identity. And nothing about our conversations, which I think people can, get the wrong impression that I think that they're quaint in comparison, should take away from the fact that the Republican Party has an identity crisis too. I just think that in order to capitalize,
theirs is much worse.
Vulnerabilities.
That's my point, though. Theirs is much worse. Their identity crisis right now is much more existential, I think. Much less. It's much more opaque. It's way less clear.
I think that to the extent that it is, it's because
should have radar hatched. I thought about it, but it was so much further away.
Almost, and it's too many things that we could choose to define us or our scope or whatever. And they kind of have a lack of viable options here. I don't know what. It's certainly not economic policy. Maybe it's some kind of vague sense that business is better off under Republican parties, but I'm not sure. I almost think that there's a scarcity of viable alternatives to, for example, Groypers and the last remaining establishment neocon or whatever that still have the ear of Trump to the extent that they exist. They're certainly not in the form that they used to exist. And for Democrats, it's okay, we can take many different roads, fellow traveler. Let's pick one. So I do think that in that sense, there are some big issues to the Republican Party. Whether I would criticize them as worse or better, I guess I don't know. They're different.
It's yeah, obviously Trump pushed the Republican Party in, and so if you wanted to define MAGA or the Republican Party beyond Trump, it's I would say pretty firmly just protectionist, anti-immigrant nationalists. Those are the first words that come to my mind. But the problem is Trump has been courting those people this entire time, and now they're at a situation where they're having this I don't know if you've been paying attention to the Candace Owens versus all the, Tim Pool stuff, and now they're they courted the crazies.
True.
For years, and now it feels like a kind of chickens coming home to roost moment with the kind of 1-2 punch of Candace Owens
notice the
and
Civil
Nick
War
Fuentes.
there.
Very true.
The fight is over empirical reality and whether or not there is a massive Israeli-led Egyptian Parisian conspiracy to assassinate Charlie Kirk, which his wife is involved, and meanwhile Macron married his dad, who's a trans woman, who was also his teacher. The kind of fights they're having are: should the Groypers be invited into our polite company? Should they have a seat at the table? Yeah. And for us, it's
should we means test?
You, it's should Hassan Piker have a seat at the table? I don't know.
No, I mean those conversations are lesson, but
oh my God, that might have been the most retarded thing I've ever... That was the worst sane washing I think I've ever heard an individual do in my entire life. What the fuck? Impressive. Okay. That was a left fielder. Jesus.
Those conversations are not nearly... For the typical disagreement among Democrats is should we means test this program? It's not the same. It's not is Emmanuel Macron's wife a trans woman or something?
Can you explain that? Well, they're pointing out how unhinged the conversations are on the right now, which they are. They're crazy. And it's the conversations are well, fuck, do we invite neo-Nazis in? Or should we draw the line at civic national? It's just a crazy fucking insane world where they're at. And then Pisco's yeah, and on our side, we're having way more moderate conversations. Should we let people Hassan Piker in, LOL? He's doing the whole oh, he just wants healthcare and welfare for people or whatever. It was just Jesus.
Should we censor Al Green? Should we all adopt abundance as opposed to non-abundance strategy, or what about abundance? They seem to be much more wonky in the weeds of wonky, or in terms of political rhetoric or allegiances like that. They're having fights over, fundamentally, I think it's about power. It's about who controls, not on what principles power is it ought to be divided. It's who are the identities of the personalities. And it almost feels like the policy disagreements are either afterthoughts or the context in which those vying for power struggles are happening.
They don't even
JD Vance. Go ahead.
they don't even really have like a lot of policy disagreements. Like most of the policy disagreements is about like immigration. Like
Kind of. The reason why they don't have policy disagreements, though, is because they don't have any policy. Like, they really don't. Like, what the fuck? Like, when the policy can change on the fucking spin of a dime, there's a phrase like that. Policy can change on a whim. There's a different turn of phrase I'm looking for there. Then, of course, you don't have strong policy positions, which are all of them right now, yeah.
should we be
Drop of a hat, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Good.
They don't even really have like a lot of policy disagreements. Like most of the policy disagreements is about like immigration. Like should we be handing, like,
Israel?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like should we end the H-1B visa program and like should we stop sending aid to Israel? But that's really the only like policy disagreements I see from that crowd. They're kind of like on the same page about everything else. But anyways,
Yes.
yeah, Ethan Klein, you had
Let's
some thoughts.
go.
We dabbled a little bit on the pod. Why don't we unpack it a little bit more?
So basically, I have this view that I think that we need to be clear regarding what we're talking about in this controversy. Are we talking about the
Why am I looting
legal
this?
justification for a lawsuit? Are we talking about the ethical justification for bringing the lawsuit, by which we mean ought the lawsuit be brought? Or are we talking about like other misconduct? Does that affect the ethical outlook? And I kind of have different views on this lawsuit. And I can talk about my incentives for even commenting on it. But in general, I think that a lot of my views have been misconstrued or misinterpreted to be something that they're not. And I think that what I'm proposing is not actually of like a very controversial view at all. And that most of the disagreement with my view has to do with like...
Oh, wait. Somebody in chat said, would you give IRI an exclusive debate or an exclusive interview after your Dinesh D'Souza debate or something? If that was your clever way of IRI saying he was asking that in chat, of course, I'll always talk to him. But he's got perms. He can just hop on my Discord. Did I just see a person up there? If he was asking that, yeah. Okay.
like perceptions about my motivations or about relevance or emphasis. And so that's basically like kind of my starting set of assumptions is like, let's be clear about what we're talking about and let's see if we agree. And then let's talk about why it matters.
I don't know if I have a strong interest in having a conversation about ought the lawsuits have been brought. That's not really the thing that interests me too much because well, that's
let me give you a point of contact.
That's
right?
a good question. So like that to me is like the least
What?
part of the interesting part of the conversation because like that seems totally subjective. Like, and it's difficult to unpack that. You know,
my God,
like I don't know
yes.
what I would do if I was in his if I was in his spot. And like you for example, I think you said that he has a strong case, right? So like if these laws, if these copyright or regulations or statutes or whatever they are, if they exist and somebody abused them and he's, you know, using the legal mechanism to get a remedy for that, then
are there more mushrooms if I keep looking over here, or
that means that it was justified, or like what kind of angle are you going for here? Like, do you want to have a conversation about should he have brought the lawsuits?
Well, I think that's a conversation that a lot of people do want to have. Whether you want to have it, I'm not sure. But just to give you a point of contact, I stopped by your stream a little bit recently and I said hello. But I heard you talking about like the propriety of like Denham's statement and analyzing whether she should have said this, whether she was throwing Casey Tron under the bus. And so in that context, what we're really talking about, whether it's subjective or not, listen, I take all this kind of normative analysis to be subjective in the sense that we're just talking about what do you think about ethics? What do you think ought to happen? I do think that people have a desire to talk about the underlying ethical justification for all sorts of things, including but not limited to legal action taken by individuals. And I think that there's a lot of people who care about that. And I think that you care about, regardless of its subjectiveness, the ethics of certain people's conduct surrounding this, including the ostensible triggering incidents that brought this about, the CPS.
Just as a real quick thing for Hutch did a little thing, not malicious or anything. I don't think Hutch was intending to do this, but it sounded a little bit like he did this. Just because something is subjective doesn't mean you can't argue a thing. Like if one piece of art is better than another piece of art, there might be subjective ways by which you could, compare and contrast these things. Subjectivity does not mean arbitrary. You can have subjective things that can still be argued for. That's what I mean. I think I just said that like 4 different ways.
All the conduct of the snarkers, like this is all norms laden. And so I think it's a little bit much to accept that people are like, it's irrelevant to talk about ethics. It's irrelevant to talk about moral justification because everyone's talking about it. And if someone asks me about it, I want to be clear about where
I think he didn't really have a strong position on that aspect. Sure, but I think Pisco's right here. He would have a strong position. I think most people would have a strong position on whether or not a person ought to bring a lawsuit or whatever. So, I need to do 2 more of these.
I stand. And separate apart from that, I think there's a broader norm that ought be established to like not blatantly lie to your audiences. And all of us kind of like do this kind of debunking shit when there's like, if Tim Pool is accused of lying about the shooting or whatever, no one's stopping to say like, why are you calling out lies? What do you care?
But you're saying,
I can give an explanation, but
you're saying that Ethan is lying about any kind of motivation to like protect his IP, or do you call it IP or copyrighted content? And but you're saying that that's a lie because the real motivation is this like personal grievance. But why can't it be both? I don't understand why.
We can get into that conversation, and I definitely want to have this conversation.
I mean, to me, it's very obvious that he's motivated by both because like he's already on the record as being someone who was trying to bring attention to what he considered to be like lazy React content. And what the 3 people that he sued did went even beyond that. Like it was beyond just like lazy React content. It was, we might say, malicious in nature. You say that has no like bearing on the case. It's like malice or whatever. But the fact remains that they were being malicious about it. Like they were openly advertising that their intention was to siphon views. And it happens to be the case that all 3 of those people were participating in an internet pylon that was like some of the most vicious behavior from online communities that I've ever seen in all my years of being on the internet. Like how they behaved around the whole CPS thing was fucking vicious. It was fucking vicious. And so like, I think he was motivated by both of those things. Like, was it right to bring the lawsuits? I don't know if I would have done it, but I understand why he did it. I don't know if that's a cop-out answer, but I understand why he did it.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we're not talking past each other. So I definitely want to have a conversation about ought he have done it. But before we get into that, I just like want to make sure that you think it's worthwhile to even have that conversation, right? Like, so we're not even talking about the thing itself.
Holy
like,
meta conversation right now, Jesus.
Why should we care about these ethical oughts and whether something is good or bad? And I thought I was hearing something approaching that
bro, I want to loot this building so bad.
From you. And so before we get into like the actual meat and potatoes, which I do fundamentally reject the view you just presented on different grounds, I want to make sure that you consider that conversation to be valuable.
It can be depending on, sure.
Let me give you a little insight here.
Because, like intellectually valuable? What do you mean?
So people will say things like this, Pisco, this is a boring conversation. Who the fuck cares about whether these lawsuits were the right thing to bring or not? Or like, or someone might say something like, I don't care whether it was right or wrong to bring the lawsuit. And I just want to make sure you're not proposing those views of like indifference. Like maybe you are indifferent as to whether it was right or wrong to do, but presumably you think that that's a worthwhile conversation when analyzing, especially now this is getting a little bit into the argument itself, but I still do want to have the meta conversation first to make sure that we both agree this is a valuable conversation that we want to have. For someone who presents a lot of his lawsuits or his legal stuff as vindicating some broader interest, either in a particular group or in a broader community, I think that we ought to care about whether we agree with the assessments being rendered by Ethan and co.
It's not that I'm indifferent. It's more that I'm agnostic. Like you can, and maybe that sounds like a cop-out answer. Like I want it both ways. Like it's not that I'm avoiding taking a firm position. It's just, I can understand why he did it. And I can't tell you if I would have made the same decision because I've never been in that position. I don't know what it's like to have children and then have government called to your home to like try to force you to justify that you should be allowed to continue to have guardianship over your kids. Like,
sorry.
I don't know how I would have felt in that moment. I don't know what kind of actions I would take after the fact. But I'm also sympathetic to the idea of like, fuck, I mean, that must really suck to be bogged down in that kind of litigation. It's not like I have no sympathy for people like Caseytron or Frogan. Like, even though I find their conduct to be pretty disgusting, what they did with Ethan and Hila and how they were joking about the CPS calls. And you could argue that Denham's helped to enable it with the way that she was running her chat on the particular day that topic came up. And, but even with all that, I'm sympathetic to like, fuck, I mean, I wouldn't want to be in that kind of a situation, but I don't know if that answer is going to be satisfactory for you, but I don't know what I would do in that position. I really don't, but I understand why he did it.
How, dude?
I don't think there's anything inconsistent with you saying you're agnostic on the ethical question, but also maintaining that it's a worthwhile
I
conversation.
shouldn't have bothered shooting anything. I should have just fucking ran for the
those are
loot.
distinct questions. Whether or not you have a firm view about whether it's good or bad is different than whether or not you think it's a conversation, that the conversation about whether it's good or bad is worth having. And what I want to avoid more than anything is someone after the fact saying, who the fuck cares about this shit? Or like you saying, I don't even give a fuck about the conversation. Like, clearly you care. We're having this conversation. It's maybe like the third or fourth time we've had a conversation about this. You have a vested interest. And you can tell by the way, I'm just going to be honest, you cover some of the other conduct at issue here, that you're weighing the respective normative weight of what the parties are doing. You're thinking about, is it good for Denims to throw Casey Tron under the bus? Is it okay for, Hassan Piker to not donate? And so I think it's a little much to accept that this is a conversation, that the ethics of bringing the lawsuit, who cares about that? But all the other aspects, the ethical assessments of the other conduct, that stuff is interesting to me, and I will comment on it. So to be super clear,
Pisco
I do want to get into the question here, and let's also talk about the other issue, the legal issue, whether I think it's important or not, and the lies for sure. That you think that this is a valuable conversation, or one that at least that you're interested in. Because if you say
I want what you want
about whether, okay, no, but I want, if you want what I want, I just want you, like, this is what I want. I want us to agree that this conversation, it matters. It matters whether or not Ethan did the right thing. Doesn't it matter to you?
I don't know how to evaluate that in an objective sense, though. That's what I'm saying. I really don't. This is such a messy thing for me. Like, I don't think I can give you an answer of like, this is unequivocally bad, or this is universally bad or good.
I'm not saying, no. That's getting into the meat about whether it's good or bad. That's a separate question. I'm being very precise here. You care whether or not, you care about the conversation. You care about the relative arguments. You care about thinking regarding whether this is good or bad. And I think that's clear. I mean, if we're really going to say, well, I spent all this time talking about the ethics.
I do think Pisco definitely needs to tighten it up. Like, he could have said this in 2 seconds. Like, I know you guys are all predisposed to hate Pisco, and I am too. But what Pisco's bringing up is an important point. It just takes so long to get to the point, right? He's just saying that I don't want to have this whole conversation about whether or not he should have filed these lawsuits. And then at the end, you're like, well, I don't give a fuck about the conversation anyway. So I just want to make sure. And I think you do care about it, right? Because you talk about all these things so much, and you talk about the motivations a lot. So I think it's a worthwhile thing. I feel like you've engaged in behavior that shows that you think it's a worthwhile thing, that we have a conversation about the motivations for the lawsuit starting. That's it. And then that's it. I don't know why this shouldn't be like a 20-minute back and forth. This should be that simple. I don't think Hutch can ever disagree with that.
Implications of Denham's conduct, of Hassan's conduct, of the Snarker's conduct, but I'm not going to consider the ethical implications of Ethan.
I'll consider it. That's fine. If you have a case to make in terms of why you think he shouldn't have made the case, then I'm genuinely open to being persuaded.
Awesome.
There's a universe where you could convince me that it was a wrong thing for him to do. Go for it.
No, but just because I get shared these people who really don't get it, and they're making comments like, who the fuck cares? Or like, who asked Pisco? Who the fuck asked whether this is good or bad? Like, you guys
Trolls.
all care about this. We all care about these norms. And the proof is in the pudding. The fact that we spend any time on it, the fact that people feel vindicated and feel that this is just desserts meaning these people deserve what's going on, that is a normative conversation. It's saying this ought have happened. It's good that this happened to these people, and this is deserved. This is either a punishment or some kind of retribution or some kind of justice for Ethan, and that is intrinsically invoking normative assessments. And so what I don't want to hear is this kind of banal statement that you get from the Redditors. They're like, who the fuck cares? Who asked about the ethics? As long as it's legally viable, that's the only thing that matters. That shit is cooked. Agreed?
Pisco's got one guy so much by that statement. You can tell.
The notion that the only thing that matters is the legal argument. And this is coming from someone who obviously cares a lot about the legal argument. My whole reason of examining this in the first place was because it was a new copyright case, and I have an interest in copyright. And I've been following H3 for a while, and even their first case, and I actually really praise them. And if you watch my coverage, I really praise them for their initial lawsuit defense against Bold Guy. But as someone who does care about the legal argument, someone saying the only thing that matters is whether or not it's legal or not, and whether or not they have a good case.
No. I mean, it's interesting conversation, and I can just lay out the pro case, the bullish case, the case for this potentially being an appropriate action, and then you can tell me your case, and we can go from there. But
so to be clear, this is not a view that you necessarily hold. It's one that you
I have it. I hold the view, but again, there is a conflict in me. I'm just being 100% transparent. Some things I'm not.
I think it's a good thing that he brought these lawsuits against Denims, Casey Tron, and Frogan.
I think a good outcome of this happening is the possibility that creators in that space will do more to moderate their own communities.
Right, but you understand
that's the value that I see, and so that is an argument in favor of Ethan taking this action. Did it have to be this litigation action, or could it have been a different action? I don't know, but that is the strongest case that I would make, is that these creators existed in a world where they were totally emboldened. They felt like they had total impunity. They demonstrated no sense of responsibility for moderating their own communities. And in some cases, they explicitly or implicitly egged on this kind of what I view to be like significant harassment. Like it is to me a really significant form of harassment to do a CPS report, and then that ends up with a government intervention. That to me is so much more significant than the litigation.
A malicious CPS report that is based either on lies or distortions, things like that, right?
They didn't
you wouldn't say like a CPS report by itself is bad. It's when it's informed by either lies, distortions, or exaggerations, right?
They had a vendetta against Ethan, and that's all
it's motivated by bad stuff, either lies or bad motive, some kind of. So it's not just a mere calling of CPS; it's calling CPS on a basis that is improper, such as trying to hurt someone, not actually being concerned about what's going on. Including lies in whatever you're telling CPS, or exaggerations, or things that can't be reasonably obtained. Yeah, okay.
They crafted a narrative about him and Hila that they were these ultra-Zionist genocide supporters. It was a full-on mass psychosis event for that community with a collective audience of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. And in that collective audience pool, they crafted a narrative about Ethan and Hila. Number one, that was just a total fucking lie. But number two, that narrative that they delusionally all convinced themselves was true, at least maybe some of them did. But there was also an element of like bad faith to this as well. And so like, I think they wanted to believe that about him. So it's possible maybe the person who made the report, like got themselves to believe this lie about Ethan. But the whole point is like, it was fostered by those creators. They had active role in making a mockery of the whole situation. What do you mean? The creators like fostered this in their own communities. They helped
intended for them to call CPS.
They helped promulgate these lies about Ethan and Hila. And in doing so, wait, did you say what lies?
I said okay, lies.
Okay,
so how they're fomenting it or how they're fostering it isn't with a specific intention for a kind of action.
Shut up.
Doing stuff with its okay.
I'm not saying that, but in the case of, I would have to go back because it's been a minute since this drama kicked off. This was like a year ago or a year and a half ago when the CPS stuff happened. I don't even remember. But with Denim specifically, she was watching like a Bad Empanada video where he was doing these, and you would agree that Bad Empanada is a malicious actor, right? Like just one of the worst malicious actors in the entire space, right?
I mean, that's my understanding of his reputation. I have seen him do things that I would consider to be malicious, and so my answer is yes.
Like he will lie. Like he will lie.
That was super hedged.
Pedophiles. He will lie. Like his whole thing is he thinks that it's justified.
I don't consume his content. I understand that's his reputation. I've seen instances, for example.
It's not just his reputation. He has a storied history of like maliciously lying about people that he identifies as enemies.
I'm just telling you what I have access to. What I have access to is I know he has a reputation for malicious lies. I know he has a reputation for doxing.
Jesus.
For
I don't know if that's true. I just know people say it about him.
They have their own justifications for it, publicly available stuff. But I kind of have a different view on that issue, and I think that there are self-standing harms and stuff that he engages in. For example, regardless of whether or not it's technically publicly accessible, I think that certain kind of revelations of information, even publicly available information, can sometimes I think be considered norm violating. And so I've seen him make certain connections that I find to be malicious. I can't recall them though as I sit here, and I'm not going to claim to know more than I do.
Let's put it this way: Hassan had a no Bad Empanada video policy at one point because that's
what I mean.
He had even acknowledged that Bad Empanada was completely deranged and unhinged. And it wasn't until Bad Empanada started doing like anti-Ethan content and like I guess pro-Palestine content that Hassan just consciously decided to forego that or to get rid of that rule. And then he started platforming Bad Empanada repeatedly over and over again, knowing that Bad Empanada had this.
Radvic77, check your statement in chat. You're getting perm banned. You just said he's a bit norm violating. Pisco did not say he's norm violating. He says that he's aware that he has a reputation for violating norms. Okay, please get your statement straight.
Like very unclear record of malicious behavior. And then people like Denims will watch this Bad Empanada video about Ethan. And if you, again, it's been like a year and a half, but like her chat on the screen that day, when she was watching this video, they were all doing like CPS talk and it was just like, she was making no effort to moderate. Would you agree, for example?
And you feel she has an affirmative obligation to do that, right?
Of course, don't you?
I'm not sure what the standard is. So if people are calling for CPS calls in the
screen that day, when she was watching this video, they were all doing like CPS talk and it was just like, she was making no effort to moderate. Would you agree, for example?
And you feel she has an affirmative obligation to do that, right?
Of course, don't you?
I'm not sure what the standard is. So if people are calling for CPS calls in the chat, I'm not sure that I would moderate those opinions. If they have...
This is okay. We're already off to a horrible... Usually you build a little bit more good faith before you start with the absolutely ridiculous takes. The idea that you wouldn't have an affirmative obligation to chat to curb people that are doing CPS calls is crazy. But okay, that's an interesting take. All right.
The opinion. Would you?
1000%. You would,
Okay. I don't
you
have
would come on. If you had people in your chat that were like, I don't know, Hutch seems kind of dodgy. I think he's like beating his fiance. I think we should call the cops. You feel like you don't think you'd have a responsibility to jump in and be like, no, hang on.
I'm not sure. What I'm telling you is I don't have that intuition that this is an expectation or norm that you have an affirmative obligation to like. I have deranged chatters say totally.
Okay. Oh my God. This is my house moment. Okay. I'm about to engage in so much mind reading here. I'm admitting this is a lot of mind reading. This is a Sherlock Holmes mind reading moment. Okay. So I could be totally off on this. Okay. But I have two huge intuitions that I'm feeling right now. One is Aaron has probably talked to Pisco significantly about Bet Empanada, and that the reputation he has is not quite deserved, that maybe he's engaged in some kind of like unhinged things, but it's because other people have it's the same as Destiny or something like that. That's why Pisco keeps saying, well, I know he's got a bad reputation. Sure, I've heard he's got a bad reputation, but like, don't people exaggerate A, B, or C about him? People might exaggerate some things, and he might have a bad reputation because of some things that aren't true, but that doesn't mean that he hasn't engaged in like very obviously unhinged, outwardly bad actions. Like, we all know that. If you followed Bet Up and Out for any point in time. That's number one. Number two, and I don't know how far Pisco's been sucked into the gistical world, but I know that like Doobie and all these, and Queeman and these losers are trapped in Pisco's chat all the time. Pisco might be taking a really, really bad position right now on your affirmative obligations to chat, because Gistical's entire Discord has been celebrating the unrestricted harassment of the victim, the primary victim in my lawsuit, the Rose Girl, the harassment of her and her entire family by one person in his Discord. And Gistical and everybody else in his Discord are basically celebrating that, and have been basically supporting it. So Pisco might be really afraid to take any stances of like, well, you have an affirmative obligation to chat, because the whole tanky community, Gistical in this particular circumstance, and then Hassan more broadly speaking, or Dynamics or anyone else, because if you conceded that they had any type of affirmative obligation whatsoever to moderate their chat's behavior, you've basically ceded literally the entire argument. That's my guess for those two big things here, but I guess we'll see how it plays out. Good luck. I only say that because like, this has been one of my biggest complaints of content creators in all of fucking content creation history, are content creators that assume absolutely no responsibility for their audience. And it's especially annoying because people always claim that like I have the most unhinged and crazy audience ever. And it's like, compared to the fucking people that I fight with online, bro, my audience is nothing. Like the examples that people give of my audience being horrible and evil and whatever crazy, it's usually like a 0 follower account on Twitter DMing somebody like a death threat or something. Like, usually they're not even my fucking fans. Whereas on these other places, they have like Discords full of people who are obsessively gossiping about my personal life, the personal life of anybody that communicates with me, and then reposting things verbatim from my Kiwi Farms thread or docs, like all this other shit. But because that's just a crazy position for Pisco to take. I can't believe that he would seriously occupy that position, and I didn't bring a fucking key. Whatever.
Unhinged stuff, like for example, they should be killing Kilmar, Abrego Garcia. They should be throwing all these illegal immigrants into the fucking waters, and that's their political opinion, or that's their norm-based opinion. I don't know that I guess I don't know if I share that intuition. Now, if it's actively calling for such things that occur, everyone call CPS. Maybe that's different. Maybe that's or
that's what I mean.
People.
That's what I mean.
When I would say, like, I say have an affirmative obligation, but then you have to answer the subsidiary questions. And I do want to take a step back in a second, because I think that we're in the weeds in a way that I'm concerned about, and I'll tell you why. You have to then see, like, she saw that, and that she...
No, not... Yeah,
debate tactic. He's doing a debate tactic right now.
Yeah, so like, I think the nature of the obligation depends on what the expectation is to read chat. Like, often I don't read my chat, but like, I want to be clear. I think that there are affirmative obligations to prevent your chat from encouraging illegal conduct.
Is that true, what Pisco just said? Oftentimes I don't read my chat? I feel like I'm not doing a mean thing or whatever, but like for smaller streamers, like if you've got less than 1,000 concurrent viewers, isn't like the majority of your stream based on audience interaction? I feel like every time I've watched Pisco, it's usually him reading stuff and interacting with his audience. That just seems like a bold-faced lie. But again, I think it must be because there's behavior, maybe because Queeman and Doobie, and I think Gistical might spend a lot of time in Pisco's chat, so he has to pretend he doesn't see them, maybe? When he's reading court stuff, he usually ignores chat until the end of his monologue/analysis. Oh, okay, maybe I just don't see those things. It might be that I'm usually watching Pisco more in the interactive parts then. It could be that.
Encouraging false things, encouraging government associated things, that for sure. But an opinion, for example, is... So I'll give you the following thing.
Wait.
So like, I think the nature of the obligation depends on what the what the expectation is to read chat. Like often I don't read my chat, but like I want to be clear. I think that there are affirmative obligations to prevent your chat from encouraging illegal conduct, encouraging false things, encouraging government associated things. That for sure. But an opinion, for example, is
illegal behavior.
It's justified for CPS to be called. Should that be moderated?
In just in a general sense, or in this particular sense?
Oh shit. It seems based on this that like they're eating poop, and they have a wrong opinion, which I think it's the wrong opinion.
No, wait, hold on. Sorry. Are you talking specifically in this context or just generally? Like, are you saying?
Well, let's do an abstract first, and then we'll go to this context. Okay. So in general, someone said, there isn't this massive, whatever you're characterizing as a wave of harassment against Ethan Klein, and this someone in your chat says, I don't know, this is kind of fucked up. I think that someone should call. Like, I think it would be justified. I'll put it there.
Sure. If it's a good faith observation, sure. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, so we can disagree with that, but the nature of what the message is and whether she read it, I think matters to me. Hutch, I do want to say though, I want to take a step back, right? Like this is all stuff that I think indicates that we care deeply about the ethics of people's conduct online, and that we're interested enough. We had the conversation about Taylor Lorenz, for example, on the chorus stuff, and all of this matters. That's kind of the base root here.
Sure.
That said, I want to be clear about whose conduct we are assessing, right? Because it could be the case that the conduct to call CPS, I do believe that it's immoral, incredibly immoral to call CPS on the basis of what Ethan said regarding the Jardia stuff. I think that's unhinged. I wouldn't do it. I would condemn people who would call CPS on that basis.
Okay.
And just because though that is unethical doesn't mean that everything in response is also ethical, right? So I want to be clear about whose conduct at every stage that we're talking about we're analyzing. So who do you want to analyze first?
Well, we can't analyze Ethan's actions in a vacuum, though. We have to evaluate the conditions that arise that led to that.
Agree.
Yeah.
But what is our dependent variable? What are we trying? What is the ultimate focus of our inquiry? Are we trying to figure out whether it's right or wrong for Ethan to bring the lawsuit, or do you want to spend some time to build that, to talk about various different actions that different people took regarding Ethan?
You had asked me. I mean, I was giving you my argument for why litigation could be justified. Could be a justifiable response to what happened. And that's where I'm coming from with it.
So let's start with Casey Tron, right? It's justified to sue Casey Tron for copyright infringement because I would assume you would say, A, she committed copyright infringement, right?
You tell me. You're the lawyer here. Well, I don't know.
Presumably, you wouldn't be in favor of suing Casey Tron if you didn't think that she committed.
No, if it was frivolous, no. Yeah, generally.
And I want to ask you, because first of all, I don't think any of these cases are frivolous. I just want to make that 100% clear. Anyone who says it's frivolous, that's wrong. Why would you be against someone bringing a frivolous lawsuit in this context?
Maybe I'm a bit like a purist about the system, that the system shouldn't be used in that kind of way. I don't know. I'm just intuitively against it.
I think that's right. Right. I think that's right. I think that we have this intuitive notion that these legal frameworks are here to represent particular things. And we just have like a structural issue with individuals who, at least in the case, and again, I want to stress, I don't believe these are frivolous cases. I don't believe they're frivolous. I don't believe they're frivolous. I don't believe they're frivolous. In the case of a frivolous lawsuit, we think that the motivation in bringing that lawsuit, that is a predominating structural concern. And we don't want the law to be used for an end that we consider to be improper. And that, I think, it's especially present when the suit itself is frivolous. Because if the suit itself is frivolous, the chances that what's actually being motivated are genuine concerns under the law are much, 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 much lower. So I think that you're repeating an intuition that I have and that we all share, which is that the law...
I would have to hear... I'm out of charter belly for shit like this. He said a lot of words there. Rephrasing what he said that we have an intuition that we don't want the law to be used for an improper purpose. And an improper purpose would be a personal, spite-based motivation, essentially, for bringing a lawsuit against somebody. Because if somebody is bringing lawsuits for spite-based reasons, they might be allowing that lawsuit to be predominantly motivated or powered by spite-based and not legal rationalization, meaning it's being brought as a frivolous suit. Okay. I have zero background whatsoever. I can't even pretend to understand anything about corporate law. On the corporate side of things, that wouldn't surprise me at all if what he's saying is true. On the personal side of things, I completely and totally disagree. On the personal side of things for civil suits, my guess is like 90% of these are going to have a incredibly strong personal motivator for why the person brought a lawsuit. Lawsuits are more than just, I have the legally correct or incorrect argument, or I've just been damaged by somebody and I'm trying to recover a loss like rent. There are lawsuits, I mean, obviously I know, right? Lawsuits are a big deal, and it's a lot of investment of time and emotion and money and everything else. All that to say, lawsuits are probably almost always predominantly powered by a deep hatred of at least one of the parties, would be my guess. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, right? Keep in mind, definitionally, right? Nobody has to be sued for anything. The reason why a lawsuit is happening is because you're telling the state, I have a disagreement about somebody else who's, I would say, wronged me in a way that the state has recognized a civil cause of action for. They don't agree that they've wronged me in that way, and they won't make me whole again. They're not giving me what I feel like I deserve. I need the state to step in and moderate my dispute with that person. Between two happy, healthy, like well-communicating individuals, why would you ever need this? You don't need the state to come in and moderate that. They would just do it themselves, right? So I don't know how strongly Pisco is going to adhere to this particular point of view that, like, well, if a lawsuit is primarily motivated by a person's spite, then we can say it's almost certainly not a great lawsuit. I don't know how heavy he'll lean into that, but I would super disagree with that. My guess is going to be, and again, it might be different in the corporate world, but in the personal, individual world, probably most civil lawsuits have a great deal of personal spite that are motivating them. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, or it doesn't say anything necessarily about the strength or the ethicalness or the morality of a particular lawsuit.
Law protects certain rights, vindicates certain interests. And to the extent that we are using the law to target things that we think are improper under those various frameworks, it raises a concern about abuse of process. I'm not saying from a legal perspective, and moral hazard. And moral hazard here is especially concerning given the amount of leverage that a particularly rich person has in the context of the legal system. I think a lot of people can understand that the American legal system is one which is not equal in terms of who is trying to vindicate a claim. So I agree with your assessment there.
I have a question then. Beyond frivolity, maybe I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah.
Is your position that you shouldn't bring a lawsuit against someone, even if it's not frivolous, unless you are exclusively motivated by the desire to get a particular remedy about that case? Or is it ever appropriate
this is a good clarifying question
because you have personal grievance with someone, not necessarily because, like, even if the case is valid, right? Like in this case, you say it's valid. Like, is that wrong to you? Is that an immoral use of the system to impose that kind of consequence, maybe for some other unrelated behavior, but you're using the system in that kind of way? Is that what you're saying your moral position is?
No. What I'm suggesting to you is merely, I will get to what I think my standards are, is that there are situations in which, it might not be a crime to file a frivolous lawsuit, though it's often unethical, that motivations behind bringing a lawsuits matter. And someone who is, for example, we'll take an easy case. Suppose that Ethan Klein were
I feel like this is going to be like a very legalese or legalistic set of arguments or something that Pisco is just going to be able to walk through, because I don't know what Hutch's familiarity with this are, but on its face, that sounds like very reasonable. Well, we don't want lawsuits to be motivated by spite, and like that's a really bad thing. And if that's the primary driver for a lawsuit, that's just so horrible. I don't think you should ever take that as true, especially with regards to lawsuits between two individuals. Because I feel like the rest of this conversation is going to be Pisco arguing that if Ethan Klein's motivations for the lawsuit were 51% spite-based, then the lawsuit is like immoral and unethical. And that's especially exacerbated by the fact that wealthier people have an easier time in lawsuits than poorer people. And if Hutch concedes this point here, well, yeah, they probably shouldn't be, motivated by spite, then he's basically in an unwinnable spot. Like that's going to be, I don't know. We'll see. Okay.
Purely motivated, 100%, not any other percentage, 100% motivated with the specific purpose of silencing his critics by filing justified lawsuits.
Do you think he's trying to silence these people?
Wait.
Suppose that Ethan Klein were purely motivated, 100%, not any other percentage, 100% motivated with the specific purpose of silencing his critics by filing justified lawsuits. Do
you think he's trying to silence these people?
This is a hypothetical.
Okay.
We'll get there. Yeah.
Okay.
So
like this sentence, silence his critics, that's a sentence that needs to be taken apart, because when you say silence his critics, what are you intuition pumping there? What are you really saying when you're saying somebody silence critics? What you're saying is somebody's trying to silence valid criticism of their behavior. That's what that sentence means. But what if I don't know where Hutch will catch this. I won't stop this as much anymore, sorry. But like, if Hutch is thinking, well, silence their critics, well, these people are critics, true. And in a way, Ethan is trying to silence them, true. Well, in a way, then that is kind of what he's doing. But that's not really what we're getting at when we say silence his critics. We're really saying silence criticism of you,
Hypothetical.
Trying to silence these people?
this is a hypothetical.
Okay.
We'll get there. Yeah.
Okay.
So the hypothetical, I'm not saying that this is necessarily what occurred. I'm giving you a stylized example just to prove the point that if it were the case, right? If it were the case that the only motivation, the pure motivation, this is the easiest case, that's why I'm making it easy for myself, were to silence critics because he felt he didn't like their criticism. He felt that the criticism was like untrue or something, or that he didn't like that they said it. And that's why he was bringing otherwise valid claims of copyright infringement, that you would think that that was bad.
If he was off base.
Off base with what? With the claim. With the claim.
No.
With the legal
his
claim.
Judgment about like what they said about him. Like in my opinion, like you brought up the idea of like him using the legal system in this kind of way, but he is responding to a community of people that use the legal system against him in a way that I would argue is worse.
How do they use it against him?
That was a response to that. So like, no, but I'm just saying so in your hypothetical, it depends on like what was being said about him. Like,
right. So I'm trying to simplify it only because if you don't grant me this hypothetical, then the conversation's over, right? If you say, I don't give a shit that his motivation is to silence his critics, as long as there's a valid claim, I don't have a problem with it, then we don't need to get into the weeds at all.
No, but
right?
this is what I'm telling you is that like we can't evaluate this without getting into specifics about like what is being said about him in this hypothetical. So like if he's using the legal system to silence critics because they didn't like his opinions about things, then yeah, I would say that that's an immoral use of the system. That would be overreach. That would be too far. But if they're using, but if they're spreading lies about him.
Okay, hold on, stop. We're also going to stop doing this lawyer brain thing. Okay, no, this is pervert brain. Okay, this is debate pervert brain. Okay, because like it's not a valid defense. Forget crimes, even for civil claims in court. It's not a valid defense to go, Your Honor, I think he's just suing me because he's ass pained. Your Honor, I think he's actually just big mad. By the way, I would say that plaintiff in this case is actually big mad. And so regardless of any of the actions, I don't actually think it matters because plaintiff is big mad. And that's all that matters, Your Honor. That would never, there's no bearing on any of this. And it shouldn't even have bearing on the ethicalness of it either, okay? Like, we live in a world of selective enforcement, okay? People don't get punished for every single bad thing they do ever. That's just not the world that we live in, and, maybe for better or for worse. I brought it up on my Dinesh D'Souza debate. People speed, they don't get tickets. People drive drunk sometimes, they don't get DUIs. People cheat on tests, they don't get caught every time. Like, there's no way to...
About, like, abusing his children, for example, then that's a different conversation entirely, right?
We're just saying all else equal. And I would add like a kind of, there could be certain extenuating circumstances where even a desire to with the only desire is to silence one's critics. If there really is some overriding concern in terms of like the world's about to blow up, and if you don't bring the lawsuit, even though it's motivated by this thing, like I can think of situations in which I would grant it. But in general, that's why I'm using a stylized example, of which I mean like a simplified one that's not, we can't read minds in the real world, right? We don't know for certain all the time what people's intentions are. We have to rely on circumstantial evidence. The only reason I'm giving you a stylized hypothetical is for you to grant me the easy case, so we have a base to work with. Because if you don't grant me that, and if you say I don't really give a fuck, if your only motivation, if your pure motivation, all else equal, is to silence your critics, then then the conversation on ethics just ends there.
You should fight on that point. Don't grant that.
All we have to talk about are like, I guess, the lies and the legal validity of the case. But the ethical stuff kind of falls by the wayside if you just don't grant me that example.
No, if Ethan was trying to use the system to generally just silence his critics, then that would be bad.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you would also agree that all else equal, you can think of situations in which this is not the case. Lying about your intention regarding a lawsuit, that independent of whether filing the lawsuit itself is bad, in general, lying about why you're filing a lawsuit is itself bad, right?
I mean, lying in a vacuum is bad. There's a content element to this where like Ethan Klein...
Wait, what does that mean? What is the ethical obligation to be honest about the purpose of a lawsuit? What? The lawsuit is contained in the filing. Maybe if you're like fundraising for it, you should be honest about it because but that honesty has nothing to do with the lawsuit. That has to do with being honest to people that are giving you money for a thing. Where is the ethical obligation to be honest about why you're filing a lawsuit against somebody? Maybe you just really fucking hate some dude because he beat you in Mario Kart a long time ago, but he ends up infringing on your copyright, and so you fucking, I don't know, sue him for that. We're getting there's a lot of weird stuff going on here in this conversation, but okay.
Is this public persona. And I think if you asked his audience, like his dedicated fans that like watch all of his shows, they will tell you that Ethan is like a very kind of like petty person and doesn't really make any effort to hide it. So there's him like, maliciously lying, actually like trying to do actual subterfuge or deception. And then there's like him like being coy, right? Like you understand that there's a difference in those kinds of like versions of dishonesty,
No
right?
doubt. No doubt. What you're suggesting is a kind of like open facetiousness or kind of like coy wink, wink, nod, nod.
Yeah.
Where, literally it might be a lie, but everyone kind of understands what's going on. And so we don't really interpret it as a lie because it's kind of like a farce.
Yeah.
Right. So I can totally acknowledge that distinction for sure. No, that's not what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
What I'm merely suggesting is all else equal. If someone, you wouldn't be like, it's good for Ethan to lie about his motivations. You'd be like, it's bad to lie about it, right?
Yeah, like
Now,
in a
there could
very
be some,
broad sense, but
yeah, there could be some extenuating circumstance where if he doesn't lie about his motivation, the world will blow up, or they'll take away his kids or something like that, and there could be some more. But in general, like we even think this of our politicians. We don't like it when our politicians lie. In general, we don't think that's good, and we think that there's a good norm.
You don't like it when politicians lie because a politician is somebody that you vote for that has the public trust to enact public policy. Like lying, a politician lying to you is literally a politician breaking their contract with you. They're a public figure who's supposed to serve the public interest. And if they're lying about what they're actually doing, then it feels like there's been a betrayal of their role or job there. It's just not comparable at all. Anything for public officials here is going to be almost not comparable, but
in making sure that our public communicators are being frank and being upfront, and it's distasteful to us. We don't like it. All right. So this is just establishing. Because what will happen, Hutch, and it's not really specific to you, is people will say things like, who the fuck cares if he lied? I guess everyone just kind of assumed that he lied. Whatever. It matters to people. Like, these kinds of lies matter. And it matters when they do it, right? It matters when Ben Ampanada lies. It matters when Hassan lies. It matters when Denham's lies. Fair?
Yes, but I feel like we can't just skip over what I just said a moment ago, which is essentially just like not all lies are created equal. Like we should not evaluate all lies as the same, just like it's just lie equal bad.
No doubt.
It's like in this context and many other contexts.
When they lie about like the fact that they, the thing that comes to mind right now is they lied about whether Costa Rica would accept Kilmar Berger Garcia as a third country removal. And even though they said, yes, we would love to accept him, you don't have to send him to fucking Liberia or Africa. There's no reason to do that. You can just send him here. And when Trump lies about that, I'm like, yes, this is a worse lie than a potential lie about a copyright lawsuit. Okay. All I'm just saying though, is not that there aren't lies, that one lie can be better or worse. If you lie about whether, your girlfriend looks fat in a dress, if you lie about
sure.
I'm not saying that all lies are created equal. What I'm just mainly saying is, in general, we would be against Ethan in the sense of we would condemn him lying about his intentions. We would say it's bad, right? Like misleading his audience about the reason behind a lawsuit. And I think that you would grant me that. Fair?
But what's the value? Like, yes, but like, what's the value of this hypothetical when we know the particulars?
Oh, that's
why
a
don't we just get
tumbleweed.
to the particulars? You're trying to establish this framework. You're trying to take me on this journey.
I don't want it to be the case that I get you to agree that there's a lie.
Beat you on all these points,
I don't care.
and then you try to back out of the points.
But hang on. I just said a moment ago. I don't think that. Like, I think when Ethan
he's spinning his web, Hutch.
Everybody
he's trying to catch you. He's going to get you.
Motivated Ethan in the first place, and I think it is both of these things. Like the personal grievance that he had with these people for their contribution to his family's very real like suffering and harassment, and I think he also cares about malicious React content, as evidenced by his previous history of addressing these things.
I know your position is that there is no evidence he lied, or the evidence you don't believe that he necessarily lied, or that he did lie at all. I understand that that's your position, that he didn't in fact lie. What I'm trying to suggest to you is, if he did, you can understand why someone would condemn it.
But what do you think he lied about, though? Why don't we get to that? What do you think he lied about?
Okay, let's get it. Let's get right to it. I think he lied that his motivation for the lawsuit was to protect the React community. That's number one. That's the first lie. So I've identified a lie. And you can confront me and say, he never actually said that. I think that would be an absurd thing to say. Number two lie. He lied when he said that Casey Tron's apology was sincere. I think that those, at a bare minimum, are two significant lies that we should, if true, and I think you should grant me it, if it's true he lied about those two things, or either of those two things, you would condemn it. Fair?
I think not necessarily, no, because I think I agree with you that he put a little mustard on the idea that Casey Tron was being sincere. I think it was a kind of gloating for him. I think it was a kind of feigned being like magnanimous.
Oh, you don't think he was being sincere when he told his audience not to attack Casey Tron and that this was sincere?
No. I think he was being sincere there. I think he was trying to.
Presumably, then
I think he was trying to mitigate, or maybe he was. Maybe honestly, maybe he was feeling magnanimous in the moment.
I don't even understand what the point is of this. So the first lie was his motivation, which I don't know if anybody would ever have to. I don't know if you are obligated to be honest publicly about your motivation for starting a lawsuit. I don't know I don't even know if I would grant that one. But the second one, I don't know what Ethan said about the sincerity of Casey Tron, but isn't Pisco just undermining literally every single settlement agreement ever? That every single settlement agreement or every single statement relating to any settlement ever is is a lie because it's done basically it's the agreement to end the lawsuit. Like by Pisco's definition, I feel like every single statement that arises as a result of a settlement would necessarily be disingenuous, which is an insane position to take for civil litigation. But like, actually, I say civil litigation, this applies to criminal stuff as well. Like if you're pleading guilty to an offense, let's say that you got a DUI and you've got a really good, let's say you have a DUI and you've got a really good lawyer, and the lawyer's like, we're going to plead this down to you just like reckless driving or something, and you'll be okay or whatever. And let's say that you go to the judge and the judge is like, are you pleading guilty to this? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, you understand everything, blah, blah, blah. And then the guy's like, well, I mean, I didn't really do this. I had a DUI, but like, yeah, I'm going to plead guilty to this. The judge will throw it and say, okay, good luck. You're going to court. You can't sit there and just say like, well, no, I didn't actually, LOL. Like you have to agree to what you're saying to the judge. You like, I think we've watched a video of this before where somebody's like, well, this is just a plea deal. And the judge is like, oh, okay, well, tell it to the jury. Good luck. And you got to go do that shit now. Every single thing that comes at the end of a court case is in a way you could argue some kind of threat, but again, that's just like, that's every single settlement ever. I don't know. Okay.
But I watched the opening of that stream and the vibes were pretty clear. Like he opened the stream. I mean, that was a fucking victory lap. Like he was gloating. Like he was gloating throughout the whole stream.
Is Doe obligated to admit she's suing Destiny because she would prefer not to get a real job ever? Lim fucking Feo. True. Even if that was her motivation, she doesn't have to say that. My biggest deal with my lawsuit is the fact that they fucking lied about so much of the fucking evidence and they're playing games with the legal process. If Bixie wants to say like, well, I'm suing this guy because I feel like I was violated, blah, 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 blah. Fine, fuck it. Say whatever you want. Even if I think you're lying, fucking say whatever you want. I don't care. Just don't fuck with the actual process itself. You don't have an obligation. It could be that she's suing because she thought that her hair looked bad. And she's like, fuck this. I don't want this video. And fuck it. I mean, listen, hey, if you think, you've got a valid cause of action, that's your primary motivation for suing, whatever the fuck. It's as long as don't lie in the lawsuit, don't fuck with the procedure, and you're good to go. You don't have to be, and no, you don't owe an obligation to be, to tell the public every single motivation why you might file a lawsuit. I don't know. And
then I think he acted.
But do you think that in the moments when he said, Casey Tron's being sincere, don't attack Casey Tron, we understand her plight, we understand what's going on, you think that was part of the kind of like wink, wink gloating, or you think that he was being sincere when he was trying to tell his audience not to go after her? And if he wasn't being sincere, you got another problem there, right? Because then he's wink, winking and saying to his audience, you should continue to do this.
No.
What? Did we just go from you don't have an affirmative obligation if your audience is talking about calling CPS to Ethan Klein has an affirmative obligation to not only signal a thing to his audience, but also to make sure that it is being positively signaled? Like, is anybody in Ethan Klein's audience even harassing Casey Tron or talking about harassing Casey Tron? What the fuck is he even talking about? Yeah, Falcon, I think I said the same thing. Destiny, this whole discussion is stupid. People typically avoid suing people they like. I would imagine that almost every lawsuit between individuals have a significant amount of personal malice involved in the motivation. Otherwise, they would solve it out of court. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. The court is literally you going to mom and dad saying, hey, me and Big Bro got into a fight. You need to fucking mediate because we can't do it. We hate each other. We're fucking ass pained right now, right? Yeah. What two friends are like, oh, well, LOL, because we can't agree. Do you want to go to court, man? Okay, let's go sue each other. LOL. Like,
I think he was being sincere. Like both things can be true. Both things, like he can be gloating, and at the same time he can, like have a better angel in himself in the moment to dissuade like future harassment.
Yeah, but I recognize that there's a difference in terms of whether something is a lie. If there's a kind of general understanding that this is some kind of farce or display where you're not expected to believe it. But you don't think that he was trying to do that with respect to his statements about, guys, Casey Tron, I believe this is a very sincere apology, very nice apology. Don't go after her. You think when he did that,
I think that
wasn't that, right? That wasn't him being insincere. He was being sincere, wasn't he?
No, I think that was him trying to be responsible in terms of like moderating his community.
Give me that. Wait, I actually want to watch this. By the way, even if Ethan wasn't being sincere and he was just gloating, you want a lawsuit. I mean, that's typically what people do. What do you mean? Like, give me the thing. Also, remember, okay, God, because fuck all I don't know what it is with streaming shit lately, the weaponization of the legal system. These people all have so much fucking fun when they feel like they're on the winning side of things. And that's the most disgusting fucking thing is when people feel like they're winning, they're having so much fun. And then as soon as they're losing, now they want all of the charity and all of the understanding of the world. When fucking Pixie tweeted out like he knew because they were so fucking horny to shove that fucking Rose footnote in one page of like a fucking motion, one of the 27 motions that they filed in this lawsuit, right? Excuse me, fuck you, right? No, excuse me. If you're gonna have all this fun and it's gonna be all cutesy and fun, you're gonna celebrate. And when Casey Tron and Denims and Frogan are like, oh, this is some bullshit. We're gonna win. This is so easy. LOL. To crying on camera 8 months later. No, I'm sorry. Fuck you. Let me just get this in my head real quick.
What a heartfelt. I mean, like genuinely, and I'm gonna say something. Casey Tron, we've said it continually throughout this. You are extraordinarily funny and a very talented person. And I wish you all the best in the future, in your future endeavors. And I know you will continue to make people laugh and to and to continue to bring joy to people in that regard. I do. I think you are extremely funny and very clever. So, and I accept your apology. I do. And I appreciate all the sincerity and just all the specific. A lot of the stuff in there was really, I think, warranted, and I'm glad that she's come to terms with a lot of it, and I appreciate it. I really think she's turned a new leaf. I do. That now let's watch it. Now I can pause it and stuff, right?
Yeah, now that we've watched it, you can do
okay.
whatever you want.
All right. So now one part that really stands out to me is the part about.
I mean, like that. I haven't watched as much H3 as other people here. That sounded sincere to me. Like, it sounds like he's done with it. He wants to move on. He doesn't have any animosity or spite. It could also be that the I don't know. I can't. I'm lying if I say, oh, it's common. Like, my guess is going to be that it's probably common as part of these types of civil suit settlement agreements where one side is making a statement, that the other side has some sort of non-disparagement clause, that the other side is held to some sort of obligation to respond, that it's not going to be that, okay, well, we're going to settle and I'm going to make this statement. And after I make that statement, you're allowed to make fun of me for it and lambaste me for it and attack. Like, it's probably that both sides have a mutual agreement here, right? This is why, because they solved this it was a mediation, right? They solved it in mediation. So, like, this sounded about as sincere literally as it ever could have sounded to me. Like, there wasn't, I didn't hear a wink wink, a nudge nudge. Like, everything sounded pretty, he sounds like somebody who is who's like graceful in victory. That's what this sounds like to me. But
So was he being sincere?
Maybe, probably. I don't know. I think, like, listen, I think I don't know Ethan that well, to be honest with you. I don't really know, like, I can't speak to his character, but I have seen him in the past demonstrate sympathy for people, even people that he didn't like. So for all I know,
I'm really curious what part of this Pisco thinks wasn't sincere.
But like I said, both of the things can be happening at the same time. So he can feel a sense of satisfaction that he got like justice was served. Like there were consequences for bad behavior that negatively impacted him, his wife, his family. And at the same time, he can also have a part of him that wanted to be like responsible with his moderating of his community in that moment to prevent from the war or whatever from blowing up even further.
True.
Like, he can be motivated by multiple things at the same time.
True.
So I'm not, when you say he can be motivated by things, it's very important, right? And I'm not trying to just be like super anal about how we use the words, but it really matters. Like, when we say can, like, I will always grant that it can be the case if what you mean by can is it doesn't entail a logical contradiction, right? So
okay, Pisco should just, sure, I don't know why he is so wordy on things. Pisco should say, sure, he could be. What percentage would you assign? Pisco should ask, what percentage do you think he was being sincere versus what percentage was he just gloating? That he should just ask that. It would cut through all this. It takes so long to explain things sometimes.
you ask me, isn't it possible that Ethan could have two motives? I'm going to say, yes, it is possible, by which I mean it is not entailing a logical contradiction. So you just have to be very, very careful when you say that, because I'm going to, every time you say that, going to say, if by possible, do you mean logically possible? If by can, do you mean it
is logically possible? I'll say it that way. It is logically possible.
But that's not what you mean, Hutch. No, fuck. Hutch, you mean that he probably does have multiple.
And show sympathy for your conquered foe at the same time.
What I'm telling you is, it's logically possible for you to be able to jump to the moon right now.
No,
all we mean by logical possible.
What? No, it's not.
Yeah. Oh God, he spent too much time with the Ask Yourself Discord. By logically possible, he just means that, like, deductively, there's not a contradiction that's entailed by the two statements. There's no logical contradiction that entails, Hutch could jump to the moon or something. Like, there's no two words here that necessarily contradict one another. Nobody talks like this.
How is that logically possible?
Because the definition of logical possibility.
Destiny, most of what you're saying only applies to a specific portion of civil litigation, i.e. defamation or copyright. Most of what I'm saying about what? In terms of people, like, I feel like if somebody has to make a public statement, a public settlement statement, I feel like in most of those, I feel like there would be an obligation on the other side to respect it, no? That would be my... But like I said, I can't speak to how the majority of these cases are. I have no idea. That would just be my assumption.
What? No, it's not. What are you talking about? How is that logically possible?
Because the definition of logical possibility, the modality of possibility we're talking about there is...
Oh my God, bro. Why are we logic broing here? What are we doing?
specifically about whether or not there's a contradiction entailed by it. So
even contradiction, Hutch doesn't know what you mean. When Pisco says contradiction, most people hear that as like, is it contradictory? Well, of course, a person can't jump to the moon, right? But what Pisco's talking about is like a logical contradiction that's like syntactically entailed deductively in the things that are being spoken. But nobody speaks like this.
I would be, when I say something like,
I feel like I
Ethan
would be
couldn't-
contradicting the laws of physics by
Exactly, but that's not what Pisco's talking about. See, this is what Hutch is thinking, but Pisco's like, no, I mean a syntactic, logical contradiction.
Right, so that's like a different, like, if you take as given the laws of physics, then you can establish a contradiction.
I do.
That the laws of physics. Okay,
I do.
But then you're introducing some these kind of rules of physics and these external rules that aren't necessitated by the situation itself. And so that's why it matters to talk about this, because what people will hear when you say, "Isn't it possible that Ethan Klein has two motives?" and I answer yes to that is, "Oh, well, he just gave the game away," because he's saying that it's possible to have two motives.
No, I'm giving you my.
No. Most people would hear. They would just hear now, unless Hutch was trying to be tricky. Most people would hear Hutch when Hutch would say, "Wasn't it possible that he thought that he wanted to bang Caseytron and he was being sincere at the same time?" Most people aren't going to hear Hutch as saying, "Well, sure." Hutch is just pointing out that is logically possible. Most people are going to hear Hutch implying that those are both of his motivations. That's what most people will hear. Like nobody is thinking of the prob logic, like, oh well, a logical contradiction is not entailed, therefore he, you know.
That's the answer. I'm in the absence of certainty, because I have not personally reached out to Ethan and asked him like what motivated you in that moment. So I don't know. But like
Have you reached out to Trump and asked him the motivations about his malicious acts?
Oh my God! What? The biggest thing that Pisco needs to be going careful here is like Pisco is undermining what I would say, at least from person to person, a huge part of the civil litigation process. Are we never to trust any statements made now at the end of a court case? Are we never to believe allocution statements at the end of a conviction when a criminal defendant is speaking to the judge about like, well, I've learned my lesson and I understand that I was wrong here and I understand the impact I've had on this family? Are we never to believe anything that comes at the end of any court case, civil or criminal? Because all of these are done under the threat of civil litigation or at the end of civil or criminal litigation. Like, you're undermining our entire court system by doing this. Like, what?
And by the way, when I do this comparison, I'm not saying Ethan is the same as Trump, guys.
Are you suggesting that I should have?
I want to inoculate myself against that.
Listen, you're correct. A mediation agreement like that for a statement probably includes some retaliation clause on both sides, which if broken has some financial burden. But as far as civil cases being spite driven, that's essentially only for the personal infringement litigation. I said, oh, sure. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. That's why I said probably not for corporations, and probably I could clarify even more for personal stuff. Like if a landlord is like suing a tenant for rent, well, sometimes the landlords do hate you, but that's probably less likely to be like personally driven than or even any kind of like there's a ton of like injury and tort and all like civil litigation that's not necessarily spite driven, but just somebody who's trying to recover some damages. Yeah, that's probably true. Sure.
I'm not saying Ethan is the same as Trump, guys.
Are you suggesting that I should have?
I want to inoculate myself against that. When I made the comparison to Trump, I wasn't saying Ethan is like Trump. It's a comparison.
But it's like you're demanding that I have certainty. And I don't. I'm giving you my vibe, my best guess from my observation.
I'm not asking you to say 100%.
Yeah, but you are, because I say it's possible, and you're like, well, then, you know, like.
See, Hutch is getting, and Pisco could have done this in 30 seconds. Pisco should have just said, give me like a percentage, what you think. Like, so you think it's probable that he's motivated by these two things? What percentage motivated is he by A, and what percentage by B? And then go from there, you know?
Like, you have an issue with me saying it's possible.
No, because I can't prove to you right now that you're not a brain in a vat, that Ethan doesn't actually exist, that you're just a figment of my imagination. Like, there's so much that I cannot prove 100%, right? Like, I can't prove that 100% that we live on a sphere. By 100%, we mean to an epistemic certainty. So understand what I'm saying here is we're stepping way back to talk about like possibility in the abstract. And
no, you are. Because you're debate broing me right now.
No, he is debate broing.
It's really not an attempt to debate bro.
It's a super debate bro.
You'll ask, isn't it possible that Ethan has two motivations? And if I say no, I sound ridiculous because of course people can have mixed motives.
No, Hutch is not trying to that's such a weird accusation to make it Hutch. What Pisco is assuming here is that Hutch is playing a game of saying, well, it is possible. And then later on, if Pisco says, well, you said there were two motivations, right? He's assuming that Hutch is going to go, well, actually, my good sir, I did not say he had two motivations. I just said it was logically possible and not a contradiction to state that he might have more than one. Like, no, it's Hutch. Really? Do you think Hutch is going to do that to you? What the fuck? That's like an Andrew Wilson strategy. Come on. What?
Right?
But you don't think that. Why don't we skip to that? You don't think that. You don't think that. What do you think? What do you think?
Right. So I just, this is really important. I want to clarify. When I say he doesn't have mixed motive, I'm not saying it's impossible for a person to have mixed motive. I'm saying the evidence that we have is, I think, strong that this motivation, the particular motivation that I'm citing, isn't what's actually motivating. But before we get into that, because I do want to get into that, I just want to like get an agreement. If he did lie about Casey Tron's apology and whether it was sincere, are you suggesting that you would say that that was good to do?
If the purpose of the lie was to prevent harassment, for example, would you say that that would be bad?
I think that that if you felt that an apology on anti-Semitism, on whether or not it was right to invoke Asmongold's mother, whether or not you're apologizing to your very employees, that you are eliciting a known insincere apology, why, to protect an insincere person, would you make that? If you were a principled person, I would say, yeah, I don't want you to lie to your audience about whether the apology is sincere based on your...
Like, if that's the case, then you basically are axing out all mediation agreements and all settlement agreements, and every single civil dispute should always be litigated to the maximal end until you see a jury. Or I don't understand what the point, like, I don't know what the point of this is. So, like, because how are you ever going to evaluate whether or not you feel like somebody's being truthful at the end of a lawsuit? Okay, good luck. I don't know. This is in my opinion, on a legal perspective, this is like really dumb. Like, Pisco should know better because he's undermining our entire civil litigation system here. And I keep saying civil, but it's not really civil because there are aspects of apologies and everything else given, I think, as a result of criminal things as well, right? Your allocution statements, people who do, you could argue like community service and stuff. There has to be a form of sincerity there that you're trying to reform or do something better, or you could argue probation. I'm stretching it, but I'm just like, this is just such a silly, stupid thing. I don't know.
Feeling that you have to like protect someone who's being insincere. Does that make sense?
But
it's part of the agreement. In what world are you going to do a mediation agreement? You're like, okay, are you going to make this apology? Yes, I'll make this apology. Okay, I'm going to shit on you hardcore for it afterwards. I'm probably going to rake you over the fucking coals, but you better not fucking say anything different. Like, that would actually be crazy fucked up. What Pisco is suggesting there would be crazy fucked up. Whatever Casey Tron is saying and whatever Ethan is saying in response is probably safe to assume is under the constraints of some kind of agreement, which I guess is definitionally, I guess, now insincere according to Pisco, but
if again, you're not indulging my hypothetical. Would it be wrong to lie if you're, as a creator, if your intention is to dissuade your audience from like brigading Casey Tron streams and replies?
At some level of danger to Casey Tron's health and security, then yes, I think that it's okay to lie. If like otherwise she would get killed or assaulted or attacked or some shit like that.
Harassed.
And it's like,
or harassed and brigaded.
No, not that. I do not think at the scale we're talking about here, which is public criticism. All right. I also love this kind of like deflation of the word harassment. That means anytime you get like a bunch of comments, negative comments and shit and negative attention, by that logic, like I'm harassed constantly all the time by everybody.
I'm sure you are.
Harassment, like when I understand harassment to be, and it's not just like it is a specific wrongful act that puts you in like fear for your privacy or a fear of like that you're about to be in physical harm or something like that, or someone's gonna stalk you, shit like that.
Like what Bad Empanada does?
Not mere criticism because you did a bad thing. Like, it's not harassment that we say Trump is a piece of shit or Hexit needs to go to jail, or we say that, like, I understand these are public figures, but same thing.
They're not the same thing at all, bro.
On Hassan Piker, right? Like when Hassan Piker is lying about Israel or Gaza or whatever that you think he's lying about, you wouldn't be like, okay, criticizing that is harassment, right? If he's doing misconduct, if he's being insincere and you criticize it, that's not harassment, fair?
Just criticism is not.
He's not saying an apology is bad if it's under duress, but only if it's under duress. His point is still stupid, but it's not as expansive if you extrapolate it. Well, I am extrapolating it because he didn't give me any constraints there. I don't know. Like, if Pisco would have said, I think that Ethan doesn't believe her, I think that it's insincere because of A, B, and C. Maybe there are some exceptional things. So, like, for instance, let's say Ethan were to tweet out, like, for the next 30 minutes, it's opposite days. Like, let's go, guys. I'm going live. Or I don't know, something retarded like this, maybe. Or if we would have watched Ethan's statement, it was a big, like, actually, like, nudge, you know, and he's like, seems like Casey is speaking some real truth here, isn't she, guys? I wonder which Jew wrote this script for her. You know, some shit like this. Like, okay, yeah, this is a lot less sincere. But, like, Ethan's response seemed about as sincere as I would expect here. I don't know what Pisco is evidencing here.
Harassment, but if it's organized brigading. If it's organized brigading,
by which you mean what? Like that?
What do you mean? You don't know the term? You know what brigading means? Come on. Like,
brigading if it's meaning like sending your people over to their servers or the
brigading doesn't even necessarily need to be like orchestrated by the creator. It could be something that just arises.
I don't think that. Yes, to answer your question, no, I don't think that the fear of brigading is enough to justify lying to your audience.
I don't know. I think that's
about an insincere apology.
But you're motivated. You're motivated by a desire to like prevent harm or limit harm. How could that be immoral? Because you're lying.
I think that his motivation is to try to claim it sincere for purposes of his further, you know, to justify his position in the lawsuit and to justify the negative statements made about Hassan Piker. So I don't even.
It has to be sincere because it's accepting. It's a mediated agreement. Why does he sound like a retard or like he has no idea? In what world would a court-mediated agreement have one side say, I don't believe any of the shit they just fucking said, fuck them? What the fuck? They probably both worked on the statement. It probably had to be agreed and signed off on by both counsel on both sides. Like, I don't know. Never mind. I don't. Sorry. Let's play. This is.
I don't even buy. At this point, I don't have a good inference that he's really motivated to, protect Casey Tron's well-being, and part of that is because of the way he talks about Casey Tron's financial situation, which I find reprehensible. But
I also disagree with that. I'm sure to some extent. Now, well, really, Ethan could be a fucking retard, but I'm guessing a lot here. I don't have this in front of me. I'm going to be honest. I haven't read more than 2 of these in my entire fucking lifetime. So maybe not all the same. But I'm going to guess that as part of a mediation, if she's making a public apology and then Ethan starts saying a bunch of crazy shit and then his fans start harassing her or something else and she can demonstrate that, I don't know if there would be damages for her or if there'd be some agreement where she would get some kind of payout or what that should look like, but I'm sure there's some penalty baked into the contract or into that agreement with Ethan there. I know for a fact there's no world where it can be that one-sided and she would still have to adhere to it. I'm sure afterwards she could just say, oh, well, fuck Ethan, fuck you, and actually I didn't mean any of that shit, so suck my fucking dick, motherfucker, if Ethan started shitting on her or if his fans were relentlessly harassing her. Ethan probably wants her to be constrained by that agreement. Number one, 1A, 1 and B. 1A, in that she's saying things that are probably important for him to hear, and he feels like other people are important here. And there's probably, my guess, going to be future constraints on her behavior. So not commenting about Ethan's children, or not directing harassment towards Hila and his family, or not allowing her chat to talk about calling CBS or whatever, right? These are all things that Ethan probably really wants. He probably really wants these things. So he would probably want to adhere to his side of the agreement as much as Casey Tron would to hers, would be my guess.
Well-being, and part of that is
especially with 2 other outstanding cases. Ethan probably wants to show as much good faith as possible that, hey, we do mediation. Now, if his goal is to settle or to mediate these, you want to show that if you come to the table and you are willing to have an agreement, that we can have an agreement.
Don't have a good inference that he's really motivated to protect Casey Tron's well-being, and part of that is because of the way he talks about Casey Tron's financial situation, which I find reprehensible.
Talks about or talked about before the mediation agreement? Has he Ethan made these statements after the statement? Because it would be incredibly stupid to confuse the behavior post and prior. What a stupid thing to do. Well, how could they possibly be okay with each other when he was saying A, B, C, D, E, blah, blah, blah. Like, well, they hadn't settled their lawsuit yet. They were still in a lawsuit with each other. What do you mean? I agree with 80% certainty. She messaged Ethan / his lawyer privately, compensated with some amount of the GoFundMe money, and then made an agreement to make a statement and not speak about Ethan or Hila for a set amount of time in the future. Sure, it's probably something like that. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Or to be involved in certain types of behavior related to them, sure.
But we can get into that in a second.
He can be petty.
But
he can be petty.
I just want to say that if it were the case that Casey Tron is being insincere in her apology, and Ethan Klein knows her to be insincere, you would say that it's okay for Ethan to lie about that.
What I'm curious about, I just really want to know, because I don't spend enough time in these Discords, I just want to know where Pisco got this argument from, because it didn't come from him. This is either, I don't know if Joanna would make this kind of an argument, Aaron might, Justical and his Discord server might. I don't know if Pisco hangs out in an alt there. There's no world where this argument originated in Pisco's brain, though. He's not this stupid. He might be dumb enough to carry water for this argument, but there's no world where he's so stupid that he would make this argument up. It's just not possible. That can't be the case.
I don't think it's necessarily bad.
But given the facts that we have here, if under current understandings of the fact, right, your own interpretation of the facts as you know it, if you found out and Ethan said to you, you know what, Hutch, I was lying, I don't think it's sincere, what would you say to that?
Don't care.
You don't care about the
No.
See, this is why so I'm not going to spend a lot of time.
I don't care. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think he was even if I indulged your version of it. Let's say he's just all it is just him doing a backhanded victory lap. I don't care.
Okay, so that's why I lead with this stuff. If you don't care about whether
it's also really weird here that for reasons totally unrelated, I guess, to the legal side of things, I feel like Hutch's legal instincts are actually better than the weird argument that people make. I don't give a fuck if he thinks it's sincere or not. The important thing is they made the statement. The other person has to publicly, show good grace to it, and that's part of the agreement. Then you move on. That Hutch's instincts here are just this argument that people make is so fucking ridiculous. Whatever.
Or not, he lied about her sincerity or insincerity on the apology, then I'm not going to spend a bunch of time, even if I could establish that she lied, which actually I will ask you about, that you would think, if you're not going to condemn it, right, I'm not going to spend a bunch of time wasting why you should, right? You're saying basically it's okay for him to lie about the sincerity of the apology, even if it's not true. If you, audience, it is true.
It is. It totally is.
If I have some kind of moral obligation to condemn him for lying in that spot, in this hypothetical, you would have to convince me that the consequences that Casey Tron experienced were not commensurate with the way that she contributed to what happened with Ethan and Hila and all that. Like you would have to say, because earlier in the conversation you said that you didn't think it was necessarily immoral to bring litigation against someone, but be motivated by some other kind of grievance. You said that wasn't necessarily immoral, right?
Yeah, so I think that there could be motivations that aren't necessarily that it doesn't necessarily make it immoral. That's correct. I was giving some stylized examples, but we'll get into the facts about the lawsuit. But I just want to resolve this issue of lying. No, but then this conversation needs to be about, like, do you think that Ethan bringing litigation was too far of a response to how Casey Tron and Brogan and Denims and that whole community contributed to the CPS call and the harassment that Ethan and Hila got? Right. So, I mean, the case, you're basically asking me, do you think the lawsuits are justified? That's what you're asking me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I do want to get into that, but I just want to...
Could it be justified, is that an appropriate...
By could, you mean could I see some possible world that doesn't entail a contradiction in which it could be justified?
Stop talking like this. Nobody thinks like that. Oh my God.
No, but do you think that...
No, I don't think it's... I think under the circumstances, given the nature of the lies and what's actually motivating it, I do not think that they're justified.
I mean, how do you feel about, how do you feel about the collective communities that they had piling on about the CPS stuff? Like, how do you feel about that? And then the lack of moderation.
Right,
how do you feel about that?
Question. Like,
but that's a really important question. Like, how do you feel about that?
So,
oh my God.
Depending on the conduct, I of course condemn it. If what they're doing is advocating for or celebrating, for example, calling CPS on those facts, I condemn that. If they're, for example, let's say something weird like refusing to condemn the death of a political, assassination or something, I would condemn that.
Let's just talk about what happened. Let's just talk about what happened. They made a mockery of it.
I can think of a bunch of situations where failure to moderate is something that I would condemn.
No, but I'm talking about this specific thing. I just want your thoughts on this specific thing. Like, do you not think that do you not think that action that they did, that the way that they participated in the whole CPS thing?
What did they do?
I already laid it out for you. We talked about that before. They enabled it. They enabled it. They were wildly irresponsible at best, and they were maliciously egging it on at worst. And in the case of Dennis, I think
they're culpable. You think that they're culpable for what happened?
I think they're all jointly culpable. Yeah, they all have a part to play in that. Yeah, when you don't take any meaningful action to moderate your community, when you can see plain as day what's going on in your chat, when you're making jokes about it after the fact, like, why are you joking about it after the fact? Like that.
Well, presumably if you're joking about it after the fact and only after the fact, how do we know there's a causal connection at all between what occurred and the community?
Normally I'm like good faith, or not good faith. No, I am good faith. I'm good faith towards everybody, but I don't say anything personally. I actually really hate the fact personally, on a very personal level, that Pisco is making this gaslight contributing argument. I don't know if he's getting rotted by the people in his chat, or if he just lost too many friends and he's like desperate for either income or audience capture or what. But this weird gaslighting thing that occurs where a community of people can stand around and tacitly, implicitly support a thing, but if you can't draw this direct causal connection between A and B, and this whole weird stance, if you're not affirmatively attacking the thing, that doesn't necessarily mean that you approve it. This is A+ gaslighty weird fuck behavior. I cannot believe that he's moved over, but he has to, I guess, for whatever tanky fucks he's adhering to now. This is like reprehensible and disgusting behavior that now he supports this. One of the biggest frustrating things for me when it comes to like doxing people and shit is that, like, I can't get my community to do it because I don't have a community that generally supports that type of shit. I have to do it myself because I haven't fostered that type of community. We don't generally do the relentless harassment shit. Anytime anybody would have done it in the past, I would have just banned them for it because I had the most moderation for my community of any large content creator on the internet. I probably still do in the political space. And so when it comes time to play these games, I just generally don't have the community for it. I can't. Whereas these communities, all of them play this game. All of them do this stuff constantly. All of them wink, wink, nudge, nudge, laugh at all of it happening. Like, I'm so sorry, but if I were to step into like some community and be like, holy shit, did you hear that Casey Tron actually got raped yesterday by a guy? And everybody's like, Lim Feo, good for her, fuck her, I hope she got fucking raped to death. And you were to be like, ooh, that's kind of weird. And Pisco were to come in and go like, well, actually, you can't actually demonstrate to me any causal connection between the response that the people are having in that chat room with anybody who actually raped her. And I actually don't think that it matters whatsoever. Did the creator himself actually say that it was good that Casey Strong got raped? I actually, like, excuse me, that's fucked up. That's fucking weird. And at some point, you need to have, like, something needs to be turning on your brain. It's like, why am I attracting all these people that are celebrating this type of behavior or engaging in this type of behavior, or at least looking upon this kind of stuff favorably and encouraging it to kind of be advertised in their community? It's really fucking weird. But hey, that's just my opinion, I guess. Fuck me.
I can imagine a bunch of people laughing at shit that they had no. I'll give you an example, right? There are some Democrats who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes. Like randos on Twitter. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Are those people culpable for Charlie Kirk's death?
No, but that's not the same thing at all. Wait, hang on a second.
A comparison. No, it's an analogy.
No, but this would only be analogous if
we didn't personally know Charlie Kirk. What if it was the case that somebody was laughing about it and you found out that like, oh my God, fuck, Hutch, there are killer questions to challenge so much of what people. Okay, let's say that Charlie Kirk gets killed, and let's say there's a Discord community and everybody in there is fucking laughing about it, memeing it up, joking, saying he fucking deserved it, right? Is it that community's fault? Probably not. But let's say I were to tell you, oh, by the way, did you know that the shooter came from that Discord? Are you telling me that that wouldn't radically change your view of that instantly? That you would be like, ooh, okay, maybe. Why do you think people obsess so much about the identity of a shooter, or where he was influenced, from, or by what, or, who he was watching or who he was listening to? It's exactly because of that type of stuff, because people do want to draw some type of moral responsibility or culpability there. Like, that's such a stupid, that's so stupid.
Wait, hang on a second.
It's a comparison. No, it's an analogy.
No, but this would only be analogous if they were all in message boards where they were talking about potentially unaliving Charlie Kirk.
Oh,
that would be
Hutch. Okay, true. He's basically there. Hutch, yeah, basically there. Yeah, imagine if the killer came from his community. They were talking about killing him. True. Good job.
Analogous.
So what you need to show, don't you, is a causal relationship between their conduct incriminatory act and the act itself, don't you?
That's just, that's not a real thing either. Something is happening. That's just such a stupid fucking, you have to show a causal relationship. You have to show a 100% causal link. How could you ever, I don't even know, we can't even do that with murderers to know 100% for sure how much somebody might be influenced by a particular thing. What? You pre-watched this, didn't you? I had like 5 friends tell me that it was worse than I ever could have imagined it would have been, but no, I haven't had time to. I played this game. I fucking streamed for like 18 hours yesterday, fucking grinding this game. What do you mean? Why would I have pre-watched it?
The CPS call happened shortly after Denims did her stream, where she platformed a bad empanada video where he was making the case that CPS should be called, and she made no meaningful.
I'm done. If Pisco says, can you prove that it came from that community? Maybe coincidentally, somebody just made the call after they showed it on their stream. I'm done. I can't watch the rest of it. He won't say that.
Like maybe
he's not going to say that though.
But like she did not go nearly far enough in terms of moderating her. If I was her, first of all, why is she watching that video? Why is she platforming Bad Empanada? Why is she watching a video with this guy who is tacitly encouraging his audience to call CPS? Do you agree that that's
where am I going?
Irresponsible
I don't know where the fuck I'm
as
going.
A creator?
To watch a Bad Empanada video?
Yeah, to watch a bad...
Oh my God, to watch a Bad Empanada? Oh, so now you can't even... Well, what are we talking about? Bad Empanada as in like somebody made empanadas that were bad? Or what do you mean? Like...
Not in a vacuum. To watch a Bad Empanada video of him making the case for why the viewer should maybe call CPS.
Is it a good thing to do?
Is it irresponsible is what I said.
Should she do it? I think the answer is no.
Should she do it? You can't parse human language? Like imagine some kid is like fucking doing fucking smack and the wife, the mom is looking at the dad and is like, do you think it was a good idea then to drink in front of your son? Now that we see he's addicted to heroin. And dad is like, well, if my good idea, what? As opposed to a bad idea? As in, can you demonstrate a logical contradiction between me drinking alcohol and me existing in front of my son? Or what do you mean by good or bad idea? Well, what if the purpose of me drinking was to get drunk? Then it seems like it was a really good idea, bitch. What do you mean? Oh, or do you want to introduce some normativity to the conversation? It's like, okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on, we're pausing too much. We're hutching out on this video.
Should maybe call CPS.
Okay, stop. Wait, hold on. Where am I going? Okay, I'm questing right now. That's what I'm doing. On Dem Battlegrounds, the Dem Battlegrounds, search 2 containers in the research and admin buildings medical room. I'm doing that, and I'm doing South Swamp Outpost.
Is it a good thing to do?
Okay.
Is it irresponsible is what I said.
Should she do it? I think the answer is no. I don't think she should do it.
Why?
That's not.
But why though?
But that doesn't. Hang on, because I think
but the why matters. The why matters.
No, because Hutch thinks that what Pisco just said was, well, I don't think she should do it. So Hutch was like, oh, so you agree that she shouldn't do it? No, Pisco didn't mean that because she should. By saying that she shouldn't do it doesn't mean that she's not allowed to do it or it's morally bad or whatever. He's just making a statement of whether or not she has some kind of obligation to should belong. I'm done. I'm sorry. Okay, no. I'm done. Okay.
Why?
I'm about to wait. I'm answering that. Did you hear me answering that? I said,
okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So, I don't think it's good because if you are, watching a video in which these kinds of, bad things are being expressed, all else equal, without any pushback, potentially that could, encourage a risk or something of something occurring.
Yes.
But hang on a second.
What thing?
But hang on 1 second. Do you have evidence that Denhams knew what was in the video before she watched it? Yes or no?
I don't know off the top of my head, but she kept watching it. That's not the point. She kept watching it. She could have turned it off the second he brought that up and said, whoa, this is way too far. I don't co-sign this.
The answer is no. You don't have any evidence that she knew the content of the video.
Why would you skip it? No, she continued to watch it, dude. She indulged the logic.
I just want to do it one step at a time. So you don't have any evidence, correct, that she knew what was in the video?
I think you're trying to worm out of the logical conclusion that you just jumped to. I think you're trying to worm out of the logical conclusion that you just jumped to, which is that if the reason why it's irresponsible for someone to do that in her position is because, as you said, the risk goes way up that somebody in her community might act on that.
Here's the thing.
So how is she not culpable?
So it's an attenuated risk. It's an attenuated risk that is not at all sufficient for culpability. Not even 1%, not even close to 1%, Hutch. The mere acting and watching of a video that encourages bad stuff, now you are culpable for things that might result from watching
culpable.
the video?
They're all partly culpable.
This can't be. Something is broken. I don't know what has happened. This isn't even, because before you could argue that you might make bad arguments, but this is like meme tier. I think it's possible Pisco got some of the meta philosophy stuff from Joanna, but he's combined it with the lawyer brain and debate perpetuity to create the much more hideous Franken creature before us today. Would Joanna really say stuff like this? I don't know. I never really argued with her much. I know she's kind of like more on the socialist side of things. I don't know how tanky she is or whatever, but I never had some huge disagreement like this to test like how unhinged would she be if she disagreed that much. But like, Jesus. So there's no culpability. There are just so many ways that this is stupid. Bad Empanada, by Pisco's own admission, has a reputation for engaging in this type of behavior. So why would you even watch it knowing that there's a chance of that? If by your own admission, even by Pisco's very, very hedged and very gentle definitions, we say that Bad Empanada has a reputation for engaging in this behavior, why would you watch the video without previewing it first? Also, like how you respond to a thing can also influence the, I would argue, the culpability. Like if I watch a video and some guy is like, this is how you push 2 buttons on the back of a Tesla and blow it up. And I'm like, oh, guys, oh, damn, let's check the rest of this out. But you guys better not do that. Like, you would, but Pisco, I guess, is on board with because of the new crew that he hangs out with. I guess Pisco is on board with you have no responsibility whatsoever to your audience. Crowd. That's his new position, I guess. So then I guess it all logically follows. Hutch should have just ended the convo there. You have no responsibility to your audience. Unless you can like show, you have to be able to prove basically fucking like a criminal conspiracy in order to say that somebody's behavior was unethical. Like somebody has to be DMing somebody and discreetly making plans to murder somebody and then has taken at least one step in the furtherance of said murder to get the conspiracy conviction. I don't know. This is wild.
All of them are. Yes.
That you would apply the standard to any other.
Hello?
Destiny, sit.
What's up?
You pre-watched a bit on that one, but yeah, it's good. It's gonna happen for like a little while longer. When Pisco says culpable, it's exactly what you said. He's referring to like.
Sure. Wait, why are you spoiling? We're just gonna
the CPS call. It would have to be like incitement, like that level of like.
Yeah, sounds dumb, but we'll get to it, right?
Yeah, obsessiveness. It's really bad. Okay.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah.
Commentator who watches something.
Of course I do.
Bro.
No.
Wild.
I have a consistent. Ask my chat if I moderate. Ask my chat if I moderate. Ask them like I take steps all the time. I tell my chat explicitly all the time. Don't brigade. I do all like there's certain red lines that I understand that me as a creator, as someone with the following, as someone who could potentially influence someone. I do think that I have a responsibility to use that influence responsibly.
It doesn't make you culpable.
It doesn't make you 100% culpable, but you are partly culpable. Yes, and at the very
here's
least,
a question. Here's a question for you, Hutch. If you're saying that Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands,
what percentage?
Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Charlie Kirk is trying to overturn the democracy of our country. He's instituting these horrible things.
You're doing the Republican thing now. That's what you're doing. You're doing the thing.
Why do you think I'm?
Oh my God, Pisco is about to step into a really bad trap. Or not really, kind of. if Hutch is thinking, because Hutch, I don't know if Hutch is. Hutch already has the framework to accept to bite the bullet on this, because earlier I believe that what Hutch said was not acceptable was to engage in behavior on stream that could lead to people who are doing bad things if the information that you're giving on stream is bad. So I think Hutch already, I don't even want to say conceded because it's reasonable. Hutch already said that, like, let's say that you genuinely were watching on stream, some guy beat the shit out of his kids, and you watched a YouTube video where some guy was like beating, like his wife and his children came in and they had black eyes, and someone in your audience called CPS on that. Hutch is like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, of course, whatever. That's totally natural. I would expect that, as long as you're not telling a fucking lie. So like if somebody's saying, well, somebody went out and killed somebody because, you know, you said this guy was a fascist or a Nazi or whatever, it's like, well, I mean, they shouldn't do that. But like, if the guy is actually a fascist or a Nazi, it's okay to call him a fascist or a Nazi. It's just, it's not okay that some other guy, you know, killed him for it. Let's see if Hutch catches this.
Bringing up the Republican talking point. Why do you think I'm bringing that up, Hutch?
Because there's a difference. Their observations is not the same as this at all.
Hutch,
it's a bad faith. It's a bad faith situation.
So I'm gonna
bad faith. Yes. Yeah, Hutch has it. Hutch has it. It was bad faith. It was bad faith.
If you, as a creator, are platforming a video, you're watching a video in which someone says Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, he's allowing and encouraging criminal actions from the administration. And honestly, I think that he's a fascist, and there should be no moral consideration for Charlie Kirk whatsoever.
He snuck in a sneaky there. Hold on. Pisco, one of those statements was not like the other ones. That guy's a Nazi. That guy's a fascist. This guy has blood on his hands. There should be no moral consideration given to people with this political belief system. One of those statements was not like the other ones. Very, very, very sneaky.
I'm going to finish the question, Hutch.
I have a video. I just want you to watch a video.
No. You can, like, I'm asking something. I will definitely watch your video after I get an answer and we address it. Okay. I will definitely, don't worry about it, right? So if it's the case that you have someone who's watching a video of someone else saying Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, he should have no moral consideration, and he kind of doesn't do anything, he just kind of watches it.
No moral consideration.
Someone comes up to you, Hutch, and said, you are culpable. You watched this insane video in which he says no moral consideration should be given to Charlie Kirk. You don't actually believe it, and you didn't do any pushback in that moment.
Did the person in the video?
Let me finish the question. Would that person...
Like, it's such a bad faith question in so many different ways. Like, one, the person is not unique in originating that information, right? Like, this is a feeling or sentiment that's shared by a whole large group of people, meaning that, one, you wouldn't have as much responsibility onto an individual, because it's not like one person creating a lie, but also, two, if you really wanted to, you could actually speak of some culpability there. It would probably just be quite a bit like diffused throughout all of society. If all of society was engaged in the dehumanization or vilification, we could look at like Nazi Germany stuff. I'm not going to say like an individual German citizen is 100% responsible for the fucking Holocaust, right? But I'm going to say that obviously Hitler shares a much greater responsibility than even the average SS person. Or, you know, an individual person who's spreading a lie is going to share or have a lot less culpability than the person that originated the lie. These are all reasonable statements. Okay, I'm sorry for real. Fuck, this is such a bad question. And he's like trying to force like a hardcore answer on it too.
Who watched that video without any pushback on the notion that Charlie Kirk deserves no moral consideration. He didn't push back there.
I need to go to the medical room.
Would that person be culpable for the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Yes or no?
Did the video that was watched? I need to ask you about the video that this hypothetical video. In the hypothetical video that I watched, did the creator of that video suggest that someone should explicitly suggest that someone should unalive Charlie Kirk?
Explicitly suggest.
No, he says he deserves no moral consideration. Whatever happens to him.
No, that's too abstract. Then no, there's no culpability there. This is not abstract though. In the case of Denims, it's not abstract.
He should bite the line.
Don't you agree that there's a risk that someone could get the wrong impression? Isn't there?
That standard is way too high.
Hang on a second.
You agree with me that there's
and Hutch could caveat here and say, like, if everybody in chat started spamming, somebody should go and murder Charlie Kirk, and the content creator's like, whoa, guys, hold on, not cool, okay? Wouldn't we treat that person differently than if chat started spamming, hey, we should go murder Charlie Kirk, and the content creator read that comment and kind of like laughed about it and then continued to watch the video and make the same statements? Wouldn't we treat these two situations differently? Well, most ordinary, well-meaning, like well-thinking human beings would, but because of the audience capture now that I guess Pisco is suffering from, I guess he can't make that concession anymore. But any like ordinary, decent, moral human would immediately and obviously see a difference there.
Spectrum. You agree with me that there's a spectrum, right?
What I'm trying to prove is, what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is the mere fact that there's an increased risk does not imply that there is culpability. The volitional acts of others cut off the causal chain such that we imply culpability. Even
I also hate, and this is why you guys need to stop saying lawyer brain, okay? Or maybe I'm just being too like, this is not a lawyer argument, because culpability and assigning like responsibility for certain types of harms or whatever, this is absolutely a legal question. Culpability is not always a 100 or nothing, a binary. You are 100% at fault or not at fault at all. Like, it could be part of a judge. It could be part of a jury assigning like a percentage culpability to a thing, or assessing what percentage of a damage you might be responsible for of a particular thing. Even in the legal world, culpability is not a yes or no question. Culpability can have many shades of gray. So it's just it's a stupid, like, are you culpable? Yes or no? And it's like, damn, dog, I don't know. That's like a really binary way of looking at culpability, especially on a huge like internet thing like this.
Even if it's the case, that you have dangerous rhetoric, such that it's possible there's a risk. You agree, don't you, by the way, that Destiny, I think, has been based on a lot of his assessments of the double standard and hypocrisy of MAGA. Would you deny that there is a risk that him saying and refusing to condemn at times, sometimes he does condemn it, but at times refusing to condemn carries risk of the assassination? Does it carry risk?
You kind of lost me there.
Yes, of course. So when Destiny refuses to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I am telling you that he's inconsistent on it. Sometimes he condemns it, but there are moments.
I've talked all the time about how, yes, I think his rhetoric around that stuff is way too irresponsible.
So all of a sudden, there's a
who's this inconsistent?
All of a sudden, there's a Republican who's killed.
Hutch condemns me, though, but Hutch doesn't agree with my statements. Hutch condemns my statements. What do you? It's not even a winning argument for you.
Would you?
Hutch could just bite the bullet on this and say yes, but he shouldn't.
Perverting me right now. We're so far in the weeds about this. I just want you to watch a video. We don't need to do the hypotheticals, please.
No, we actually do, because this shows that there's a principle that we're not going to impose.
But you're not proposing something that is analogous, dude. These are not analogous. It's not like, if this then that.
You need to explain the disanalogy then, because what I provided you said.
Let me ask you a question. You asked me like 5 questions, bro. Let me ask you a question.
Where is medical?
If you were watching a video, and
search trigger in the research.
In the video that you're watching,
medical room
suggested that someone should unalive Tim Pool, would you continue to watch the video?
Well, I would condemn that. I'm just telling. That's why, and I would say,
why would you condemn it? Who cares?
Yeah, I might continue to watch the video. I watch unhinged people say unhinged things all the time. Now, I would probably...
That's not what this is about, though.
Shit off. Come on, bro. You would turn it off.
He would condemn it, though.
Are you shitting me?
You don't think you would turn that off?
If I saw a video in which someone is making a threat of violence, you think I would automatically turn the video off?
If somebody made a specific call to action, you would be banned in like a second if you didn't turn it off, right?
Wait, the mere listening to it?
Yes, you can't.
I've never heard that deal.
Oh my God. Southwest corner of the floor that you're on.
For a call to action to, like, a specific call to action to hurt someone or harm someone?
If an individual is endorsing it, but just merely watching the video?
Yes, every platform that you're on, basically. If you're watching a video that says someone should
this
really
is not
go
true anymore.
Tim Pool,
Hutch is incorrect at this point, because I'm gonna die talking about this stupid fucking thing. This was a rule originally, but I think it was created to punish people that were watching stuff related to me. I think because Dylan Burns got eaten up with this rule once, but then they rolled the rule back for Hassan so that Hassan could watch stuff with like Hamas and shit, and it's not actually against the rules anymore to do it. So,
and you didn't stop watching it?
I condemn that? Wait, hang on.
No, you would be banned if you didn't turn that off, right?
Wait, I'm not convinced of that. If I've watched...
Hang on, give me 1 second. They haven't enforced. Give me 1 second.
No.
Okay.
No? You're going east, bro.
Chat, I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of that? Like, I watch unhinged people like say crazy things. Like, we consider and we've analyzed, for example, Trump's incitement theories under both legal
that you clearly are disagreeing with. You're disagreeing with.
So I need some fucking water.
Oh, no worries.
If you were watching a video where somebody said, you know what, I really fucking, Tim Pool is just the worst, and, you know, somebody definitely needs to go and unalive him, right? You would continue to watch that?
Yeah, if I was analyzing it and saying this is a true threat, this is an example of a true threat. I'll give you another example, right?
But you said you would specifically condemn it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context. Like, if
why?
I think because I do think that potentially, there could be, if I just let it play and don't specifically address it, I think that there could be action by Twitch. But again, just because there's action by Twitch or there's a risk for my channel doesn't mean that I'm accepting culpability if something bad happens. I just want to be clear about the distinction there. And second,
so why does Twitch have the rule? Wait, why does Twitch have the rule? You should ask.
Acts, for example, of deception or whatever. And I think that there's a potential risk, and you should minimize risk where possible. Here's the difference, right? Mitigation of risk and an obligation to avoid risk doesn't equal culpability if something bad ends up happening after the fact. And this is...
I could be wrong. I'm a little bit outside of but like, I'm pretty sure your ability to mitigate risk risk and your expectation to mitigate risk are literally the exact things that people are analyzing when they're talking about the culpability you might have. Like if you are, if you're somebody who is in a situation where you're expected to be taking care of children, or you're expected to be driving somebody around, or you have an expectation as a job that you're performing or whatever, that expectation to perform that job in a safe manner, the elevated expectation there can literally ascribe you higher levels of legal culpability, of damage assessment and everything else if you fuck up doing it. Now, there are good Samaritan laws if you're like a random doctor and you try to resuscitate like a random individual or whatever, sure. But like you have obligations to the people that you are, taking on care of or doing work for or whatever. Ugh.
Easily, you can understand that if you just apply any of the comparisons that I've talked about, that no one in the context that I provided, that you're examining someone saying some unhinged shit about Charlie Kirk, and then all of a sudden, oops, someone kills him. No one could ever come to a lib creator, and you would defend. You would say, this is
like,
insane.
Look at how it's so annoying too. I don't want to say that Pisco was intentionally bad faith, okay? But like, notice how careful Pisco was with all of his language earlier, right? How we had to differentiate we had to do the difference between saying that a thing is possible and clarifying that we mean that we believe that both things are at play rather than just it doesn't entail a logical contradiction, right? That was the level of care that he was using earlier with his language. And now he's saying, well, what if somebody just said an unhinged thing about Charlie Kirk? Excuse me, what do you mean unhinged thing? There's a huge difference between Charlie Kirk is a fucking gay wad and I think he's got a little dick and he's a loser, fuck him, versus like somebody needs to kill Charlie Kirk. Those are two totally different things. And to just broad brush away everything, go, oh, well, what if somebody says something unhinged? Talk about being careless with your language. Like, this is not, some of these things are part of the conversation, some of these things aren't. Like,
he was watching a video of someone else doing it. No, he wasn't doing it.
What if I could show you a video of Denims herself saying that somebody should call CPS on Ethan?
Go for it. I would say that's independently bad, yeah.
Okay. Apparently there's a video.
All right, show us.
It's on my stream.
He's going to say bad but not culpable. He's going to say bad but not culpable. Hutch shouldn't even have to make this argument. Yes, Hutch doesn't even need this it doesn't have to be this strong.
You acting like I have like a problem condemning Denims or Hassan.
Exactly. He'll condemn them, but that doesn't mean that they're responsible for it.
I think they're culpable, and I think
principles. Hutch, why do you think I'm doing this? I'm doing this because I don't want you. I love you. I love you, my boy.
No, you're doing this because
out and be like, there's no fucking comparison here.
You're doing this to avoid the possibility that these creators did something that was extremely harmful.
If they can be harmful
for CPS, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to condemn that.
Okay, well,
even by the way, just so you know,
let me watch the clip. Let me just watch the clip. Hold on, I'm pressing play. No, but
I'm telling you in advance. I don't even need to see the clip. I will see the clip.
I want to see the clip.
If they laugh about it after the fact, I'll condemn that too. Guess what? It doesn't resolve the issue.
Exactly. It doesn't make them culpable at all for it.
Okay, hold on. Let me watch the clip. I'm done talking for a second.
God. In their house.
Oh, sneaky. Very, very sneaky.
And now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Oh, it was Denim's chat that was saying call CPS.
Dude,
hold on. How is it that like maybe once a week?
That's insane.
You're nuts. You're not. You don't think. Hang on. If your chat was spamming,
are you shitting me?
Hang on. If your chat was spamming, call the cops on Rob Noor.
At some point in the next 2 minutes, Pisco's going to say, this is like the MAGA shit. Pisco's going to be like, oh, so now you're responsible for every single thing that's ever typed ever in your chat? Now you're responsible for every single thing that every single person in your chat types ever? You're always 100% responsible for every single thing?
You wouldn't tell them to not call the cops? You wouldn't step in?
Wait, that is not what I said.
Do you have a responsibility?
I didn't say that I wouldn't. Hutch,
as a creator.
Yes, that doesn't mean you're culpable. Do you understand the difference there?
The failure of the responsibility is what implies the culpability. Like the greater the level of responsibility, this is true legally, and it's true ethically, and it's true intuitively. If two people were to sit and watch a child choking to death, and neither person did anything, and you find out later that one person was their parent and the other person was a stranger, you would feel more culpability towards the parent. Intuitively, you'd feel like, damn, that was your kid. You watched them die. If two people watched a child that was choking on something and they died, and then you find out that one person was like a civilian and they like were freaking out, and the other person was a doctor who knows like the Heimlich maneuver and could have done anything, you would say, damn, what the fuck? You just watched this child die. Even if you're not legally culpable there, you had a higher ethical obligation. You could have done something to stop that. You had all the skills and training to do so. What the fuck? If 100 people watch somebody drowning in the ocean, and 99 of them are swimmers and one of them is a lifeguard, you're going to feel like the lifeguard had higher culpability there because he had the responsibility to save the person. This is such an obviously on its face I don't even know why I'm... Okay, stop. How much longer does this go on for? This is so ridiculous. Pisco has twisted himself into such an unbelievable fucking knot here. What are we doing here? What are we talking about here? Why are we saying it gets really bad? People keep saying it gets worse. There's no... How?
Does. What do you mean?
You have a self-stand... No, it fucking doesn't. If someone...
Like, do you have a responsibility?
I didn't say that I wouldn't. Hutch.
As a creator.
Yes, that doesn't mean you're culpable. Yes, that doesn't mean you're culpable. You understand the difference there?
Of course it does.
Just
what do you
because
mean?
You have a self-stand... No, it fucking doesn't. If someone ends up... So you're saying if I fail to do my due diligence in like saying and giving an affirmative thing, hey guys, I don't agree with this, and you shouldn't call the cops on Rob Noor. If I don't do that, and if I just let it play out...
Like, it's so weird that he's combining legal terms here. He says due diligence. What does due diligence mean? It's the diligence that is due for the situation. It's what you ought to do. At the very least, morally, oftentimes legally, it might be your professional responsibility. What do you think due diligence even... Why would he say it? Are you saying that I have a responsibility? Are you saying that I am due my diligence to be due diligent? Or like, what does the phrase even imply? Not even imply, explicitly state. Stop. Okay, sorry.
Because I don't see it. Ends up, so you're saying if I fail to do my due diligence in like saying and giving an affirmative thing, hey guys, I don't agree with this, and you shouldn't call the cops on Rob Noor. If I don't do that, and if I just let it play out, either because I don't see it or because I'm negligent, because I'm just fucking twiddling my thumbs.
No.
I have culpability. For
No. That's not what I said, though. Let me give you a hypothetical. You love hypotheticals. Let me give you a hypothetical. Okay?
Yeah, I do love it. Yeah.
I can't, bro.
Let's say all
This
of
is
us on
crazy.
Live and Learn. Okay, you, me, Soypill, and IRI. We all watch the same video independently with our own viewers. Okay, and in that video, somebody makes a claim, and then like all of our chats are like spamming, you know, like somebody needs to call the cops on Rob Noor. Okay. And then somebody calls and we don't do anything. We don't police it at all. And then somebody calls the cops on Rob Noor. Are none of us culpable, or are all of us culpable? None of us are culpable?
No, the culpable party is the parties that encouraged it, explicitly with their intention, their active intention to do so, and those who did it. That's what's...
Okay. I mean, we just have Phyllis like
that. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll stop. I'll just stop. These aren't real arguments. This argument doesn't work anywhere. Like even imagine felony murder. Even you can get charged with a murder if you were part of a felonious action, even if you had nothing to do with the murder yourself. If you were also engaged, I think in part of the same set of felonies. So like if you were helping somebody do a robbery, an armed robbery at a store, and you were the getaway driver, and a person is killed as a result of that crime, even if you weren't in the store, you didn't point a gun at him, you didn't have a weapon on you anywhere, you can be charged, I believe, in that case with felony murder. I'm only talking legally because the legal world is going to be way stronger here on its claims, or it's going to require way more to satisfy its claims of responsibility than the ethical world. Ethically, obviously, there is some level of responsibility or culpability here, but that's like so plainly obvious. I can't believe how far lost in the sauce you have to be to not see this.
So the parties that encouraged it, explicitly with their intention, their active intention to do so, and those who did it. That's what's...
Okay, I mean, we just have like a major philosophical difference between responsible content creation, because...
I want you to apply this standard. The standard that you're just setting out. Anytime that because there have been left-wing acts of violence, and there are chats that will talk about this kind of shit, saying, these people should... these people exist. These people exist.
Yeah, of course.
And you would never say, well, because you failed to moderate your unhinged chat. As opposed to saying, okay, you have a responsibility to upkeep it. I would agree with that, no doubt.
What is a responsibility without... What does that mean? I'm so sorry. What is responsibility without any ethical or legal or occupational compulsion. Can somebody explain that to me? I don't know what that means. Generally, responsibilities, especially when we talk about them in moral senses, the failure to adhere to a responsibility is considered a moral failing. If you fail to adhere to a responsibility, then you're probably in the wrong morally there. Almost certainly professionally or legally. If you have a responsibility to disclose some campaign finance thing, and you don't, then we would say you're doing an unethical or illegal behavior. It's an FEC violation. If you have an obligation to inform a patient about alternate methods of treatment or something about a particular drug or side effects, and you don't tell them, you failed in your ethical obligations as a doctor. If a patient is suicidal and you have an obligation to inform the police so that they don't kill themselves, and you fail to do that, you failed in your obligations. If you have an obligation, like, I don't understand what Pisco is taught. What is an obligation without that doesn't necessarily entail some moral or legal counter thing beside it. Like, if you fail the obligation, there is like a moral consequence for it. It's just such a weird, it's such a pointless statement. Like, well, of course you have a responsibility to do ABC. Why? You're saying that it's not even bad if you don't do it. What is the responsibility for here? Oh God. Is there one person in chat who's in my brain right now? There's like one word that Pisco could discover, and it's the brain rot to end all brain rot. Please, God, don't let him. Oh God, if he finds this word, it's all over. Who remembers it from our horrible philosophy days? Oh no, I'll give you a hint. Oh, two people got in a row. Yes. Supererogatory or whatever. I think, I don't even know if there's like a branch of normative ethics or applied or whatever that like deals with this word ordinarily, but supererogatory, supererogatory, I think that's right. It's like an action that if you did it, it would be good, but if you didn't do it, it doesn't matter. So like donating $10 to a homeless person would be good, but like if you didn't do it, like it's okay. This is like above and beyond like what an ordinary person might be expected to do. And Pisco is basically describing all moral responsibility and all ethical and all legal and all professional responsibility. He's just describing these actions as supererogatory. Like, well, it'd be nice if you did it, but if you don't, who the fuck cares? Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
I think like once you
that's insane. That's strict liability for what your fucking chat does.
Maybe we're getting
That's not strict liability at all, but okay. No one is saying that.
Hung up on the term. But I think like at minimum, you could say that you, through your inaction and through your tacit endorsement really of what Bad Empanada was saying in that video, and then you like ignoring your chat, like multiple people in your chat, and you have mods, like you're looking at, she looks at her chat constantly. She chose to not like do anything about those comments in that moment. Like at that point, you have contributed to.
Wait a second. I'm not talking about legal culpability. I'm talking about ethical culpability.
Yes, of course you're ethically.
No, I'm seeing people in the chat, so I'm only talking about ethical culpability. But go ahead.
This is a major philosophical difference between you and me. I think if you are a creator,
to be clear, there is no philosophical disagreement here. Pisco 100% understands this to be true, and he does not believe anything that he's talking about right now. And a world with obligations that don't necessarily entail some moral weight behind them is a world of trees growing in the direction of sunlight, and whatever happens, and who the fuck, it's just such an unbelievably stupid, weird, this is just such a weird take on anything. I don't understand at all.
And you're seeing specific calls to action, especially something as serious as government intervention on somebody that you don't like. You have a responsibility to step in at that point and say, guys, this is way too far. Right? Excuse me?
Otherwise you're culpable?
Otherwise, you have contributed to like that event happening in some small way.
Notice also how Pisco was so careful earlier when he was like, well, when you said it's possible to have two motivations, and he really wanted to deep dive into the autistic differentiation there of the syntax, but he won't, like, if you're being good faith here, and Pisco might just be debate brand at this point in the conversation, but like, notice that Hutch just said contributed to instead of culpable. So Hutch is obviously speaking in degrees of culpability, which, by the way, every single human being thinks this way intuitively, whether you want to believe it or not. Everybody intuitively believes in degrees of culpability, where you could be maybe a little responsible, but not like totally responsible, but like, maybe you should have known better, right? Or versus like, oh, you definitely should have known better. You fucked up hard, right? Everybody believes in degrees of culpability, right?
Like, you have a responsibility to step in at that point and say, guys, this is way too far. Right? Excuse me?
Otherwise you're culpable?
Otherwise, you have contributed to like
Hutch
that
has
event
contributed
happening
to
in
it.
some small way, or you could, at the very least, potentially have done it. The reality is, we can't know who made that call. Was it someone from Hassan's audience? Was it someone from her audience? Was it someone from Casey Tron's audience? We don't know. But in a general sense,
your burden to show that they are culpable. You just because it's hard to find evidence of the particular thing that shows culpability doesn't relieve you of your responsibility to show it.
when I
But
say
your
culpable,
standard-
do you hear like 100% responsible?
Oh, there you go.
I
Hutch has figured it out.
You're morally culpable for the thing occurring. That's what I understand.
There's a shared culpability is my
Hutch
point.
is figuring
And
it out.
you're-
Pisco's
you-
having
you-
difficulty
I think
understanding.
you're using that like uncertainty about where the call came from as a means to just like deflect all responsibility. Like
Correct.
you're saying that they had no ethical obligation to moderate their own chat as they're like making suggestions to call CPS, which is
what you're
wild
culpable
to me.
for. What you're culpable for is what you did wrong. What you did wrong was failure to moderate appropriately your chat. What you're not culpable for is actually fucking calling CPS.
If you were in Ethan's shoes, just try.
No. And again, I remember when I state the legal thing here, I'm just saying that like to qualify legally, it's going to be even more difficult than the ethical part, right? If you're legally fucking, you're probably really ethically in the wrong. But even legally, right? The concept is foreseeability, right? Like if you don't do a particular thing, or if you fail to uphold some particular responsibility, like how foreseeable, how obvious is it that that some bad thing might happen as a result? You know, like if you are, and it's funny because like these are all words that we have understandings of. The one log I chat brought it up. There's like a negligence standard. There's like fuck, I don't know the words for all of them. The judge brought this up in one of the in our evidentiary hearing though, because Pixie was trying to, one of the laws or civil actions they're trying to sue me under is like intentional infliction of emotional distress, and I think like cyber sexual harassment. And even the judge was pointing out, like, hey, if somebody's being negligent on a thing, negligence doesn't necessarily equal like intentionality, but like these are all different standards related to foreseeability, right? There are some ways where you can be negligent, and you can be negligent in such a way that you can be totally 100% held responsible for the thing that happens as a result of your negligence. For cops, for instance, I think, what is it called? The broken egg standard? Actually, this might be for literally everybody. If you're dealing with somebody and you put them in a chokehold and they like die because they have like some kind of weird neck condition, that's on you. That part of the responsibility you have when you're physically dealing with people is to be aware that some people could have conditions like that. And that's why you have like an appropriate continuum of force, and you're trained to restrain people in certain ways, and you're not allowed to just fucking chokehold and throw everybody down. Yeah, fuck. This is so stupid. Yeah, those one parents that got charged with, it wasn't second degree murder, right? Was it manslaughter because their child took their gun and did a mass shooting or whatever?
I do imagine, okay?
No, that's not. No, so I can totally grant that if I accept all of Ethan's priors, if I take his point of view, we're not talking about from his lights. Does he think it's justified? He's doing it.
No, but I'm asking you to just imagine, like, who would you have blamed? Do you think you could understand blaming like the whole pool of creators that were all dogpiling and encouraging it and joking about it, laughing about it, even encouraging it?
What?
Blaming them for the fucking for CPS showing up at your house.
No, that's unhinged.
That's unhinged. No, you would.
So I want to hear you say that. So I'm going to give you.
You'd be like, well, we can never know, so I can't blame any of them. You would not do that, bro.
If your community actively encourages
or
doxing,
Hutch,
and you fail to moderate that doxing, and then doxing in fact occurs, is the streamer culpable for doxing?
I'll tell you how I would feel. Hang on. I'm telling you exactly. I'm telling you exactly. Like I'm imagine me, right?
Yes. The answer is yes. If that's what's going on, yeah, yes.
And there was a thing that maybe we missed, like I was looking away from chat or something like that. I would feel responsible.
I'm not going to be distracted. I'm giving you an example.
I'm giving you an answer.
That was a bit of a pivot from Hutch.
No, you didn't answer.
You can just answer that.
You would do that. You would feel responsible if some other shit happened, even when you were negligent. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a situation in which the community doxes. You're aware of it, and you don't moderate it. Intentionally, you don't moderate. You see it's there, and you don't moderate it. Mm-hmm. Is the streamer culpable for the doxing?
Yes. I think they are partly responsible.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a standard you would apply that the mere non-moderation decisions as to your community gives you culpability for the attacks, however attenuated, that might occur because you fail to moderate your community, even though those.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
and those wrong. Okay,
I can't believe that. I'm a bit incredulous right now because you seem to be.
In what sense?
You seem to be totally closed off to the possibility that a streamer has any reasonable
responsibility
expectation of being responsible in their moderation. What's the point of moderation?
Hutch, I literally said the opposite. So I want
then what's the point? What's the point of moderation?
First, I'm going to establish that what you just represented is literally the opposite of what I said. So you heard me, didn't you, when I said that there is a responsibility to moderate? You heard that?
But
did you hear that?
What's the point of the?
I'm asking you if you heard.
I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying because what you're saying is. Hang on.
This is like I don't have the philosophy chops to like give a formal definition for this, but like there's a challenging. I notice it comes up sometimes in my vegan arguments, and I've been able to identify this. Sometimes you have sometimes there are some moral beliefs that I think are ontologically necessarily entailed by a particular thing, by a particular ontology, right? So let's say that like humans deserve moral consideration, right? So I would say that like a human is some category of thing, okay? And that category of thing, a human being, is granted moral consideration. You shouldn't kill them, okay? Some set of ethics and norms are applied to you, governing your behavior towards that thing, right? Sometimes people will ask you a question, and what they're trying to do is sometimes you can say like, sometimes there are good faith tests to that. So like, let's say for instance, what if a human being is really mean to you? Are you allowed to drop all moral consideration for that person, right? And you're like, well, probably not. No, I don't think that that's fair, right? Because I mean, like, it's still a human being. You know, you can't just say just because they were mean to you, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like that, we would say this is not okay. Dude, how is it travel time? I can't tell how slow these bullets are moving. However, this comes up, I say especially in vegan debates, because we're kind of like testing different categories. Sometimes people they do a thing where they'll change the ontology of the thing, and then they'll ask you a hypothetical to test your principle, and you feel like you can't give a satisfactory answer. Now, sometimes if you can't give a satisfactory answer, maybe it's because you are being hypocritical, or your principle's not very strong. But other times it's because the ontology of the thing has been changed in such a way that you're not realizing what's going on. So for instance, somebody will say, Vegan Gains kind of did this to me in a debate where he's like, what if there was an island of human beings and these human beings never gave any moral consideration to any other human being? All they did was rape and murder and carnivore, eat, cannibalize, eat everybody else. That's all they did. Okay. Would they deserve any moral consideration? Well, my intuitions will start to pull in a way different direction at that point. But it feels strange because it's like, well, what am I actually saying? Am I really saying that, like, are there some human beings that just don't deserve any moral consideration? Like, that doesn't feel like a very good answer. But what's actually happening is, in my opinion, what's happening here is, well, we don't really consider human beings to be creatures that are incapable of giving moral consideration to other human beings. That's like not really built into our understanding of what a human being is. So when you completely change the thing itself, and then you ask, that was a really long-winded thing to say that if you change the fundamental nature of a thing, but you still call it the same thing, and then you try to test the moral application of a principle to a thing, you're really not testing a principle. You've changed the thing in a way that is hard to understand. Why did I bring this up? I brought this up because Pisco just did this. Hold on.
Being responsible in their moderation. Well, what's the point of moderation?
Hutch, I literally said the opposite. So
then what's the point? What's the point of moderation?
First, I'm going to establish that what you just represented is literally the opposite of what I said. So you heard me, didn't you, when I said that there is a responsibility to moderate? You heard that?
But did you hear that? What's the point of the?
I'm asking you if you heard.
I'm trying to make sense of what.
Sorry. Yeah. So what I'm saying here is, I'm sorry. So in my opinion, whether you've done any formal philosophy or not, most people have an intuitive understanding. I don't know if you could say if there's an ontological for subject. I don't know. Whatever. When we talk about a responsibility, most people have an intuitive understanding that if you fail a responsibility, you've probably committed some kind of wrong, right? These things are necessarily entailed with one another. And Pisco is very subtly challenging that. Well, just because you don't adhere to a responsibility, that doesn't mean anything wrong has happened. And that's a really difficult thing on the fly to tease out in your mind, because that feels so wrong. Like, I don't even know if you would be aware that somebody in chat said there's a category error, that somebody's like committing anything. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see if Hutch figures this out. But what's the proper response to Pisco's argument here then? I would reject this entire line of argument. This, Hutch should have fought earlier on, but I don't fault him for not doing it. It's just a weird argument. He should have fought harder earlier on the whole, can there be responsibilities where if you fail to live up to them, there's no moral failing or ethical or legal failing? That's just a really weird way to look at responsibilities. Nobody views responsibilities that way. Okay, I need a quest item. Oh no, I got it. Okay. Oh.
You're saying what you're saying is, heard it when I said hang on. What you're saying is contradictory to me, because otherwise, well, what is the point of moderation then?
So I just want to make sure.
Can you answer that question?
Hutch might be getting there. Oh, Hutch's intuitions are so good on this stuff. Even if he is a fucking piece of shit for never talking to me. Just kidding. Hutch has very good intuitions on this, which is really sad given that Pisco should have more formal and street training on debating here. But
yes, I heard you. Yes, I heard you. What's the point of moderation?
there's self-standing obligations to moderate, to reduce risk that a streamer I think has there's a low cost of compliance and where there are obvious potential benefits to a low cost compliance incident.
What an unbelievably disgusting fucking answer. So what Pisco is saying here is that you can rape little children if you think you're not going to get caught doing it. What a fucking retarded statement to say. He just did a whole bunch of fucking vocab bullshit. What did he say? That the reason why we engage in moderation is because there are certain behaviors that have a low cost to compliance that, if not adhered to, would lead to potential high downside risk of other people. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So the only reason you moderate your chat is because you think you're gonna get fucking banned for something that somebody does? That's such an unbelievably crazy fucking statement to make. What? He spoke quickly to use a lot of big words, but that's what he just said there.
I will.
Yes, I heard you. Yes, I heard you. Okay. What's the point of moderation?
There's self-standing obligations to moderate, to reduce risk that a streamer I think has there's a low cost of compliance and where there are obvious potential benefits to a low cost compliance incident. The fact that you have a self-standing obligation to mitigate risk. I'm going to repeat it, make sure you hear it. So I'm going to say it twice.
Mitigate risk. Now he's speaking more generally. I don't know if he realized how fucking crazy that statement he just made was. But when he says mitigate risk, he just means mitigate risk to the streamer getting banned for somebody in their chat raping a little girl. That's what he means. He means mitigate your risk yourself. What a crazy, stupid statement.
That you violated your duty to moderate does not mean you are culpable for actions that underlie it.
If you're not culpable,
oh my God. I mean, so you understand that there are two obligations.
Oh my God. Hutch is like getting there. Hutch is getting there. He's intuiting it. If you're not culpable, what he was going to say, if you're not culpable, then what is the responsibility? What do we mean when we say, what is an obligation? What even is an obligation at that point? Why do we call it an obligation? What does it mean when you're obligated to do a thing and you fail to do it? You just didn't do it? Like a tree that grows towards the sun? You just didn't grow in that direction? Like a boulder that rolls down a hill? You just rolled in a certain way? What is agency or morality or humanity or choice or free will or anything?
Right?
But what you're saying makes no sense, because if you're saying you're there to mitigate risk, but you're not culpable if something happens, well, then what the fuck are you?
What's the contradiction?
What's the risk? The risk is, because even Hutch is not figuring out how crazy Pisco, because Pisco's statement is unbelievable that he would say that. The risk that Pisco's talking about mitigating is just the risk of you getting banned if something bad happens.
What risk are you mitigating?
Of you getting banned.
Yeah. So the risk that you're mitigating does pertain potentially to later on events, but that doesn't
mean. What does that mean, dude?
Oh, he is bad faith. Oh, fuck. Wait, I actually can't believe it. He knows. Pisco knows how fucking crazy his answer was. Okay, hold on. The reason why I'm saying that Pisco's bad faith now is because Hutch is very clearly asking, hold on, fuck. Oh my God, there's so many layers of bullshit that we have to peel away here. But I've listened to enough Candace Owens to get these. It sounds crazy because of the hypothetical, because of the analogy that I just gave. Oh, so you're saying it's okay to rape little children as long as you don't get caught? That's fine then? If there's no risk of law enforcement, it's okay, right? People are like, well, no, hold on, right? No, that's not what we're saying, right? So, but Pisco just, oh my God, that was so cute. Oh my God, hold on. That was just such an unbelievably crazy statement. So Hutch is about to ask him. Hutch is testing it. Like, what do you mean? Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean low risk? Okay, fucking mute this. And low risk about what? And Pisco said, well, when I say low risk, there is an attachment of risk related to future behavior, right? What he means there is he's trying to thread the needle for needles that are in two different rooms. He's trying to say, like, oh yeah, so the risk of the bad event of somebody getting doxxed that you're talking about is tied to what you're trying to mitigate, kind of. But the way that it's tied to that mitigation is that if somebody doxes somebody, you might get banned if that chatter is in your chat. So that's how the action of doxing down the road is tied into the risk mitigation that you are currently and presently engaged in. But the two actions themselves are not morally connected in any way, size, shape, or form. That is a very intentional, horribly bad faith weaponization there of language, I guess. Holy shit. Okay, sorry. That was a crazy set of words. Sorry. Jesus.
Well, if something happens, well, then what the fuck are you?
What's the contradiction?
What risk? What risk are you mitigating?
Yeah. So the risk that you're mitigating does pertain potentially to later on events, but that doesn't.
What does that mean, dude? Come on, don't say events. Okay. Risk of what?
Of you getting banned.
Either
of you getting banned,
bad conduct, malicious conduct, whatever's responsible, whatever's down the line.
Of you getting banned.
So I just want to make sure that
of you getting banned
here. Do you understand a distinction between a duty to mitigate risk, that is by properly moderating, and the culpable actions of intentional people who are doing.
There's no separation here. The two are necessarily intertwined with each other. It's like having a door with an entrance with no exit. You can't conceive of the thing. It's like having a hole with only one insertion point. It's not it necessarily entails two things. How do you have duties and obligations with no fault or moral failings, with no culpability if you don't adhere to said duty or obligation? What do you think the duty or obligation is for? What does that even mean? What are we talking about?
The thing and the distinction.
Hold on, am I missing a really obvious, hold on, I need somebody to talk to me. Am I missing a very obvious thing? Or is there like a very obvious category of things that I'm not thinking of? In my mind, you have a responsibility to a thing. If you fail the responsibility, you have a responsibility to be nice to your siblings. If you're mean to your siblings, that's usually moral wrong. Professional responsibilities are, you have a responsibility to conduct yourself in a certain manner, in a given field. If you fail to adhere to these, usually the responsibilities are created because of what we would consider moral obligations. Lawyers should give you good legal advice. Financial advisors shouldn't scam you. Doctors shouldn't harm you, right? Even if you look at like the Hippocratic Oath, or if you look at, I'm sure there are fucking lawyer oaths. I don't know. Like they entail like do no harm. This is such a stupid, this is such a crazy, like why are you punished for DUIs? Like, there's nothing technically wrong with driving drunk, right? It's only if you hit somebody. Are you telling me that I'm going to be legally responsible even if I didn't do a bad thing? Even if I didn't hit anybody? Like, attempted murder? That's a crime? It's a crime now to not murder someone? Excuse me, Judge. I just want to be clear here so the jury knows today. I'm in court for not killing somebody. That's what you're telling me, right? Like, what? Conspiracy, Your Honor? I didn't know that this was a nation of thought crimes. Okay, sorry.
Duty to, well, either bad conduct, malicious conduct, whatever is responsible, whatever's down the line.
By who?
Absolutely. So I just want to make sure that you understand the distinction here. Do you understand a distinction between a duty to mitigate risk, that is by properly moderating, and the culpable actions of intentional people who are doing the thing? And the reason,
like, this can't come from Joanna, because Joanna's like a little philosophy brain. This is retarded. If Joanna buys into this too, then she's been brain rotted, I guess, by the politics. Like, what do duties come? I'm sorry, it's so stupid. This is such a dumb. I'm done. Okay, sorry.
Culpable actions of intentional people who are doing the thing. And the reason I'm asking this of you is, if you don't understand that difference, I think that there is like a huge issue in communication here, because just of intentional people who are doing the thing. And the reason I'm asking this of you is, if you don't understand that difference, I think that there's like a huge issue in communication here, because just because you fail to moderate and fail to optimally minimize risk doesn't mean that you're responsible for the volitional malicious conduct.
No, you're not. If you're not responsible for anything that happens in chat or anything that anybody in chat does, then why should you moderate it at all? What if you have no responsibility or no obligation or no duty or no moral anything? Is it literally just because you're going to get banned? That's it? This can't be a real argument. I can't believe this.
Now, obviously, listen, whoever called CPS, that was their decision. Ultimately, they're responsible for their actions. But you seem to be like aloof to the idea that people with tremendous levels of influence, especially when we're talking about that particular shared community.
I'm not going to get distracted.
I'm not trying to distract you.
He's not getting distracted. Also, remember, Pisco was given so much fucking leeway to lay out his whole bullshit ass meta argument that took him 20 minutes to do what he should have done in 30 seconds. And now when Hutch is just like, this is also, I think, another, I'm doing second bad faith accusation here, is when Pisco will painstakingly draw out the distinction between every individual word that he's saying sometimes, but won't try to do any good faith collaborative building towards whatever Hutch is saying. Like, it's not like Hutch is over here doing Kantian fucking metaphysics, doing some type of fucking crazy out there philosophy, whatever. Hutch is saying pretty normal, ordinary things that any normal, ordinary, good old-fashioned American man should be able to understand. There's nothing crazy here. You should be able to understand what he's getting at. This is a wild conversation. You've read my Reddit comment, I see. Wait, which Reddit comment?
You're acting aloof to the idea that these people could potentially influence their own audience through action or inaction to do something like that. So is Denham's 100% responsible for what happened? No, but she's partly culpable.
It's super weird, too, that Pisco hasn't touched the degrees of culpability argument at all, because this is now, Hutch has brought this up for the third or fourth or fifth time where he's mentioned like contributed to or degree of culpability or partially culpable for, and Pisco still keeps speaking about this in a binary.
in my opinion, because she contributed to that culture and that community and that rhetoric that led to ultimately the call happening in the first place. I can't give you like, is she this percentage to blame or that percentage? But there's a general shared culpability.
So does Denims have significant culpability for the CPS call that she did not place?
Significant culpability now. Oh, okay. Well, now we're talking degrees, but rather than trying to actually establish a good faith. Okay, well, because a better question here, but okay, well, how much culpability do you think Denims has? Because you guys might actually have some agreement there. Maybe I was just like, I don't know, probably less than 50%, but still, there's like a decent 30%, whatever amount of culpability here, because she should know that somebody in her chat could do that, right? And you could argue that maybe up or down. But I like how he just says like significant. Also, because even significant, what does significant mean? Some would argue in a percentage chance, significant is over 75%. Depending on the context, though, if I tell you that if we do a particular surgery, there's a 15% chance that you might die, a lot of people say that's a significant chance of death. That's a very significant chance that I might fucking die. 15% is really high there. I don't know, man.
That there's no evidence that I've seen her encourage.
I never said that.
Wait. I'm just asking you the question.
Wait.
Do you think that there is significant culpability by Denims?
Define significant. Are we talking percentages here?
That is a primitive, and I will say I'll put a percentage on it. 5% significant.
Maybe, yeah.
So you think that Denims is 5% responsible?
I don't know.
Did Pisco just say that's primitive? Okay.
Oh, I have no way to give you maybe, sure, yeah.
That is, and what percentage is Casey Tron responsible?
2%. I don't care. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
So you agree, at a bare minimum, Casey Tron, as I understand it, insignificant responsibility. Fair?
No,
2% is insignificant if it's a community of 20,000 people engaged in a behavior? That's like saying, oh, I only have 2% equity at my company. Wow, you got fucked. What a 2% equity? You basically have nothing. Who do you work for again? Amazon? Like, what a you think 2% is high? This is like such a layman, civvy, retarded 15-year-old take. 2%? That's not high.
Missing the point. There's a shared culpability, friend.
No, but so first of all, I don't even accept that we would apply the culpable standard to the actual act itself. We would apply a culpability to the failure to moderate and uphold the norm of moderating, but it wouldn't extend to the actual act itself.
Where do you think the norms of moderating come from? Like, excuse me, we might have laws against putting bullets in people's heads, but that has nothing to do with the cessation of bodily function and a person actually dying. The norm here only exists insofar as you might do something that results in a person's head being penetrated by a bullet, but that is completely, totally, and utterly disconnected from a person's vital signs cessation. Like, what are we talking about here?
But even assuming that we would, the notion that you would put 5 or greater percentage on a call that you have no evidence that she encouraged, no evidence that she knew about it, the only thing you have is chat comments that you can't prove she read. That have been provided in a video to you.
But that's risky, right?
All you have, and you're willing to say.
But that's risky, right? You said that was risky, right?
Hang on a second. So if she knew about it,
do you think it's 0%?
I am trying. Oh my god, this is crazy. So
you say my 5% is dumb. Do you think it's 0%?
For me, it's 0%. 0% culpability for that.
Wait, you just said a minute ago that if you don't moderate, there's a risk that someone in your audience could do something, right?
Correct. That doesn't mean that you're.
How could it be 0% then?
It's not. They're not the same. Wrong.
Oh, I'm being told to finish the clip. Hold on. There's more to the clip.
Hutch is like Hutch keeps like nibbling around the edges here. I don't think Hutch realizes how perverted Pisco's definitions here of duties and responsibilities are, because Hutch has not separated this out in his mind. I don't even know if I would catch this in the middle of a debate. I might get like totally hung up on this because it's just such a queer way of phrasing things that, like, excuse me, just because you fail in your duty to do a particular thing, that has nothing to do with the harm that might result in the failure of your obligation to do the thing. Like, where the fuck do you think the obligation came from, if not the harms that result from your failure to adhere to the obligation? Obligations and moral norms are, generally speaking, created due to the moral goodness they produce or the moral wrongness that they avoid. The reason why you ask consent before you have sex with somebody, and if you fail to do that, is because of the moral wrongness that could result from that. It's not just oh, well, you rape somebody. That has nothing to do with like consent. That's a totally different subject matter. Sorry, stop. Okay, I'm done. Stop. This is a fever dream. This can't be real. What happened to his brain? Is this the final stage of Destiny Derangement Syndrome? No, I'm just kidding. I don't understand. What the fuck?
It's not, they're not the same. Wrong.
Oh, I'm being told to finish the clip. Hold on, there's more to the clip.
Okay, go for it.
I already lost a clip.
Fucking jump scare. I'm getting jump scared.
I stopped like a minute in. Here, hold on.
I'm getting jump scared in this
We
game.
already have mold Mondays. Now we have shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses,
In one
it's
round.
very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching.
So I don't know if you're watching the same thing, but she's telling her audience that, she's strongly implying that Ethan's
Pharmacy.
children might die.
Very
anything.
No, one day's house is covered in dog
did she say?
shit,
What did she
and
say?
his
Can you
neglected children raised by
Like,
nannies
just
have
click to a
contracted
minute into the
parasites
video.
previously unknown to science from the
I don't
feces.
see any
I
video.
put it in the Discord.
Oh, okay, one second.
I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said, everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew, playing.
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah. Yeah. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How?
Watch that
Oh god, her fake exasperated voice. Ugh.
How is this
and try to tell me she's
happening?
0%, bro. There's no way.
Has Pisco not seen this clip? Is he about to fucking mentally morph himself even harder? No way. I'm sure he's seen all the associated stuff, right? Prepare? No, stop. Is she this performative in real life? She was nothing like this in real life, bro. No. But this was before she ever got involved in lefty politics. Also, the only thing you can spend cred on is the thing in that cred menu, right? Once you've got
I
it
feel
all,
see
there's
how
nothing
this
else.
is encouraging someone to call CPS.
Based. Let's go.
I didn't say that it encourages someone to call CPS. You don't have to. You don't have to
Help me
encourage.
out here.
Do you have to encourage someone to call CPS to contribute to the risk of someone calling it?
No.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to suss out for you is the mere, potential increase of risk. And I agree. I mean, like the mere fact that she's reporting, like even viewing the video at all, right?
Reporting
Even
on
in a
it?
critical lens might increase the risk of someone.
Oh my
calling CPS,
God.
right? Even if you were examining a video just to criticize it, right? Just to tear it apart. If you're a big enough streamer, that might contribute to a risk on net that you don't know everyone who follows you fucking wants it. So what I'm saying is there's
Like what Pisco just said there, if you just take a step back, sometimes I say this is true of all things. I used to only apply this to music, but it applies to all things. Take a step back and think about what you're saying, right? If a video gets produced with some misinformation or some harmful thing to it, you calling out the misinformation might be bad because then more people know about the misinformation. Like, what? Like, what are the principles that we're establishing here? So we just can't talk about harmful things ever anymore because the risk of us increasing the harmful thing is always going to be present if we talk about, like, this is just such a stupid thing to say. I don't know. Whatever. Good luck.
It's an obligation to moderate 100%, but that doesn't coextend to substantive. And here I'm not talking about legal, ethical culpability that I'm going to impose, some kind of ethical breach with respect to the substantive act that we're talking about. And the notion, and I'm going to lay it out here because I watched the whole clip, that you're going to give denims, as you certainly sit here, 5% or greater.
You came up with that number.
You bought it, right? So the fact that I said it, you didn't have to adopt that. You didn't have to say, yes, I agree more than 5%. You didn't have to say, you asked me, what do you consider significant? I gave you a number, 5%. And you said, yes. No one put a gun to your head, Hutch, that you had to accept that number. So for you, it's chicken shit right now. For you
No,
to
but
be
you're
like,
trying to box me in. I'm not thinking about these things in like percentage points, my friend.
Hello, Laggy.
I'm thinking
It's chicken shit that you won't accept. Hello? Are you okay? Why is he getting so fucking wound the fuck up? Oh my God. So much of his ego is like tied into this, like standing, I guess, of fucking Ethan. Has Pisco ever admitted that he was just factually and completely on the wrong about every single thing related to that weird Hassan defense for the TSA stuff? That Pisco doesn't know anything about international travel, doesn't know anything about security or TSA question and answer time, or didn't even have all the facts about the fact that Hassan's thing was revoked before he even came back. Has he ever admitted any of that? Because he was also completely 100% wrong on all of that.
I'm at a much more top level view of things. I'm not gonna tell you 2% for Casey, 5% for this. I mean, my brain is not working. Your lawyer brain is going there, and I'm not with you on that.
First of all, when I say significance, the 5% significance threshold, that's more of like a statistical. If anything, it's not my lawyer background. It's like my, I don't know, econ statistics background from undergrad. That I know that there's a 5% significance level, 1%, and so here I'm giving 5.
Do they use significance differently in econ than they do in like stats? Because statistically significant just means that we can say with I think it's generally a 95% confidence that the true value of a measured thing lies outside of the null variable or whatever. That's statistically significant. It has nothing to do with like, is it 1 away or 5 away or 100 away or whatever. Also, the thing that I just said is actually not 100% what statistical significance means. And I read a huge distinction on this, and I can't phrase it correctly, but more or less is for the layman's term. For my terms is good enough, okay? But, okay.
Percent, but no, I wouldn't even give 1%. So I'm being more generous and saying, okay, significant in this range.
I think
I guess I'm being less generous with 5%, but I just want to be clear. So I'm going to lay it out. So you got to let me lay it out. All right.
Okay. All right.
Because you did adopt it. Unless you want to come back and say I take back 5%. Are you going to say that?
I'm going to stick with it. I'm sticking with 5%. Okay. In fact, I'm saying it's specifically 5%. That's what I think.
Okay. The fact that you would say that Denham's deserves 5% culpability, not for failure to moderate and her norms with respect to her moderation responsibilities and her norm to
hold on. Wait. I'm going to say it's 5.25%.
Okay, greater than 5%.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. But how you're doing this right now sounds like you're kind of like being like you're trying to say that what I'm saying is ridiculous.
A little bit, yeah.
So what the fuck is your point with that? How would we assess significance in any other degree? How would we supposed to? So clearly you're arguing that they, because you're not going to say that if they have insignificant responsibility that they should be punished this way. Fair. So how else am I supposed to assess their culpability in relation to what happened?
Well, they're not being punished for their failure to moderate or for any of those things. They're being punished for their copyright infringement. So I don't know why Pisco brought that up, but we'll see if Hutch catches that.
You're trying to come at it from a direction of like you're hitting it with this like degree of specificity that I don't think I think you're using that to try to like weasel out of some pretty just obvious observations to make. Like,
True.
If you were in Ethan's shoes and you couldn't know for sure like from whose community this caller came,
you would do a shotgun blunderbuss approach?
Any reasonable,
regardless of their responsibility,
No, what I'm trying to say is any reasonable person in that position would have a shared kind of like animosity or sense of
Pisco, by you motherfucker. I would argue that Pisco, by the way, just intuited his connecting back there with your responsibility and the outcome. Because notice what Pisco just accidentally said there when Hutch was saying, well, you might not even know where this comes from and you might have no idea like who actually engaged in this bad behavior. And Pisco just said, well, wait a second, regardless of their responsibility, I feel like he intuitively or unintentionally there connected the action itself with the responsibility to moderate to prevent said action, but maybe not. Maybe he would have said something. I don't know. Whatever.
Blame to couldn't know for sure like from whose community this caller came.
You would do a shotgun blunderbuss approach?
Any reasonable...
regardless of their responsibility?
No, what I'm trying to say is any reasonable person in that position would have a shared kind of like animosity or sense of blame towards just the whole group.
Yep, that is true.
People who have insignificant responsibility? That would be reasonable?
I don't think there's anything
would it be reasonable or not, Hutch?
But this is what I think you're doing with like...
He should just do the fucking Nazi examples. Watch Vosh more. Vosh uses Nazis for everything, okay? Like, would we say that Hitler was responsible for the Holocaust? He probably, on his own, probably not. Probably a high degree of responsibility, yeah. Would we say like an SS officer had some responsibility? Sure. A German citizen? Maybe a little bit, yeah. A soldier? Like, people can have varying levels of culpability, and responsibility can be highly diffuse among a population of people. We can say a whole group of people's actions or inactions contributed to a negative thing. That is totally normal. It happens legally. It happens socially. It happens intuitively on an individual. All of us feel this way. It even happens on a on a very small, like psychological level with the bystander effect, right? Where the reason why when there is a person who's undergoing a severe thing, something bad is happening, and there's a lot of people around watching, the reason why nobody's doing anything is because you have an intuitive sense that the responsibility to do something must fall on somebody else. We would argue that this is a bad kind of sense where our intuitive responsibility comes in. People are like, oh, I don't know, somebody else is going to probably do something about this. I don't have to. So yes, this is like a super intuitive built-in thing that Pisco has to twist himself so hard out of.
You're using these words like significant and trying to get at these percentage points. Just like try to engage with what I'm saying without trying to specify it further.
Like a person in Ethan's position, given the fact that he can't pinpoint exactly
would be justified.
Who among the culpable parties is most responsible.
Would be justified in being angry at the whole group.
I understand what you're suggesting.
Okay.
But the question is, there's a minimum threshold. You wouldn't say that a person in Ethan's position.
But this is unquantifiable.
Oh my God, Hutch, let me fucking talk.
Okay.
So you wouldn't say that someone in Ethan's position
get to the point.
for them to, target someone who has like no culpability, right?
Sure. Like, yes, of course. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you would also, you would not accept that he target people who have trivial responsibility, whatever word you want to put on it, man.
I don't think but I don't think it's trivial. Bro.
There's a certain,
There's none of that.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's why you're asking for specific percentages. You did ask.
I know
you did ask, what do you mean by 5%?
What
did you mean by significant?
But yeah, exactly. But like, you're the one that's introducing these like individual values that we can't quantify. The point is, someone in here.
Well, what did you mean by? I don't actually know if percentages are ever actually legally defined anywhere. Like, there's a whole continuum of things from like reasonable suspicion to probable cause to there's something before civil liability. Like, civil liability is 51%, but after probable cause in between civil, I don't remember what it's called. There's another thing. I don't even remember where it's brought up in. But these things do exist. I don't know if legally, if it's written down anywhere. Like, I think the wording they use is like more sure than not, or like beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think, where's the lawyer guy in chat? I don't think there's like a legal writing where they say it has to be 99%, it has to be 95%. Like, it's just not really quantified that way. So it's weird that Pisco's like trying to hardcore push. Fuck this. What do I even have this shit for? On the percentage thing. Preponderance of evidence is 51%. It's a balance of probabilities. There's like, these are the ways that we've like come to understand things.
Ethan's position, I think, would be justified in being suspicious of everyone in the sense that like, like, I don't know who's committed, but it could have been any of them, and just being angry at like all of them. And certainly he was justified in feeling a sense of like what I would think would be like righteous rage that after the fact, it became a joke. It was like a joke to these people. And at best, it was a joke. At worst, the same creators after the fact.
Somebody said, no, they specifically don't assign a percentage, even in jury trials. That was my understanding. Like, even for, I don't know this. I don't memorize, but even for like probable cause, what is it, or reasonable suspicion? Is that like, they say you have to have like an articulable reason why you want to detain somebody and investigate or whatever. Like, there's like words that they use for it, but I don't believe they use numbers for anything on this. We might have like an understanding of about what the percentages should be, but it's not like written down. Like, oh, you have to be 22% for probable cause. You have to be 10% for reasonable suspicion. Oh, you have to be 98% for a criminal conviction. Like, these just aren't things that are written down. Okay.
Including more recently Taylor Lorenz, who was making a joke about it. Like, they thought it was like a source of comedy. Like, that would, I don't know about you, but that would make me, I would boil with rage if that was me. Like, that's not funny. There's nothing about that's funny. We're well beyond internet beef at this point. The government, you're in the system now.
Don't care.
You're asking yourself like, oh my God, are they gonna
move to strike is unresponsive. Let me repeat the question.
And I don't think it's trivial to mock that or make light of it or justify it.
Whether you think it's trivial on some other norm of being like respectful to people, after some tragedy occurs, of like, having some standard of decency, that is a separate inquiry as to whether or not their after, conduct behavior, like it violates some separate norm or standard of decency, separate from the act itself, right? Because I'll give you an example, right? If someone laughs at the fact that Charlie Kirk got assassinated after the fact, you wouldn't say that they're culpable for the act itself, and you would recognize that
it's such a different thing. Oh my God, it's not It's not comparable.
It's separate from extending culpability of the assassination itself. No, you understand that, don't you? Yes,
it would be a different kind of calculation.
Yes,
so like instead of right, but this is
the comparison would be if there was a community full of people that were talking about murdering him, and then somebody ends up murdering him, even if they don't come from that community. Like, if a killer came from my community, like, would I really just conduct myself? Would you really conduct yourself in the same manner? If somebody murdered someone, you found out that they were like a frequent viewer of yours? Like, the first question would be, okay, well, like, were they schizo? Were they crazy? But if you found out that they were like chatting with friends, like, well, no, like, Destiny said this and did that. And so, like, I felt like, I got to be the one to do it. I'm like, holy shit, guys. Like, no, this is not what we're doing here. this ain't it. And it wouldn't be, guys, if you go in and kill somebody, the problem is that the risk of non-compliance here of me moderating your guys' homicidal tendencies out of my chat is actually exceeding the risk of me getting moderation behavior on my channel if one of you guys goes out and kills somebody. So we need to moderate this. Like, no, be like, guys, what the fuck? I don't want you fucking killing people. Like, obviously, we're not going to be encouraging that kind of shit here. He's just crazy. He's like, no, don't care. Doesn't matter. None of that matters. Not relevant. Where the fuck is the pharmacy? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
This is a both situation. Like, all of those creators were, number one, saying that it was justified.
It's in there.
And number
Pharmacy, right
two,
there.
They
Boom.
were joking about it
You
after the
haven't-
fact.
I've been asking for people to present when one of these three creators said that calling
You
CPS
just
was
watched a
justified,
video. You just watched a video
in
where
which she never said that. This predates. So I just want. This is the logical entitlement of you. You agree that video edited in the way it was represented the courts, and it makes sense that it does. That this happened before
Sorry.
the CPS call. So she can't say you can't say that this is her justification of the CPS event because linear time.
Yeah,
correct?
that's the point. That's the point. This
do you
was
mean?
before. Like, okay, hang on. Let me walk you through this. Okay.
Wait, did Pisco not watch the whole video?
Did she did she agree with the claim that Bad Empanada was making in the video that Ethan's kids got Giardi because he was negligent?
She says that it's dangerous.
No,
She said it was
no.
dangerous.
She did she agree? Is what I asked.
I'm not sure that. Hang on, I'll rewatch it. So
I'll rewatch it too, because to me, she's very clearly saying like, "Oh, this explains so much," and da 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 da. Like she's very obviously agreeing with the claim.
So someone asked that, and she's reading from a viewer who
Protective
says
services.
it makes sense that he doesn't
And
care
more.
about Palestinian kids because he's negligent
No,
of his own.
no. Like it started like 55 seconds in.
Okay,
She's
maybe 55.
Ethan Klein's been up to. And every time I manage to find more
once a week I
and
look
more
into
terrible
what Ethan
shit.
Klein has been
This is
up
where
to.
Ethan tells a story about his family getting
And every time
Giardo.
I manage to find more
Now we have shit
terrible
Saturdays.
shit.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small
I'm
children.
not seeing what you're
I mean,
alleging.
much
So
like
what
many
did you
other
say?
illnesses.
Did she
very,
prove
very,
the
very
assessment
I'll give you the exact timestamp. Hold on.
Yeah.
dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay.
That's just
No
factually
problem.
true, though.
A
Is she saying
child,
anything wrong
A small
there?
infant that
Isn't
has
that just
no immune
factually
system
true?
shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said, everything that I said in this story,
When she hold on. So 144, she goes, What do you think she meant by that?
Wait, hang on. So this is all
145. Start at 130.
Hang
Start at 130, but then like
Not catching anything.
Okay.
So it cuts the first cut after 130. It goes to Bad Empanada.
Yeah.
No wonder it's covered in dog shit.
Mhm, yeah.
And neglected children raised but contracted parasites
she
previously unknown to science.
And she goes,
which by the way was
skip over all this.
apparently compiled by his crew. Playing
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
No
I'm
wonder
willing to
this
say
mother.
that
No
based on
wonder
that
this
reaction.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's Bad Empanada said that. She's kind of being cute and suggesting that Ethan is hiding.
Wait, hold on.
When I say cute, what I mean to say is I'm going to grant you something. Okay.
Okay. Oh, he's
Are you listening? I don't
You're
know.
so nice.
I'm listening, but I want you to. She keeps going, and it's pretty fucking important.
We listen to it.
No. But did you listen to the rest of it? She goes. She says.
It all makes sense now. It all makes sense.
She says, "No wonder." Da, 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 da. So she's like obviously granting that Bad Empanada's claims are correct.
Okay, listen. I think that she, by her tone and indication there, is suggesting that she probably is sympathetic to the view that this is neglectful. Okay, I think that's pretty much implied by her conduct. I don't think it's explicit, but here's what I'm going to ask you, Hutch.
I will accept that, but I think what you're saying
wait, hang on
is a
a
very
second.
mild interpretation of what she said. Because when she says, no wonder, da 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 da, that is her very obviously saying
She's
that
suggesting
she believed that what he was saying was correct.
She is suggesting that by her kind of like demure or kind of like little coy little thing that she thinks that there's something like either negligent or fucked up or that's like there's potential credence to what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to Hutch. Does taking the view that Ethan was neglectful in the contraction of Giardia, as described by Ethan, does having that view that it in fact was neglectful, if that is your view, does someone with that view who expresses that view, are they culpable?
Now I'm gonna do the lawyer thing.
As expressed by Ethan? Or was it as expressed by Bad Empanada's piece on Ethan? What do you mean? These are two different things.
Let me ask the fuck, Hutch. You won't let me fucking talk because you know it's absurd.
No.
It's absurd. Let me finish the question.
No, I'm gonna lawyer you. I'm gonna lawyer you, bro.
I am not moving. I am not going to respond unless you let me.
No, but you're
finish
doing the
question.
fucking. You can't take.
Nope.
You
Nope.
would hold on. Would you
You can
agree?
ask your question. So you
Would
presented that
you
to me.
agree?
I granted you something. My question comes first, Hutch, and then you can
You were
ask. and I will
full,
answer.
it
I've
flopped
answered
on the
your
counter?
Why are you, okay.
It actually
I will
takes
answer-
up
I will
a
answer your
fucking
question.
space in your inventory?
Okay, ask the question again. Ask the question again.
You interrupt me.
Ask the question again. Go ahead.
Is the expression of the view that one feels that Ethan Klein was in fact negligent with respect to the Giardia incident, does expression of that view on one stream give one culpability for a CPS call later on by some unknown party?
Oh my
In a
God.
vacuum, with no other factors, no, that alone would not be enough to convict. Okay, but you're familiar.
Not even close.
But you're familiar.
The ethical culpability.
Hold on, but you're familiar with the concept of like factors, right?
I understand
Okay,
factors.
so there's other factors. So like, it's her.
Like, There are just so many ways. This worldview would just commit you to so many stupid positions. We could challenge the very position that he had at the start of this fucking debate. Why the fuck should I care that other people might be harmed by being poorer than me if I sue them? That's not my responsibility. I don't have an ethical obligation. Why should we care about anybody's obligation to be truthful or not be truthful? Like if I say a statement that's not true, what is even the bad thing about the lie at that point? I don't know what the bad thing is about literally anything at this point. If he's saying that does he believe like in systemic racism, or like why are slurs bad, or is any kind of racism now tolerable as long as you yourself don't personally commit a bad act? Like if I call people slurs or say slurs, or if I am racist actually, or like a racist, like that's okay as long as you don't actually do it to another person because you have no responsibility, no culpability anywhere. Like it's such a weird line of. Like it would lead you down so many, it would commit you to just so many stupid pathways. He obviously doesn't believe.
Substantiating Bad Empanada's claim. Like she very clearly is telling her audience, oh wow, this makes so much sense now. She's very clearly saying that the claims
doing it, yes.
Very clearly. And then she also says, by the way, guys, this is really serious. His kids could die. And then also, hold on, I'm not done. There's one more factor, okay? Yep. And then also, there's hella people in her chat spamming somebody should call CPS. Now, would you agree that that is some level of possible culpability?
No.
No.
Okay.
Not for the action itself.
You're done.
The CPS call. That's unhinged.
You're done.
I think that she has culpability for that, merely that, for the CPS call, that's unhinged. And let me explain why, because we're going to get into it, right? So
you think it's a 0% chance?
We're not into it?
So that, I think, is a violation. One, I don't think it's necessarily negligent what you're talking about. Kids will do things and accidents happen, and I don't think that it shows negligence. I just want to be clear about that, they contracted a disease, all right? So I want to be clear that I don't agree that this is necessarily indicative of negligent behavior, just to be honest with you, okay?
With Ethan, with his family? Okay, yeah, I agree.
I'm just expressing. Why do you say I agree? Well,
but I don't know how we got there. What do we?
Because you're leading him down so many weird pathways, and you're obviously not committed to having a good faith conversation on this. So yeah, at this point, Hutch is probably reluctant to agree with almost anything. You've earned it at this point. I can't believe he said, "Why are you being so weird about this?"
Dylan, are you responding to people in your chat?
So the thing is, I'll say things, and people will distort everything I'm saying. So I want to be clear about where I stand. I don't think that the mere fact that your kid contracted Giardia, which Ethan states very strongly that he believes that his children have during the video, I don't think the mere fact that they contracted it, even through feces, even through dog feces, even through even a perfectly responsive parent, this kind of shit happens. And I don't think that you've shown negligence by the mere fact that they've contracted the disease. The reason I'm saying this, Hutch, because it feels like I need to justify everything I say to you, is to make sure people understand my view on whether or not this entails negligence. Okay. It's not my view that it entails negligence, but the notion that if one has the belief.
This whole conversation also just such a waste of time. Like, it really is. Like, at the very beginning of the conversation, they should have identified very early on. It's funny because Pisco was like, well, if you don't believe this, we can't have this talk. If you don't believe this, we can't have this talk, right? You should have just been like, you have no obligation to your audience to do anything. And when we talk about responsibilities or when we talk about obligations, if you fail to uphold those, that doesn't mean that you're committing anything bad or you have any responsibility for anything that results as a failure to adhere to those obligations. It's just you just do a bad and not adherent to the obligation, whatever the fuck that means, I guess. And then you should just end the conversation right there. Because there's no sane human being would ever agree to that. Pisco doesn't agree to that. He knows that's a completely morally and intellectually bankrupt position. It just immediately commits you to so much nonsense. It's just, there's no point in engaging. There's literally no point in engaging.
That it is negligent, and they express that belief that they say, oh yeah, that's negligent. Why? How could you I would never let my baby do that. That's just irresponsible parenting. That the expression of that view in isolation or in conjunction with the different things that you've said, that constitutes.
You should ask if he was negligent in that manner, and the children did contract LaGuardia, the airport, whatever the fuck, and died. Would you say that it's his fault that they died? Would you say that he has some moral obligation that he let his children die, or would he just be failing in his positive obligation or responsibility to not let his children contract diseases, but it's not connected to them dying whatsoever? Like, what? Stupid.
Culpability for some whack job later on who calls CPS. That is bizarre, untenable, totally fucked up. Not true.
It's not. It is totally true.
Standard to anyone else.
We apply this standard to everybody. We apply it to them legally. We apply to them ethically. We apply it to people familially.
It really just the different things that you've said, that constitutes culpability for some whack job later on who calls CPS. That is bizarre, untenable, totally fucked up, not true. And you would never apply this standard to anyone else. I mean, it really just boggles the mind that you think that independent conduct. Now they could be violating their own norms of moderation. They could be violating the
Your personal norms. We love to speak of that so much. Personal norms. I think we should have personal law, to be honest. I think there should be every individual citizen in the United States should have their own criminal and civil statutes all written up for each and every individual person. We should all have your own individual norms.
standard of decency with respect to other creators to give caveats, etc. But that is a different ethical violation than culpability for the act itself, which I want to get to. At some point, you'll let me put that out.
Well, now I want to like test your ethics here because okay, so for example, we've had there's been an example of a LLM that enabled someone's unaliving ideation, and then that person went on to unalive themselves. Now, the ultimate culpability for taking the decision to unalive themselves, that would be rest on the person, right? Like ultimately they're the one that made the decision, but like does the LLM and the software company that engineered that model have any culpability there?
Yeah, so what we're talking about is the context of products liability. And I think that you can make an argument that if the usage of the device itself constitutes an unjustifiable risk, such that we can reasonably foresee that this kind of shit would happen based on that.
Reasonably foresee. Now, if Hutch these are words. Oh, wait, so are we saying that foreseeability is an important thing that we might consider when it comes to doing an action and a bad thing resulting from that action, even if it's not necessarily causally linked, that there's some foreseeability there? Because that's a term that we use when we talk about assessing damages, or when we talk about legal culpability, or when we talk about, we would even say in regards to ethical culpability. Again, if I tell you, hey, walk down that hallway, I've got a friend who's going to give you a present at the end, and you walk down the hallway, and there's a hidden trap in the middle of the floor, and you fall through and die, I'm not culpable for that. Anyways, I didn't fucking know. But let's say that I know there's a trap there and I tell you to walk down. Well, and that's foreseeable. It's highly foreseeable that if you fall into the trap, you'll die. I don't know why I'm wasting my time talking about this. Okay, sorry.
I just think you're close to making that empirical case for this kind of conduct, and certainly not the conduct if it's merely negligent in the context of these kinds of statement. To like, if someone who's negligent on that, you're going to get a civil judgment or something. Again, we're talking.
But we're not talking simple negligence here, right? This would be like gross negligence or recklessness, or there are different qualifiers, and I think it even depends on the particular thing you're talking about when you talk about these different things, like negligence can be like an ordinary person just not paying attention to a thing, but like it wasn't super highly foreseeable maybe that a thing could have happened. But like if I'm not paying attention while driving, and I'm driving down the street and I crash into and I kill a kid who runs out in the middle of the street, that I don't think that would just be considered negligent. That would either be considered like gross negligence or recklessness or willful recklessness. I don't know if it's different for citations or not, but like there are levels of, because the expectation is while you're driving, you should be paying attention to this. And if you don't pay attention to this, it's obvious like what the outcome will be, right? Like I think if you were driving a tricycle and you drove over a power line and it caused a house to explode or something, that's not foreseeable. None of these things would be like, okay, well, would a person realize this is crazy, right? But like if you're driving a car, this is so, I hate. I'm done. Okay, I'm done talking about this. Okay, we'll just play it down. Just playing it down.
Kind of conduct, and certainly not the conduct if it's merely negligent in the context of these kinds of statement. To like, if someone who's negligent on that, you're going to get a civil judgment or something. Again, we're talking ethics here, so we're just removing it from its context. But I do acknowledge that there can be cause of action and culpability for negligence and stuff, but not when it's being like the causal chain here is being broken by the clearly culpable actors who do the bad thing here. And so, for example, I'll give you an example.
Like, what is a conspiracy crime ever? There should be no conspiracy to commit murder. I'm not killing him. It's not me doing it.
Let's say that you have some kind of inherently dangerous device. Okay, so you have a lawnmower that it contains a product defect.
How could he possibly? There is no world where Pisco can ever ground this out in an example, because it's always going to cut against him. Like what? Let's say you have a lawnmower and you ask your 3-year-old to go mow the lawn and they run themselves over and they kill themselves. Are you saying that you are responsible for them? Yeah, no shit you are. What do you think? But now he says has a defect that you have no idea it could have, that you're completely and totally unaware of?
Ice. Let's say that you have some kind of inherently dangerous device. Okay, so you have a lawnmower that it contains a product defect. Right? Contains a product defect, and it is dangerous to maneuver, and sometimes shit flies off. And then so someone is operating it and uses the lawnmower to kill their own kid on purpose. Would you say that that lawnmower, which has the defect, which could, cause the death of a child in certain circumstances, carries with it a risk? You would not, exactly, right? So
what? I don't even if somebody kills their child intentionally with a defective product, I don't think the car company or the company or the lawnmower company would be charged with murder. But if you have defective products that are causing harm to people, you can certainly be liable for damages that result from that. No? Well, I don't understand. That was a crazy analogy. Okay.
Cause the death of a child in certain circumstances.
No.
Carries with it a risk you would not. Exactly. Right. So you have to understand that there's this notion of in the damages context in law, again, but I think this also applies to our own intuitions and ethics. There's this notion of proximate causation. Okay. That in order to really feel liable for the kinds of things that we are talking about here, and we're talking about like big lawsuits and from an ethical perspective, but in the civil damages context, for whatever harm is being caused, that there's some kind of attenuation. And oftentimes the causal chain is cut off by the culpable conduct of other people. So for example, let's say that
oftentimes it is, but not only. Whereas the guy in civil litigation, the proximate cause of a bad thing isn't necessarily the only person, the but-for person isn't necessarily the only person who can be held liable for the thing. No? Like you can have a proximate cause, like, well, if this guy wouldn't have done this, nothing bad would have happened. But since he did do it, well, a whole bunch of other fuck shit that you did ended up happening, right? I don't think that, like, if somebody were to, I feel like this comes up most often when it comes to like poisoning food. Like if you want to prank somebody by putting laxatives in a brownie or some bullshit, and then they want to prank somebody by like giving the brownie to another person who didn't want a brownie or something, right? They didn't know it, like, it had laxatives in it. And that person has like IBS or some crazy Crohn's disease and they end up dying from it. Like, even though you're not the proximate cause, I'm pretty sure you could still be held liable. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. I'm trying to think if this would apply here. I feel like the strong example, the thing that popped in my head was drug dealers. If you sell drugs to somebody, the guy that killed, I shouldn't say killed, but wasn't he charged with, was it murder? Mark Miller? Or Millie Mack or Mac Miller? Who was the guy, the singer, whatever, right? If you sell drugs to somebody, you might not know that it's fucking laced with fentanyl or it's just fucked up or whatever, and the guy dies doing it. You can still have like the super culpability there or whatever, and then the person who, anybody else, if they were to catch anybody else who would have made it, obviously would have it there as well. But what's the name of the guy who Fantano cried when he listened to his album? Mark Miller? Not Willie Mack, shut up. Okay, I need to stop. This is so stupid. I don't know why I'm even talking about this. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Mac Miller.
There are two actors involved in some kind of lawsuit, and one really, they did something horribly intentional and malicious. This notion of proximate causation, which is, I think, reflecting our intuitive notions of morality, that is going to, notwithstanding potential reckless conduct of others, we're going to see the cause and source of the harm as being too attenuated to track to the specific actor who was negligent but not intentional and malicious. And so that's what I'm trying to describe here, is no doubt that there potentially is some like source of negligence here, or some kind of bad statement that's made by Denims. I would agree with that. I even agree that like she is implying that she agrees that it was negligent. What you're failing to provide is a close enough proximity to the malicious conduct. You're not even close to ascribe the kind of malicious, intentional, culpable conduct that would justify these kinds of things and bankrupting people. I mean, I don't know how to reconcile what you just said with respect to culpability, and this idea that it's absurd to suggest that she had any culpability. I don't know how to reconcile that with the fact that you called her negligent. And I don't know how to reconcile that with the fact
because in Hutch's mind, negligence, these concepts related to responsibility, a responsibility is something that if you fail to adhere to it, there's some moral failing of you, and you have some level of moral responsibility. We all intuitively know this.
But you said that by not moderating, you increase the risk of something happening. Like you seem capable in one moment of understanding that someone can indirectly like contribute to something happening. You seem to be able to comprehend that over here. But then when we get to the point where I say she's partly culpable, just like all those creators are, you fall back on this idea that it's preposterous to even propose
Let me build
that.
the case out. So, because clearly I'm not explaining myself well. You understand there could be different ethical obligations, correct?
Generally, like in life?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So like you have an obligation, in life. Like you have an obligation
Yes.
Not to infringe the rights of others. You have an obligation to take due care when you're driving the car. Okay.
Yes.
And a violation of one ethical obligation doesn't necessitate a violation of some other ethical obligation that is distinct, correct?
Yes,
so like
sure.
The fact that so when I say that you could have a self-standing violation of,
he shouldn't even own that, because that's not necessarily true. It does necessitate the harms that come after it. This is usually where think about the strongest obligations you have in life. Aren't the strongest obligations you have in life tied to the things that cause the most significant amount of harm? Like, think of the obligations that exist around like food or drugs. We have a whole administration dedicated to it. Or for diseases. Or think about the obligation you have as a parent to a child, or the obligation you have around sexual behavior, or doctor-patient, or lawyer-client, or therapist-patient. Like, the strongest obligations we have usually exist because if they aren't followed, they entail the greatest amount of harm. I don't know why I keep explaining this. Sorry.
Like the fact that so when I say that you could have a self-standing violation of an obligation related to responsible moderating, and that doesn't entail culpability for the specific act, what I'm telling you is the following. You have a self-standing ethical obligation not to pursue frivolous CPS calls or, harassing false reports to CPS or whatever.
I'm not talking about
listen to
Sorry.
a second to listen, all right?
All right.
So
you can be a little wordy sometimes is all.
He's very wordy.
All right. Ethical obligation number 1. Do not falsify maliciously or state things to CPS that are frivolous or not bases for genuine concern or something like that, okay? Or not sufficient. Ethical obligation number 1. Ethical obligation number 2. Do not needlessly increase risk by failing to responsibly moderate. I just gave you 2 different ethical obligations, yes?
Yeah.
Yes. And you would agree that violation of one ethical obligation does not entail in any way violation of both, correct?
No, not necessarily. Like nobody,
So
but
don't
nobody.
agree that
No, but
one can violate one, not the other, right?
Yes,
One
yes,
could,
yeah.
Not moderate responsibly and do the malicious call. One could do the malicious call and not responsibly moderate.
Yes.
These are not. They don't entail each other.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They're separate.
Okay.
So when I say there is a risk, yet they're not culpable for the violation of the ethical obligation, what I'm telling you is
Here's a question. Like, there are just, I'm sorry, it's so stupid. Do you have an obligation to moderate a chat room with nobody in it? Or do you have an obligation to moderate a chat room with one person in it? Like just your mom. Like, well, no. Why wouldn't we moderate a chat with anybody in it? Well, you could say, well, because there's no behavior to moderate, maybe. What about with just your mom in it? Well, maybe, like, because there's no harm that is going to result. There's nothing to moderate, right? Do you have a responsibility to moderate a chat room full of 2-year-olds who are just smashing their fucking keyboards? No, because there's no resulting harm that can come from failure to moderate here. Or do you have an obligation to moderate chat messages that can't be seen by other people? Well, no, because there's no communication of I don't know why I'm explaining this. All of your obligations, all of your moral responsibilities, all these are generally tied to some harm or good thing. Like, there's a reason why we have them. It's retarded.
they're perhaps culpable for something else, failure to responsibly moderate. But human beings and you and I see the culpability of that conduct as a lot less significant than the one person who intentionally, maliciously violates this obligation.
Hutch is going to agree because that's correct. We do see it as less significant, but it's still there. Pisco fucked up when he said that. He shouldn't have said that. Because Pisco has tried very hard to morph his mind into an insane pretzel here. But if he speaks too much, he'll give the game away because he kind of lets it go, right?
Responsibly moderate. But human beings and you and I see the culpability of that conduct as a lot less significant than
less significant. A lot. He's trying to downplay it a lot, but he didn't say there's no culpability there because the other person is committing the action. He's saying it's less significant. Yeah, that's true. We'd all agree with that, right? The person who called CPS is more culpable, and that's what Hutch is absolutely about to say. And then Pisco is going to backtrack this into, well, it's 1%, it's less than 1%.
The one person who intentionally, maliciously violates this obligation on the CPS front.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so
what I'm talking
the
about.
person who made the decision to make that call, that is
more
much bigger violation, in my opinion.
Yes.
Like that person committed
Pisco has to walk back what he just said now.
My contention is
than being negligent. But that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as saying that Denims has 0% culpability. Because if you acknowledge that creators wield influence,
I should have killed that person.
And if by not setting an example, they increase the risk of someone in their audience doing something, then they of course necessarily have contributed to that person.
They don't necessarily do that.
I'm good.
Merely,
Thank you.
So if I increase it, so I'll give you an example. All right. So this should be very intuitive. Someone says to this is an unfortunate example. Sometimes that we have to do these. Someone says to their daughter, their child, hey, go out into the bad part of town. I think you'll be okay if you go to the bad part of town or something, negligent parental advice.
Somebody told me about this analogy. This is just, this doesn't even check out. We can't even cash this out intuitively. Why is the big boy on the garage? Come on. What are we doing here?
Fair.
This is a very good analogy, by the way.
Yeah, it is a good one.
I'm glad that you know where I'm going.
That's where my mind was going too, by the way. Sorry.
Okay. Someone does something horrible to this person. They murder her. And someone says, Mr. Father, sir, you are culpable for the murder.
Culpable?
Do you agree?
No.
Partly, yeah.
But partly, it could,
I
yeah,
mean, that is
depending.
Insane.
If a father told his daughter, I want you to go to the bad part of town where people get raped and killed, and then the daughter gets
Goes
raped
there and
and
gets
killed,
raped
you
and
don't think
killed?
The father would have any culpability?
Ethical culpability for the murder.
Oh my God, he's so... He must know how fucking stupid this example is. Like, it's one of the strong, and it's funny too, because this example kind of hits on what I was saying earlier. Your strongest obligations, one of the examples I gave was an obligation of a parent to a child. One of your strongest obligations to your children. If you're giving advice to your children that winds up with them getting raped and murdered, what obligations exist?
All right, not because they contributed to a risk, for the murder. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand that the father in this situation didn't literally murder the daughter, but people would rightfully ostracize that father and judge him.
Say, yes. What they would say is, you're culpable for imperiling perhaps your daughter with bad advice.
Imperiling her, yes, with bad advice.
Wouldn't say that you share culpability in the murder.
Not legal culpability.
No, ethical culpability in the murder, okay?
But the murder...
Exposing oneself... Oh, okay,
hold on, but the murder in this situation, right, would not have happened if the father didn't give that horrible advice, right?
I understand that they're a but-for cause. Now, you have, just to be clear here, I understand in the example I just provided that the father is a but-for cause.
Because that but-for, I think is that... It's but-for is not necessarily proximate cause, but it's funny. He shouldn't have said but-for because he realized he cut against his own argument by saying that.
You haven't even shown in any respect that she is a but-for cause for the CPS call. You haven't even started.
No,
I just want to be clear.
I'm not making that claim.
No, wait. I just want to make the audience
claim.
that you haven't even started.
I'm not making that claim.
Wait. I just want to make sure the audience understands, right? So I'm just going to make sure the audience understands, right? This is not for you, audience.
Okay. Yep.
No one has even started to make the claim that Denham's, Casey-tron, or Frogan are but-for causes for the CPS call. Not even started. So an example, yes, for sure. The father is a but-for cause for the death of his daughter. We don't say in the typical course of analysis that the father is partly culpable for the murder of his daughter. What we say is he's responsible in negligence in parenting. He is, culpable for creating an environment where that type of thing could occur. What he's not culpable for is the malicious and unlawful killing of his daughter. Agreed? Yes or no?
Ethically, I do think he's culpable in this spot. I totally disagree. I mean, there's a different,
I don't agree.
Well, there's a different scenario that we could use, right? Like something more direct. Like what about firearm storage?
Oh,
right. Like let's say your parent has a firearm and they don't properly store it. And then a kid finds a firearm and starts using it like a toy, accidentally kills himself. Is the parent culpable?
I think that culpable for negligence and for creating an unjustifiable and substantial risk.
And you don't think that a father telling his daughter to go to a part of town where people are raped and killed would be a similar kind of logic?
The same logic applies in the course of the parenting advice. What he's not culpable for is the murder.
The
Do you understand
itself.
the distinction there?
No.
The murder.
I don't understand how these things are different.
Okay. So do you understand how society views death in the abstract?
Like in a very discrete sense, Pisco is kind of right. Like you don't really have necessarily you're not necessarily a murderer, but like people would say that you have contributed to some extent, even on an ethical level. Maybe would you say you contributed to the murder? Maybe not to the murder itself. You should have known better, but there's been a huge moral failing there, right? There's been a huge moral failing there. But it's also not necessarily analogous here because it's not like, oh, fuck, he should, because I'm trying to think, because it doesn't feel like the father would have the same culpability there as Denham's would. And I'm trying to think why, and I know why. And it's because Denham's was encouraging the behavior. What if we morphed the analogy slightly and we said, the daughter is going to a part of town that is like kind of known for being dangerous, and the dad is like broadcasting to his friends who are also kind of shady. Wow, my daughter went down to this part of town. Like, that's pretty shady. And who knows, something bad might happen to her. And then one of his friends goes out and, rapes her. I think we start to feel, I would say we feel a lot different, but even in the first example for the dad, we'd probably feel like you knew better. Why would you give your daughter such horrible advice? But in this one, I think we would definitely start to feel like, wait, what the fuck, bro?
Accidents in the abstract, the causing of death of someone else as generally bad, but they view murder as something horrific. You understand that?
Yes.
Someone dying, for example, of natural causes.
Yes.
Murder. Okay.
Yes.
So there are instances in which people can have culpability for the death of somebody, no doubt. Have culpability, and usually when we apply culpability, and this is another case that this totally fails on, only when you're failing to adhere to a substantial and unjustifiable risk. Okay, sometimes there are justifiable risks. Sometimes it's not a substantial risk. Let's say, for example, you tell your kid to go out into the good part of town, but for you telling her to go to the good part of town where she would be safe, it happened to be that the killer was there in the good part of town. You're a but-for cause there, but you haven't
I understand.
reached some kind. Okay,
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So just because you share potentially some culpability in the death of somebody, in the case in which you've done something unjustifiable and you're in substantially increasing risk, right? Not just moderate increase risk, substantial increase risk, right? You tell your daughter to go drive a car down to the fucking supermarket. Now you're increasing risk, but it's not substantial and it's not unjustifiable. So, but in the case in which you are doing those things, I'm going to finish. Let me finish. I know I'm wordy. You're culpable for increasing the risk. You're not culpable for murder. That's the difference, okay?
You're culpable, I think, partly culpable for your daughter dying. You're not, maybe, like, we're quibbling about the words here, right? But, like,
here's the distinction, Hutch.
Hold on, I almost had something there. Hold on,
yeah, okay.
you figured out where I was going there, right? So, like,
it's not clicking in Hutch's mind for the same reason it wasn't clicking in my mind for a second. It's because it's not a good analogy, actually. It's really not, because the father is not contributing necessarily to the behavior of the people who would be involved in raping the daughter. I don't know if Pisco picked this example intentionally or not, but it feels similar because you're doing something. There's a probabilistic assignment of a bad thing happening, right? The father giving bad advice to the daughter and Denham's doing something in front of the chat. However, in the father's circumstances, it's like negligent advice to the daughter, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's encouraging any of the bad behavior from the other people. Whereas in Denham's case, she isn't just being negligent. She's kind of like facilitating the bad behavior that Ethan is accusing her of, right? It's a different thing. It doesn't really work here. It'd be more similar like if Denham's gave a friend advice to go watch a streamer who was watching a bad empanada video and then they ended up doing bad stuff to Ethan. It doesn't work here.
Denham's, what you're saying is like literally not culpable for like the act of calling CPS, but if we're using this analog,
thing, right?
She
the
could
really
be,
bad thing.
She could be culpable for the fact that CPS was called.
Okay, so she could be culpable for the increasing the risk on that and the fact that it was called. Here's the problem: you haven't even begun to make the empirical case for that, and that's not. So the reason that people are
begun to make the empirical case for that, like you could, there's no responsibility in any public messaging ever in Pisco's world. Then that must be the case, right? There's no responsibility ever.
Mad is the malicious aspect of it, the incriminating conduct, the call to CPS, not the fact that you've increased the risk minimally, that there's a potential risk, right?
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Oh my God, I really am trying to explain.
Well, you're filibustering, bro. Every time.
Oh
like,
my God.
There you are. Like, so.
It's not even that you could say filibuster. He's just bad. His explanations are very long-winded for no reason. And it's a little painful. Yeah.
Are you telling me right now that there is a 0% chance that someone in Denham's audience called CPS?
No, I'm not saying that.
So she could.
Did you understand? So when you said could, you're going to say logically possible.
So
did you understand
stop. So she could be partly culpable for CPS having been called.
No, not in my opinion. No, unless by what you mean.
You just said it was not 0% though.
Culpability does not totally turn on whether or not someone happens to emerge from a particular causal pathway in which they come from the community.
That's true, though, but that cuts against you. It doesn't matter if it came from her community or not. What matters is if she was encouraging the behavior that ultimately led to it, even if it didn't actually come from her community. But that cuts against you. Is he going to realize that halfway through the sentence? Hold on.
Or not.
Though.
Culpability does not totally turn on whether or not someone happens to emerge from a particular causal pathway in which they come from the community. Culpability relates to someone's actions at the time that they're taken. And at the time that she takes these actions, that's the time at which we analyze whether she did a bad thing, correct?
Of course.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
At the time she takes the action, that's the point at which you have to analyze the culpability of her conduct. At the time she says that, is there a significant chance in your mind?
No, it's not significant. No, don't add that word. I didn't say that.
So when all you say is
it wouldn't even necessarily be significant. It was an easily avoidable chance, right? You knew there was a significantly increased chance compared to what it would be otherwise.
Is there a chance?
Yeah.
That's trivially fucking true.
There's
a chance someone interprets your words.
No.
The people are fucking crazy.
God.
It's not trivial because
chance is logical
so
chance.
cringe.
That's not crazy.
It's not trivial because we can't know. And so in the absence of certainty. Now, if Ethan knew for sure whose audience that person came from, and it did come from one of their audience, okay, surely you would agree, like the fact that that CPS was called like within a week of that stream, and she wasn't the only one watching that. So it came from that space of the internet. Would anybody even deny that? Like,
is there a chance that it came from? Is there a chance it came from your community, Hutch?
Sure. Yeah,
so
sure.
You're just as culpable as on it?
Do you think that the chances are anywhere close to the idea that it came from one of their audiences?
I don't know. I mean, do you have an intuition for that? My intuition.
I have an intuition. Yeah, I don't think it came from my audience.
My intuition
is that, like, it's probably more likely on the margin that
on the margin
it comes from one of these particular communities.
Yeah.
The point is, the mere chance that it comes from a particular community isn't enough for you to say that there's culpability. No, so hang on a second. You acknowledging that there's a distinction between the risk factor with respect to you versus Denims is you acknowledging that significance of risk matters, and that's why you can't ignore significance of risk. When you say I don't want to talk about significance of risk, well then you're just not playing the same game, because by your lights,
it's not. I don't think it's significance though. It's like foreseeability and avoidability or whatever, right? Like if I were to hang a giant guillotine across the street and it were to spin like once, per night at 3 a.m., like the statistical chance of it hitting some car driving by is probably close to zero if it's like a small town and nobody's driving by. But if somebody happens to be unlucky and they happen to be driving by that one day and they get killed, like you can't use the argument, well, the chances are 0.00001%. It's like, well, no, you directly contributed to the environment that would have caused this to happen. It was incredibly obvious. It was very foreseeable. Your behavior directly contributed to it. It was easy to see that was contributing to it. Like, what? This is just dumb. Okay.
Significance of the risk doesn't matter. You and I are both culpable because it's possible, I guess, it's something we said triggered some fucking crazy person. So you need to talk about significant risk if you even want to get close to culpability.
I just want to get, like, because I feel like it's been 2 hours now about, like, we're trying to get what we're ultimately trying to get at was Ethan justified in being furious with these creators collectively? Like, that's the point that I'm trying to get at. That's like what this conversation is all about for me. I'm trying to, because hold on. Because we're trying to unpack, like, whether or not Ethan's actions were justified or they fit what happened. This is like basically what we're trying to get at here. And in a situation like this, where you can't know and you'll never know, there's no way, unless the person came forward and admitted it and said whose community they came from, you just can't know. Yep. And so if you're in Ethan's shoes and you see a pool of, I'll make it up, like a dozen creators, and they're all making light of the situation, tacitly encouraging it, justifying it, making jokes about it, but you can't know which one specifically it came from. The point is, it could have been like any of them, plausibly. It could have been any of their audiences. And so in that moment, I understand being angry with, like, everybody. At the very least, I mean, surely you
understand. You mean like you can understand his human emotion?
I would understand. No. Beyond an emotion, I can understand in that moment wanting accountability, wanting to impose consequences for that violation done to me.
The question, Hutch, isn't whether you understand the feeling or wanting it. The question is it right to do? Is it right to file lawsuits in this context, or to do whatever act that we haven't even breached yet and talked about, if you're not sure whether a particular person is culpable for the action, or is either, for example, intentional about what they're doing, or significantly increasing risk, right? Would you ever say that it would be justified to do something like otherwise bad or malicious towards
From now on, by the way, if you ever wanted to murder somebody, just take 10 friends, randomly randomly assign a bullet to you, and then shuffle the guns around, and then all 10 of you show up and shoot at the person you want to kill at the exact same time. You don't know who shot the bullet. None of you can be charged with a crime, and you can't feel bad about any of those people because you don't actually know who fucking killed them. You'll never find out about it. That's Pisco's world.
Individual who doesn't have evidence that they intentionally increase risk or try to do it, or B, no evidence that the risk that they imposed was significant. No, you wouldn't. You have to examine the quantum.
We
risk.
literally did increase risk.
I think,
but this is.
I think we evaluate responsibility.
Yeah, way differently. Yep, every human being does. Well, no, even Pisco doesn't agree with any of this.
So, just to be clear, is it your position today that?
Oh my God! Here comes
significantly increase.
Here comes the worst misstatement of all the arguments of all time. Here we go. Is it your position today that red is better than the color blue? Yes or no? Oh no, actually that would make sense because it's actually a yes or no question. He wouldn't even ask that.
Is the risk that someone called CPS?
Yes.
In virtue of what?
In virtue of why are you asking me this question?
In virtue of what?
It's the three factors. It's the three factors. I'll say them again though. Do you want me to say them again? I already said this. It's the three factors. Yeah. So number one, she platformed the Bad Empanada video and co-signed his claims. Co-signed onto them and expressed very, in my opinion, explicitly that she agreed with the claims. She then said that Ethan's kids might die, and she saw people in her chat making a call to action to, like, somebody needs to call CPS, and she refused to moderate. That to me,
do you have any evidence that she saw those? Do you have any evidence that she saw those messages? Do you have evidence that she saw?
Didn't she fucking read one? Isn't that part of what they were going? Now we don't even know if she. What's going on over here?
Yes or no?
No, we'll say no.
So you can't know that she was refusing to
Oh
moderate.
my
Tumblr, right?
god,
She
dude.
constantly stares at chat. It's like a meme with her. It's constantly stares
You
at
just
chat.
said on your
do you
own
think
lights,
it's
you're not aware
do
that
you
she
think
saw
it's
the message.
plausible? Do you think it's plausible that she wasn't looking at chat at all? Had no idea what was going on?
If by plausible you think that it's reasonably likely, yes. I mean, I don't look at chat. I haven't been
Reasonably
looking at
likely?
chat.
No, come on.
But based on, in virtue of what? That you know that she like steadfastly, intentionally refused to moderate. Are you
Have
telling
you
me that
watched her
every one of your
content? Have you watched a
messages?
lot of her content?
No, I haven't fucking watched it. Most
Hang
of
on
it,
a second.
No.
This kind of blows my mind. I've watched a lot of Denim's content. You're saying you haven't watched a lot of her, like at all? Like at all?
Nope, he has no idea. He didn't even watch
No, I
the
haven't watched
fucking
a lot of
clip
Denim's
that you guys were arguing
Why are
about.
you speaking so confidently on this
Exactly.
stuff?
He
I don't
didn't even have the
understand.
original
Why are you
clip.
giving your opinion about like what doesn't
True.
seem likely to me if you don't know anything about her content?
True.
So
Yikes,
there
super
usually
true.
is a
Oof.
requirement, right? If you're going to make a case that she intentionally, it's your claim, isn't it? That she intentionally refused to moderate those calls to CPS. Isn't it your burden to show that? Is it your burden?
I'm just a
Is it your burden?
just a
Is it
little
your
lost.
burden?
I'm just hold
Is
on.
it
I'm
your
just trying to
burden or
process
not?
what
Oh
I'm
my
trying to
God.
figure out.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
You can make all
Don't
these
you
appeals
think?
to, like,
Don't you
yes
think
or
it would
no?
help you in these conversations to spend some time like familiarizing yourself with these people, their character, their content?
Is it your
You
burden?
don't think that's
When
relevant
you
to
have
the
a claim.
analysis?
So if
She
you make a claim, if you make a claim,
constantly
is it your burden?
stares at chat and interacts with chat. All
Do you
like,
constantly stare at chat? Do you constantly stare at chat and respond to it?
yes,
Do you read everything that the chat says?
not all the time. No.
Okay, so in virtue of the fact that someone tends to
If
look
I'm
at the
having
chat
a conversation with you, if I'm having a conversation with you, but if it's just me and chat and I'm watching the video,
And
I'm
somebody says
constantly
something
watching
disagree
chat.
with. Yeah, but then Hutch will call things out that he super disagrees with.
Tends to look at chat. Don't you have an additional
Oh
burden
my
to show that
God.
they actually disregarded, this risk?
So
and that they
your
actually
whole-
saw it?
There's such a
Wait,
crazy. This
I'm
is
here
a
with
joke,
Hutch.
dude.
Hutch,
This
did
is
I
such
see
a
it on
joke.
chat?
Joke.
That's what you're saying?
This is
Hutch, I
not
asked
real,
the question,
dude.
Is it your claim or not? And do you have the burden? That's the question.
I'm
You
not
haven't answered
interested
it.
in this line with you.
Yeah,
I'm
this
not
is
interested in
retarded.
line
You
of
shouldn't be
questioning.
interested.
It's preposterous.
Because it's fucking
very
retarded.
preposterous. Because you're
It is preposterous.
You're trying to weasel out of, like,
You don't have a burden.
I don't think you should have such confident opinions when you don't know
True.
anything about these creators.
True.
Who
That's
made
my
the claim?
point.
True.
Wait, who made the claim? Did you make the claim that she disregarded and intentionally?
It's not about who made the claim. It's the fact that you showed up to contest the claim. And now you're saying that Hutch has an obligation to make the case to you. We can do another legal analogy. Imagine you show up to jury duty on the last day of the fucking trial and the fucking prosecution has asked you to convict some guy. And you're like, oh, well, I don't know anything about this. Have you even made the case? It's like, yeah, motherfucker. What do you think we were in fucking court for 2 weeks for? You weren't fucking here for. Why the fuck are you here trying to make a decision on it? You're the one who asked for the conversation. What's wrong with you? Not to mention the fact that Pisco's been having this fucking debate for months now. How can you not know any of the underlying factual stuff?
didn't moderate, or did I make that claim?
Why
Among us
wouldn't
made the
you
claim.
familiarize yourself with her? Out of
Hang on a
curiosity.
second. So, between us, who made the affirmative claim?
No, I want to move past this. I want to move past the other
I
thing.
don't touch. I'm not going to move past it because you're making a claim and saying that I'm doing something weird by not watching all of Denim's
Because
comments.
you've said it
you know,
before, though.
content.
You've said it before. Like, you made this conversation
This
about.
is so
Simple
wild,
question.
dude.
You
As
made
between
this
us,
conversation about.
As between us, who
I
made the
don't.
claim
I
about
don't.
Denim's
I'm not
intent?
going to go down this road with you. I'm not.
I'm not
So,
going
like,
to not go down this road.
You made this conversation about like whether or not his actions were justified or appropriate, like an appropriate response to the stuff that they did. You'll say that in one breath, but then you'll also say that you don't really know much about the creators or what they did. It's like, why wouldn't you take the time to like look into that first, though? I don't understand.
Hang on a second. So this is an inartful thing that you're doing. The mere fact that I haven't watched all of Denim's
it's
content,
important.
All of his-
Wait,
all the
hang on.
content?
The mere fact that I haven't, so I'm just gonna.
Super bad faith indicator. When somebody is always rephrasing what you're saying in like the most bad faith way ever, do you really think that, wait, are there goodies up there? Are we really going to take the position that Hutch thinks that Pisco needs to watch all of Denim's content? Really? Seriously?
Address what you just said. I am going to go back to my line, so you haven't distracted me from that. The mere fact that I haven't watched all of Denim's content, or all of Casey Tron's content, or all of Rogan's content, that is not any contradiction between me and my opinions thus far. Can you identify a contradiction or some kind of thing that doesn't make sense on that view?
Well, you see.
Like identify a logical contradiction? No. But it's pretty fucking retarded to show up and have a strong opinion about a thing you don't know anything about and then demand everybody else there make the case to you. In fact, I'm trying to think philosophically even. Pisco might actually be the one making the positive claim here. I don't think that because the thing is no, because you have a no and it doesn't necessarily make it, I don't believe. A positive claim, I think, is just the argument, and then the negative claim is the negation of the argument, right? So theoretically, if Pisco challenged Hutch to the debate and Pisco were to tell Hutch, I'm here to argue today that Denim's did not engage in this behavior, that's still a positive claim. And then the negation of that argument is on Hutch. But for Pisco to claim that he hasn't been given enough information by Hutch because Hutch didn't make his claim, my understanding now, it could be that Hutch is the one that challenged him to the debate, I guess. But if Pisco's the one that made the challenge, Pisco's technically the one that is making the positive claim here. He might just be confused because he thinks positive means saying yes or is, and negation means saying no or is not. But that's not necessarily true from positive claims or negations of positive arguments or whatever.
Seemed taken off guard.
Can
when
you or
looked at
can
the,
you not?
Like
Can you or can you not?
you got taken off guard when you were watching.
You just made an additional claim. You just made an additional claim.
Like,
you said it was weird.
Generally speaking, though, you don't think it would. Generally speaking, though, you don't think it would behoove you to like familiarize yourself with these creators and what they said and did during that time. You seem to have not like looked into it very much, but you also have these strong opinions about Ethan and the severity of like what he did compared with what he was responding to.
For the scope of my claims, I believe I've done appropriate research for the scope of my claims. I haven't made broader claims that would require me to do.
You didn't even watch the original clips that were the things that Ethan was the most mad about. You haven't done any of the work to familiarize yourself with any part of this.
The kind of research that you're talking about.
But are you not claiming?
Hutch. I just answered all your concerns.
Are you not claiming that he is taking it too far?
Oh my God.
I just answered your claims.
Are you not claiming that he's taking it too far?
I just answered your concerns. Did you make a claim about Denham's intent or not?
Yes. I think to any reasonable person who is familiar with this situation and familiar with her, I think any reasonable person would come to the conclusion that she did see what was going on in her chat.
So is it your burden to demonstrate that?
Not to catch you up on every fucking thing that has gone on here, right? Like imagine people's like, I don't even know what live streaming is. You haven't demonstrated to me that people can actually connect with internet connections around the world and watch a stream. Like you haven't even shown that to me at all. That's even possible. That the bandwidth exists for that, or that these people are even real life humans. Like, well, no, what the fuck? It's not like you're the one that came with the argument.
Beyond a reasonable certainty. I'm not here to try to convict in front of a jury. I'm just saying a reasonable person would come to the conclusion that she was watching her chat and she saw what they were saying. And her rhetoric here. I'll give you something to support the claim. Okay.
Hutch, no, Hutch. So first I want to establish it is your burden. You agree it's your burden to demonstrate your claim, correct?
The claim was Pisco's though. Pisco is confused here. He came with the argument and it is his burden to produce that and to justify it.
Who cares?
Is it your burden or not?
I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm actually physically tired right now.
This would go by a lot faster if you just acknowledge the obvious.
If you just agreed with every single thing I was saying. Oh my God. Pisco is also starting to end up in the Andrew Wilson territory. And maybe it's from debating Rob North so much. This is a thing that I say where there are certain people where like you just, when you deal with them, you don't feel like the debate is exhausting, but not like in a, God, I was wrong on so much shit kind of way, but more in like a, I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about kind of way. Andrew Wilson does this. Rob North definitely does this. And Pisco is more and more doing this. Cause like, how many hours has this gone on for? We started at 4. Has it been 2 hours of this? I don't know what the fuck we're even talking about. All I've known, I guess my only understanding up to this point is that Pisco literally doesn't think anybody has any obligation to any chat room or ever any, like no matter what, because you can never prove anything comes from any place ever. Like what a crazy, stupid conversation. And then now Pisco's screaming at Hutch because Hutch doesn't have on Rolodex every single clip that people have been talking about for a year. By the way, that Pisco is familiar with. He should have seen all of these, or he's heard Straighterade and Gisticle and Doobie tell him, I guess, what's in the clips, but Jesus.
You're trying to do these lawyer tricks. You're tricking me.
No, it's not a lawyer trick because this is a retard. This is a Redditor trick. This is a retard trick. Not even a Redditor trick. This is just a fucking debate pervert trick.
Right. Yeah, you are. Any reasonable person thinks that she was looking at her chat and saw. Anybody. Okay, you can say, well, it was 100%. No, I don't know. 100%.
Are you saying that you assume it? Are you assuming it?
I think it's a safe assumption.
You could even make a strong argument. You have an obligation to. Didn't you earlier, you could twist it. You could say, Pisco, didn't you earlier say that a streamer has an obligation to moderate illegal content out of their chat room? If illegal content were to be occurring in their chat room, but they just weren't watching, would they have no obligation there? Would they have no moral culpability for the illegal content spreading in there just because they didn't happen to be watching? Do you need to prove that they were watching? Or is there a broad level of responsibility the content creator has to have over the chat? Isn't that why we have auto moderator? Isn't that why we have actual moderators? Like, isn't that part of the goal of getting people to moderate their chat? Is that they always have some kind of culpability or responsibility for what's in there?
Yes.
Are you so an assumption, in other words, is something that you don't justify? Fair?
I could be wrong.
Okay, but sure. You made a claim. So here's the problem, right? If you make a claim about a particular intent, and this is, by the way, not too dissimilar to what you say of me, right? Like, don't you say the same thing to me? You're like, you can't say you know Ethan's intent. You have to prove that. Like, and now when I come back with you and say, hey, listen, when you're trying to speak about Denham's intent, don't you need to show that? You're like,
yeah, but Hutch has demonstrated the intent there. You have nothing beyond spite and tankies to justify why you think Ethan had bad intent. Hutch's intent is like very reasonably and very rationally follows. It's super foreseeable what'll happen when you're watching a thing. She's literally watching fucking hate pieces hit pieces made by Bad Empanada, who's known, you yourself admitted, has a reputation for doxing people and everything else.
I don't want to answer that question. You made me tired. I mean, what the fuck?
Okay, do you think it's plausible that she didn't see anything in the chat?
By possible, do you mean logically
Plausible.
possible?
Logically
possible.
Well, do you think it's plausible that she didn't see any of that?
Yeah. So I think plausible is like, is there a decent chance she didn't see it? I think it's decent.
Okay.
Because guess what?
Okay.
The reason I have that intuition is because
I don't see every single thing in our chat.
That we don't see the entirety of our chats. Okay. And you would agree, by the way, between you and I, we don't see the vast majority of chats that come on our chat, correct?
The vast majority?
I most of the chat. It's only when I'm having conversations like that, like now, where I'm like really invested in what I'm watching. But at this point in my career, back when I was playing video games.
But hey, you want to know what else happens? You want to know what else happens though? Well, something that I'm willing to bet, and we can make another account. Don't do this. See how I don't want you to do it? I think so. I just said don't do it, right? You could even I bet if you were to go into Hutch's chat and you were to spam in Hutch's chat, we should all go murder Pisco. Hutch probably wouldn't even have to look at his chat. You know why? Because either one, a moderator who agrees with Hutch's views broadly on what the chat behavior should be would probably ban it, or two, everybody in chat would probably be saying, hey, we need a moderator. There's a crazy dude in here. Hey, we need a moderator. There's a crazy dude in here.
As fuck now. I barely look at chat. It wasn't that often. These days, I constantly look at both chats. And so does she, by the way. That's her whole thing. She's constantly interacting with chat. That's her pattern. That's what I know about her as a creator. Wait, hang on. I'm trying to support the claim, okay? Like, I know this about her as a creator, is that she is constantly interacting with her chat. Like, constantly. Like they are a big part of their content. Like some creators, like I don't know if Destiny necessarily does it in the same way. Like he interacts with chat, but it's like he's off doing his own thing. He's kind of doing his own react or whatever. Like not everybody works that way. She's constantly
trying to make a concerted effort to look at my chat, and I miss like 50+% of everything that comes up there.
You say it's plausible she missed it. Okay.
I don't believe that.
But even putting that aside, even if I granted it, Hutch, even if I granted that she bears culpability for failure to mitigate these kinds of risks, failure to moderate, it just doesn't extend to the act itself. That kind of thing, we don't have that normative intuition that a failure to adjust for risk, that this is a substantial risk that based.
You're so fucking wrong, and it's such a lie. I wonder how is he like an evil fucking piece of shit now? Like he's just lying. We don't have that intuition. We have this intuition so strongly, people blame themselves for things that they don't even have any culpability over. How many times is a person like, oh, like I wish I would have said goodbye to my mom or dad, or like I didn't see them on the last day and I'm worried that they might have been upset or whatever, like before they died of some disease or whatever, or like, oh my god, like I shouldn't have let my daughter or mother or father or whatever drive to the store this day because it was raining and they got into an accident and they died. Like people will feel culpability over shit they genuinely is not really their fault. That wasn't foreseeable at all. Oh, I should have stopped him. He was running late for his flight and so he caught a different flight and that flight crashed. So it's my fault that he died. To say that we have no intuitions here at all is fucking crazy. All of your intuitions are completely in the opposite direction. He's trying to speak unreality or fantasy or delusion into reality. It's insane.
These kinds of risks, failure to moderate, it just doesn't extend to the act itself. That kind of thing, we don't have that normative intuition that a failure to adjust for risk, that this is a substantial risk, that based on this content, someone's going to call CPS. You couldn't justify that, man. You couldn't justify that there's a substantial
risk. Where's the Django warehouse, by the way? Somebody tell me.
That someone, as a result of that, is the natural and probable consequence of that is that someone calls CPS. It just isn't tailored to it.
I can easily justify putting myself in Ethan's shoes. And looking at the whole space that dogpiled and joked about it and egged it on and justified it, I can easily justify in that moment feeling like they all share culpability for contributing to that, to their collective audience's culture of like,
but that's a separate
unrivaled levels of like, we're beyond hostility at that point. It was one of the most like vicious pylons I've ever seen in my entire career, going back nearly 2 decades.
The lefties do that to you.
Not like, listen, I've been on the receiving end of some vicious shit and nothing came close to what the Kleins went through. I mean, do you acknowledge?
Why can you climb a barbed wire fence?
Do you acknowledge that the act of like, hold on, let me ask you a question.
I've already done that. Yeah, CPS is bad. That's why
now I got a different question.
Why are you talking about it? And yes, I did say
that. All right, I have a different question. What do you think is worse? Like, what do you think is a more significant action? The lawsuits or the CPS?
Calling CPS vindictively and maliciously.
Oh, okay, that's good.
But that's not the question. The question isn't.
It is though.
Between these. No, it's fucking not.
Because Denims and Caseytron didn't call CPS.
And even if, by the way,
they're all culpable in my mind.
Including yourself, right? Because there's a chance it came from your community.
Oh no, my God.
Listen, like for egging it on, for making light of it, and for joking about it. They're all culpable. They fostered that community. Culpable. Yeah.
So I'm so pleased that I'll see this. You applying the standard to liberals. You apply the standard to all sorts of creators who have, let's just put it modestly, less than stellar reputations and actions when it comes to moderation of their communities. Just to put it mildly. I mean, like
I've called those people out. I've called them out.
I don't even know like why the shit-eating grin Pisco has on here. The worst communities are all the ones that he's a part of, that he's constantly giving cover to. Like, I don't even know what the implication is there. He's part of the worst communities and he supports the worst communities on the internet. So I don't know I don't even know what the implication is there. Like, there's not going to be anybody worse than the people in his corner.
That they're culpable. So if someone crazy does something to Pisco because they say that he's, whatever they say, you're going to be like, oh, all these people who are making false claims and piling on Pisco, these people have collective responsibility for the murder of Pisco. You would never say that.
Surely you would agree that when we're talking about like politicians, that kind of culpability, that would be spread out like amongst hundreds of thousands of creators and
you
people
can have
with
it shared,
platforms and
sure.
influence. It's a little bit different in this situation when we're talking about
the Republicans' argument about Charlie Kirk, that after the fact, the Democrats are fostering communities where they're doing things that with their natural consequence is it causes crazy people to. So I just want you to know this entire thing. I've been trying to show you that the standard you're applying is the conservative standard on Charlie Kirk.
No,
and you just said it perfectly. Yes, it's scattered across. That's the Republicans' theory for why Democrats deserve culpability for all these crazy lunatics doing crazy shit.
If you
just described it, man.
If you think I'm being inconsistent, you should just ask my chat. What was I saying about people that were making jokes about Charlie Kirk?
You were not saying they're culpable for murder. You were not saying that.
No. What I was saying was...
You weren't saying that, right? You weren't saying that, right?
No, but that's not what I was saying. But like, again, this is not analogous at all. But what I was telling my chat, like that day, the day after...
But keep in mind, the reason why he wasn't saying that was because none of the chats or people that Hutch was criticizing, my guess is, even for mine, even if I'm being unhinged, I'm not out here, even in my most unhinged, I'm not here saying like, guys, we need to go kill conservatives. Guys, we need to start killing people. We got to kill Charlie Kirk. He's going to kill everybody, right? So Hutch wouldn't even have anybody to make that criticism to. However, if I was out here saying, guys, we need to kill more conservatives, guys, let's go kill conservatives, and then somebody went out and killed a conservative, you think that people like Hutch wouldn't look at me or my chat and be like, Destiny's contributing to this? Like, I think there's some culpability. You think he wouldn't say that? Like,
after, like, I didn't find any of the jokes funny. Like, I was telling people that this was a time for everybody to...
I don't agree with the jokes.
Right. No, but that's me being consistent, though. I'm saying, like, we all have a...
You're not calling them culpable.
No,
you're not...
No, so, but you would be culpable in a much more abstract sense of contributing to that kind...
How do you even argue against someone who goes against basic human intuition strongly? I mean, Pisco's good at like the word games. I guess in a way, Pisco's kind of like devolving into Rob Noor or Andrew Wilson. I don't know if it's because he spends a lot of time in those spaces with those people, but like he's like very verbally fluent, very verbally adept, right? So he can navigate a conversation very well. He's not getting like twisted in his words or hung up on things. And then conceptually, in some ways, it takes even more brain power to lie because you have to keep track of like so many unintuitive concepts. Because Pisco's had to twist himself in knots to maintain the absurdity of these fucking arguments. So like it's not like he's stupid. It's just very, very, very hard, I think, in the moment to call these things out. Yeah.
Let's be concrete. And the only reason that I'm picking on Destiny here is simply because he has the most, like, spicy takes.
I called him out.
No.
So
here's the question. I'm not saying did you call him out or not. Don't confuse the issue such. And I'm not going to get confused by it. So just be clear. Is Destiny culpable for the murder of Charlie Kirk because he joked about it after?
I don't even I've said multiple times. Like, has Denham's ever said a single time nobody should ever be calling CPS on anybody? Has anybody ever said that? This is like a brain rotted. This is like a mind fucked take. He must be getting mind fucked by somebody. I wonder if he's being blackmailed. Or this is like he's just out. This is like the most brain rotted shit. Jesus Christ.
Word in ways that you find reprehensible. Is he culpable for the murder?
No, of course not.
Okay, so the mere fact that you're part of a collective.
No.
But I'm not calling people to kill him. I'm saying the exact opposite of that, and I've always said the exact opposite of that.
That jokes about it after the fact, makes light of the murder, does some kind of funny memes about it. That is not enough to satisfy culpability on this shit.
No, but even what I'm not talking about, like, so there's culpability for like a shared responsibility for fostering communities where this sort of behavior is encouraged and celebrated and joked about. Like, that's one thing. And then there's like culpability for the act itself. And then there's like joking about it after the fact.
Point, Hutch.
And like all of these things. But I'm saying all of these things are relevant considerations when we evaluate. Was Ethan justified in taking extreme actions?
I totally agree. But here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. The culpability for failure to moderate, the culpability for failure to making light of stuff, right? And when you shouldn't do it, it's being conflated with the malicious act of the call itself. That's the sneaky part.
I'm not
That's the part that doesn't.
but I'm not complaining.
Whether you are or not, people are, and they're saying, well, and you almost did. I actually think you did it here by saying, well, don't you acknowledge by failure to moderate? You acknowledge that there's some culpability there, therefore there's culpability for the actual act. No, we cannot conflate these. We really can't.
I don't. I'm not conflating it. I feel like you're trying to do this thing where you're conflating it to try to like make the point that well, it's absurd to say that they're responsible because ultimately it's up to the person that did it. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like if you are irresponsible in your lack of moderation, in your own words, increase the risk of someone in your audience doing something like that.
You're responsible for that.
Yeah.
If that conduct doesn't rise to a certain level of significance, it's negligible, right? So you need to make right. It's not enough to say you increase the risk. You will accept as such. It's not enough.
It's not trivial. None of this is trivial. I don't think any of them have clean hands in this situation.
That's not my point. You would agree, wouldn't you, that raising the risk minorly isn't culpable conduct, right?
For the act itself, literally according to your standard, no. But you have contributed. In my opinion,
I'm not asking on my view. On your view. If you raise the risk, just
see. He's like, I'm not even tearing these apart individually because they're all just dog shit. If you raise the risk even a little bit, or if you raise the risk just a little bit, you wouldn't say that you're culpable here, right? The risk raising part here is, in my opinion, is 100% tied to the intentionality of the risk taking. Right? If somebody tells you, hey, could you go to the store and buy some groceries? And it's like snowing outside and there's just like a whole bunch of like extra risk factors, like things that maybe the person's not even aware of. Like at the end of the day, they would have basically, unless they knew the person like couldn't drive a car or something, they would have, you don't do a risk analysis there. But if somebody like knew that somebody had just taken like a Benadryl PM or whatever, or what the fuck is it? Some cough medicine, and that they were really kind of like sleepy and they didn't drive well on it. And the person asked them like, hey, because they really didn't like this person. And they were like, hey, you should go to the store and pick up some whatever. And the goal there is to get them to die. Like even if the risk increase is slight, you would have way more culpa. Or the other person wouldn't even have any, and you would have so much. Imagine if your husband was hunting a boar and you had the wine boy give him lots and lots of wine so that the boar ripped him apart with his tusk, and then he died just so you could live your incestuous life with your Lannister brother. Gods, I was a drinker back then. But it's just so stupid. Like, obviously the intent. This is why it didn't work earlier when Pisco was like, well, if you watch a thing, aren't you contributing to a 1% increased chance that somebody could watch the content and do a bad thing? Yeah, but that's not the intent. And it's obviously and clearly not the intent. And we would hope that we can somewhat map the intent onto the outcome. That if somebody is intentionally trying to do a good thing repeatedly, that good things generally will spawn from that. And that doesn't always mean that's the case. You could try to do a good thing and a bad thing might happen, or there might be you might offer to give somebody a drive to work and maybe your car has a bomb in it or something because you made an enemy in the mafia. I don't fucking know. That didn't make, you know what I mean. But these are dumb. These are stupid arguments.
The tiny little bit, that's not culpable conduct, is it?
Not necessarily, no, but like
it doesn't have to do. It doesn't matter if you're increasing the risk.
Is something okay?
Somebody said, "Did Denims ever say what you said here about the Charlie Kirk shooting?"
Also, just because there have been a lot of jokes and memes, just so that I'm absolutely fucking clear, I hope they find this dude and I hope they hang this guy. This guy's. It is absolutely unacceptable to be out and about assassinating people. Okay, that's wild.
True.
Same feelings I have about Luigi, I have about this dude. Not acceptable. Not okay. Not cool. Not epic, and not based. Just insane.
True.
They painted. There was a pipe that burst, and so they had to fix a bunch of shit and paint a bunch of shit.
Your governor is a smart cookie.
Oh.
He might not be trustworthy, but I liked him after that interview with Ezra. I'm just saying,
I've liked him for a while. Smart. Yeah, he is smart. He's very sharp. He's fucking super sharp.
But I know that was like that interview was Democrat porn, so I just want to.
Oh yeah, I was living out for sure.
Hutch, you're my boy. I'm not trying to meme on you or like insult you or anything, but it really, like, in order to
don't worry about me.
Okay. I'm not taking it personally. I don't take it personally. But I really want to emphasize that it's not enough to show some trivial risk, some insignificant risk. If you want to demonstrate that there's culpability in the context of increasing risk, in this context, maybe I would grant that there's some nominal duty to impose these kinds of standards of moderation.
I would actually even argue too, Pisco is so fucking disgusting in this whole conversation. I would even argue too that like Pisco's exact attitude here is the type of attitude that leads people to like doing terrorisms or being involved with groups like this, because people feel like they have no shared responsibility for bad things that are happening. They feel like nothing really matters at the end of the day, as long as they themselves aren't the exact person doing the exact bad thing, that there's no culpability, they're not really doing it. These are like the types of weird moral equivocations, or the types of weird the things that we do to convince ourselves that it's not a big deal or it doesn't matter that much because we're not the one at the end of the day to pull trigger. It's just such a horrible way to approach anything in life, politics. Like it's so crazy. This has just been an unbelievable conversation. Ugh.
On your own community, absolutely. But to race for culpability with respect to risk of the underlying act, you're going to have to show some significant risk increase there. And I don't think that you've started to make that case for any of the creators.
Super
like
bullshit.
Casey-tron? What the fuck? What is the evidence that Casey-tron contributed to this?
She was justifying it and joking about it just the same. They were all doing
after
this.
The fact. No, on no different terms than someone after the fact joking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. But you would not say, well,
it's different when the people who are encouraging the behavior and who are likely, I think we could say fairly likely, the people who were engaging in the behavior come from your own fucking communities. Imagine if people were laughing and making fun of Charlie Kirk's murder in the same Discord group that Tyler Robinson fucking came from. You're not telling me that intuitively everybody wouldn't have a vastly different reaction to that Discord group? If that guy killed him, hey, when Tyler typed in, hey guys, just want to know, I was actually the person that killed him. By the way, that whole that if they were like joking and being like, bro, you killed Charlie, good job, man. Oh, good job, dude. Fucking base, man. That everybody wouldn't have been appalled by that. You're just totally crazy here.
Oh, you've contributed to his death. You would say this is in bad taste. This looks bad. This is independently a wrong thing to do.
It's not just
this culpability.
No, but it's not just a CPS call. Like if you as a creator and you have a platform and you're making jokes about the CPS call or whatever, you are contributing directly to a culture that is being fostered in that community of celebrating something that I find to be like really reprehensible, abhorrent, disgusting behavior. And anybody in Ethan's position would have been furious.
And
like, do you understand that? Like,
your community.
Even if we found out, for example, even if we could say for sure
it didn't
that person
come from
came
that
from Bad and Panada's community specifically, I would still in my mind, I would still in my mind think and say that they're all culpable because they're all contributing in their own ways.
Correct.
And it's like, obviously we're getting very abstract here, but
no,
that's where my mind goes with it. Like it could have been any of them, right? Like it could have been any of them.
So people calling Charlie Kirk a fascist, saying
don't stop. I don't care.
Charlie Kirk. No, it's not. It is not.
No, I don't. No, Charlie Kirk was
calling Charlie Kirk a fascist is different because you're not. First of all, we're not basing this on a foundationally false bullshit claim. If we really genuinely believe he's a fascist, that's different than starting it on a false claim, which is one of the qualifiers that Pisco painstakingly set out in the beginning to clarify with Hutch. But Pisco has zero interest in a good faith conversation here, and it's literally just
national figure who had way more. But like, if you're going to ask me in a broad
Ethan
sense,
Klein is not a national figure. Like, what's the distinction?
Like Charlie Kirk? What are you talking about here? No, of
are
course
we really
not.
making a distinction on that regard? Like, okay, like Ethan.
Yeah, of course we are.
That's true. I mean, maybe in our bubble, but
he's
I don't
wrong.
know that Ethan Klein is less or more.
But Hutch got lured into a stupid conversation trap here because that's not the intentionality is the important part.
So your family, I assume. So like, let's say a bunch of like a deranged MAGA person who followed you. There was a bunch of smaller creators, or bigger creators, right? Like, and they all started like memeing about how, one of your family members was like abusing their kids, and then CPS showed up at the house, right? Like, and are you telling me you wouldn't be like almost equally pissed at like everybody who was possibly indirectly responsible for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would be pissed at people who are making light of it, if I had evidence that they were encouraging it, if I felt that they were like spreading lies that someone could take that way. That's a different, you keep trying to find different ways to ask the same question, which is, could there be independent obligations? Okay, I'm trying to explain. Like, you're finding different ways to ask it, but fundamentally, you haven't crossed a divide, which is the mere increase of a risk in violation of some ethical obligation to, moderate or to be wise with your words or not say stupid shit that someone could take a certain way. That does not translate to culpability for the malicious vindictive acts. And we cannot conflate those levels of responsibility or culpability. And what's being used to justify these lawsuits, again, putting aside the issue of whether it's intended to protect the React community, which is so bizarre and fucked up and not true. But even putting that aside, the argument you get is that shit doesn't even matter. Like, fuck that analysis piece. Who cares about it? Because these people are just so awful because they're culpable for the CPS call. That's what I'm hearing, and I just think that is just totally wrong-headed analysis.
I think they did awful. I think they did an awful thing. I think all of them contributed to a really awful thing, and they all mocked it and trivialized it. I think it was disgusting.
Was it disgusting for Destiny to ridicule Charlie Kirk's death?
I think so. Yeah,
it's not even remotely comparable.
Yeah, I said it was disgusting.
So crazy.
It's
such a stupid fucking comparison
right now.
And I think he's culpable for, if anything.
I think he's culpable for, in that moment, for contributing to a culture of political violence through his rhetoric.
isn't that the Republican argument?
No, the Republican argument would be like Destiny himself is like directly responsible because of this, that, or the other thing. But we're getting into more abstract kind of ideas, right?
Then that's the scope of my claim with respect to denims. You can't conflate the moral ethical obligation with respect to the substantive act.
I didn't though, but I still think what they did was disgusting. I think it was disgusting. I think it was so dehumanizing. I think it was antisocial. And I think all of those creators abused the influence that they had. They're all like drunk with power on their own, in their own like way. And I think they knew that they have that power. They know they have that influence, and they all knowingly used it, knowing full well that the risk would go up of something like this happening. And they did it
which is the
anyways.
important part.
Let's deal with Casey Tron. What act? So
now we got to go.
Vindictiveness or the aggression or the anger at Casey Tron is justified because
they all did the same thing. Is my point.
What is the specific?
Justified the CPS claims, joked about it, continued to say that it was justified. Like they
what
all.
If anything did Casey Tron say about it?
Oh my
I'd have
God!
to pull up the videos. It's been a minute, but all of them did that. Is the
You
point.
don't want me to do what you did to me, right? Because I'm gonna say, what? You don't even know the basic things of what they said, and you haven't done your bare research.
I know
stuff.
for a fact.
No, it's because you're demanding him. Oh my God!
Because I can't remember particulars, but I'm telling you, like you can ask my stream. We've watched plenty of Casey Tron clips. We've watched plenty of videos dissecting what all these various creators said. I smoked a lot of pot for a lot of years, and I can't give you particulars, but I'm telling you, they all joked about it, justified it, continued to justify it. That's the point.
Okay. And given that the fact that they joked about, let's say assume that Casey Tron joked about the CPS call. All right. I'm going to assume that for the purposes of the next stage of what we're talking about, that she joked about the CPS call. Therefore, it's justified to, supposing this is the motivation, to sue her on that basis alone.
I think it's justified to want to impose consequences, and the debate would be about like, is this an appropriate consequence? And I've already told you I'm somewhat agnostic on that. Like I'm somewhat conflicted because I'm sympathetic to his desire for like a sense of justice or a sense of like wanting to punish the people who you feel contributed in their own way to your family, like suffering in your own personal suffering. But I'm also sympathetic to like I don't want Denims to be her wages garnished for the rest of her life or
like you wouldn't want them to be financially destitute, right? For laughing.
I mean, I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
For laughing. I mean, this is a waste of listening to this guy.
Okay. That's just, and obviously, like they shouldn't be beat up for joking about it, right? They shouldn't be beat up. They shouldn't be
for joking about it.
They shouldn't be banned for it. Should they be
banned? I wouldn't condone violence. I mean, I as far as they should be banned, like I think it would be justified for some kind of penalty. I don't know if I've ever advocated that people be permanently banned from Twitch, but the fact that like that crowd, they've gotten away with so much shit that nobody else would get away with. And I think it's
not according to Pisco because
it's true. Okay. I'm not here to deny that. That's why I think that the level of research I've done is appropriate for the scope of my claims. Is I'm not making a claim that they have gotten away with stuff. I'm not making a claim that they're good or bad people. I'm not making a claim that they haven't said shit that by itself is reprehensible or bad. I don't think it's justified to make sort of implications that on the bare thing that Ethan said, even the Giardia thing. I think it's disgusting oversharing that you would say that, but that's just my own personal taste. I don't think that it's justified to conclude that therefore it's negligent. I don't. I think that anyone who does, you need more facts to establish negligence in that context. Fact. But just because I think that doesn't mean I think that they're culpable for the underlying thing. And here's
but you said she was
facts about it. What's that?
You said
for.
No,
oh my God.
No, you
for
said
not the substantive thing, but for failure to moderate or whatever, the negligence perhaps in that, but not if, like with respect to the actual CPS call. That's the difference.
I don't know how to make sense of that in my mind.
Yeah, it doesn't. Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, Hutch. You're not supposed to make sense of it.
Something happening and then the thing happened, but because she didn't do the exact thing, it's really kind of trivial. Her negligence. I don't know how to make sense of that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense.
There are evidentiary problems on all this, right?
No,
there's an evidentiary problem that the kind of risk by making these kinds of like cute little, guys, that this increases significantly the risk of someone calling CPS. I don't think that's established, and that any one of those jokes or something, or even intimations that something is wrong. The conclusion, therefore, is that there's a substantial and unjustifiable risk that CPS call will occur. So even just on the empirical case for this being a significant risk, I don't think that the people who are claiming that it's a significant risk have made their case for that. Secondly, to the extent they have any culpability, so far the evidence, I think you agree with this, doesn't show that they intentionally tried to actualize a CPS call. Fair?
Oh my God.
I don't think so. Right? I could be wrong.
People should not treat them as though they intended it. Fair?
Of course they intended it.
Should they treat them? Answer that and then explain.
I'm trying to go back to answer the question.
I understand, but I just want to hear this first. Should people treat them as though they intended the CPS call on current facts?
I think people should treat them as though they explicitly justified it to their audiences.
That's not what I'm saying. But they intended for this to occur, and they wanted it to occur.
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to ask her, but that's not. I mean, that's not even the most relevant consideration. Though, like that kind of doesn't matter. Like
no, it does. It does. It does matter. It does matter.
She knew she was taking a risk.
Don't give on that point.
She was.
Well, knowing that you're taking a risk is intending it.
But like, I think she knew. I think all of them knew.
They did.
That they were. I think they were like dog whistling about it. I think they thought Ethan was evil, and I think that they think that making him suffer was justified. That's what all of their rhetoric and behavior.
do you think that they should be treated as though they intended for this result to occur?
Yes.
I think it's understandable.
100%. Yes, of
to
course.
view it that way.
Yeah.
The question is whether it's
let me explain. Let me try to explain. Let me try to explain my thinking.
You can say that I don't know. That's fine.
But no, let me try to explain, because like even if we could specify, okay, the person came from Denham's audience, okay, the fact that it could have been any of them, that's the point. So like even if it came from her, like so that sense of like imposing responsibility in a collective way, that's where that comes from, because it's like it easily could have been any of their audiences.
But my question I'm asking isn't whether you can impose some level of responsibility, because we've already had the discussion and we're going around circles on it. My question is not precisely that. It's should they be treated, and not do you understand whether Ethan could have that view. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking on Ethan's view. I'm asking on your view and only your view. Should people treat them as though they intended for this result to occur?
Yeah, of course.
Honestly, to a certain extent.
You can even look, by the way, at the behavior afterwards, right? It's one of the reasons why we know Hassan shocked his dog, right? You can look at how people respond to a situation to discern what their intent is. Right? If I walk up to somebody and I, give them a little dap on the shoulder or whatever, and I'm just so fucking powerful that I shatter their shoulder, I'd probably be like, oh shit, bro. I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to fuck your shit up. When we accidentally harm people, or when we engage in behavior that leads to harm that we don't intend, usually people are apologetic about it. If you are celebrating it, and it seems to line up with you wanting it to occur, then people are probably going to interpret that as you wanting it to happen. You can use this to ascertain state of mind when it comes to literally fucking killing people. Like you can look at statements and actions and behaviors that people engage in right after the event itself to figure out what you thought their state of mind was. This is exhausting.
And honestly, in virtue of the fact that they continue to justify it after the fact. Like, it already happened the first time. So if you're justifying it after the fact, we're like, actually, I think it was good that CPS got called. Are you not? Wait, hold on.
As though they wanted it to occur and were intending it to occur.
Yes.
I don't agree.
After the fact, they're saying, actually, it's good that they were called.
It's so crazy how Hutch, I don't imagine there's any formal understanding of it, but I feel like all of Hutch's intuitions point directly in like the correct direction that everybody else in the ordinary world, planet Earth, in the legal, moral world, like agrees with. Like Pisco is just on some crazy, he is high on the craziest tanky audience capture retard shit. I don't even know why the fuck people would watch this guy anymore. This is just such, I don't think I could ever trust somebody listening to this level of argumentation. This is just wild to me. It's just a crazy set of arguments.
Are they not significantly contributing to the risk of it happening again at that point?
I don't happen to agree with that.
Is it all memes? Are they all joking? Should I not take them at their word or what?
No, I don't think that mere justification of an act by itself entails that it's significant for the act to reoccur, that you've increased the risk. I think that there's more of a burden that you need to show. I don't think that.
To me, that event was like just such a clear case of almost sociopathic levels of harassment. And if you're after the fact,
wait, what did he say? Hold on.
Should I not take them at their word or what?
No, I don't think that mere justification of an act by itself entails that it's significant for the act to reoccur, that you've increased the risk. I think that there's more of a burden that you need to show.
If an act happens that could have easily come from your community, and then you justify that last action, you don't think you're increasing the chances of it happening again? Like, how many crayons do I need to eat for this argument to hit as hard as Pisco thinks it does? This is the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
I don't think that.
To me, that event was like just such a clear case of almost sociopathic levels of harassment. And if you're after the fact saying it was a good thing that it happened, I think by the way? All of them. They all said
it was good that CPS was called?
Yes.
I haven't seen that. I mean, I've been having these debates I even think Ethan backed away from that claim. Didn't he make a video saying he never alleged that Denham's was responsible or justified it?
No, what he said was that Denham's didn't tell his audience to call CPS. That's what he said.
So what do you take to be the justification?
I like how Pisco has bits and pieces of the arguments, probably because Doobie and Aaron and other people are typing at him like at the same time, like giving him arguments on the fly and shit, because he probably hasn't watched much of it. He's just gotten the rehashed version from all the weird Snarker adjacent communities that he's a part of now.
That for the CPS call specifically that Denham said, even like notion of what was said. After
we just saw that. Hold on, we just saw the same video. That was before. That's even worse.
But that wasn't her justifying CPS call, right?
Of course it was. What do you mean? Of course it was.
No, it wasn't.
His kids have Giardia and they might die.
Is that justification for a CPS call?
Yes.
No, wait, hang on a second.
What do you mean?
How are we going to do this one now? Wait, you're saying just because somebody says somebody might be killing their kids, that means that somebody might call CPS?
The mere fact that a child contracts a disease, an illness, even through a potential like a negligence event, that is not justification for a CPS call.
Just so you know, your child contracting illnesses due to severe negligence is absolutely grounds for a fucking CPS call. And it should be. We don't want kids who are getting sick because their parents are being insanely neglectful of them. What an unbelievably crazy statement to make. What the fuck? Why do you think CPS is ever called? What?
Justification for CPS call would be something like this. Wow, they're a danger. Like, I think that CPS should be called, or someone should talk to the government about this, or this would people need to check in on his kids and go to the authorities. Those are things that sound like justification for
I can't even, bro.
intervention.
She said, or very explicitly implied, that Ethan's kids might die. That's not a justification to call CPS?
No, it's not.
What?
No, it's not.
Every line is a banger, dude. Every line from this debate is a banger. Like,
Ethan's kids might die. She said, or very explicitly implied, that Ethan's kids might die. That's not a justification to call CPS?
No, it's not.
What?
No, it's not.
Come on, bro. What are we doing here?
This is a joke.
Frustrated with you.
This is a joke.
That's why CPS exists, bro.
Yes.
I'm not saying she was right about her.
This is a joke.
Her
You're right.
analysis
Your
of Giardia.
intuition is correct
Apparently Giardia
here.
Very common. But she was telling her audience that they have this thing and they might die. That's what she said. CPS exists for that.
So if I had that view, you're saying if I had the view that this is dangerous to the child and that they were negligent, that means I'm justifying CPS call?
If you're telling your audience that someone's kids might die because they're being neglected, then yes, that's an obvious, assume she was...
Doobie and Queenman, are they in his chat? Is he eating arguments from them now? Is that what he's looking at?
Assume she was correct, right? Assume she was correct and they were being neglected and they might die. Is that a justification called CPS?
Yeah, no, I think that someone could use that as part of their justification.
No.
What are we hedging here? Well, somebody could use that as part. Maybe if they think they're going to die, maybe somebody could, maybe possibly. Oh my God.
No.
That's different.
No. Is it a
justification? No, you need an additional assumption. You need additional argument to call CPS. I'll give you an example, right? So I'll give you an example because you're going to agree with this one, right? So if someone says, if you don't vaccinate your kids, it's dangerous to the health of your kids. And look, these guys aren't vaccinating their kids, and it's dangerous to the health of their kids, and they could die if they don't get vaccinated. Look, there's something going on. Is that justification to call CPS? Is that person justifying CPS calls? Yes or no?
You don't have a legal or moral obligation to vaccinate moral maybe whatever, but you don't have a legal obligation to vaccinate your kids. You do have a legal obligation to ensure that your kids are properly fed, their hygiene is kept up. Like, if you send your kid to school in a filthy outfit every day, or they smell horrible, or it seems like they're not being properly taken care of or bathed, CPS will be called. And if you're deemed an unfit parent and you can't take care of your children, the state will take them from you.
In their minds and to their audience, yes.
No, the mere fact that you're saying that people are imperiling the lives of their kids is not a justification for calling CPS. And the example I just provided, you would never say if a liberal said, you're not
understanding my point. You're not understanding my point. You're sailing past my point.
Oh my God!
I'm saying
crushes your argument.
No.
Your fucking argument.
The question
crushes your argument because the vaccine shit isn't comparable. It's not comparable. You don't have a legal obligation to. And also, you're talking about protective. It's just not. It's not even remotely on the same. It's not even remotely on the same level, too, because you wouldn't necessarily assume that a child would get a vaccine-preventable disease due to neglect, right? Maybe I might say that because I fucking hate conservatives. I think vaccines should be an imperative, but it's a lot different than the shit-eating disease from the dog that's shitting everywhere and the parent that doesn't care to take care of their children, right? The claim is a lot different here in terms of the type of disease you're contracting. Much the same as would you really think it's justifiable to call CPS on a parent just because their child is sick? And it's well, okay, fine, I guess not. What is the disease they have? Oh, they're suffering from severe malnutrition and their stomach is severely bloated. They weigh 45 pounds and they're 5'8". Okay, well, in that case, it kind of sounds like you could call CPS. Oh, so now just because the child is sick, if they have any disease now, you can call CPS? No, that's disease. This is a disease associated with neglect.
Not about whether or not Giardia actually represented a mortal threat to the kid. That's not the point. She was claiming
it was
that
because
the
of
kids
neglect.
were going to die because they were being neglected.
Yes, dude.
So people in her audience.
Hutch is there. And now, oh my God. And now people's oh, I got it now. Pisco's oh, so just to claim I'm going to die. So then if people say that your kid is going to get COVID and die because they don't get vaccinated now, are they doing the exact same thing that the Snarkers did to Ethan because they said they're going to die?
They're gonna die?
That's what you just watched the same clip, man. Do you need to watch it again? We've watched it twice now.
Okay, so
she said kids can die from this, bro. That's what she said.
Okay, so this is the context in which I'm giving you. I'm trying to apply your standard to a case to see if you're consistent. This is called testing you. It's an internal critique. I'm trying to see if you're being consistent, right? So if a liberal is watching a video of some conservatives say, I didn't my kids are totally unjabbed.
Yep.
And on everything,
Yep.
I didn't give them the jab of anything. I don't give it on COVID. Let me finish the question, Hutch. On COVID, I didn't give them the jab on MMR. I didn't give them this on anything.
There it is.
Frankly, I think the health results speak for themselves, and they're fine. And a liberal commentator says, this is very dangerous. They could die of these various different illnesses. This is so negligent. Is that yes or no, them justifying calling CPS?
In their minds, yes. Yes. Or it could justify some significant intervention.
So if someone calls CPS in virtue of that statement, would you apply culpability to the person who said,
this is the perfect this is like the perfect hang on. No, this is the perfect Okay, say what you want to say, and then let me say what I want to say.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so let's say I'm like a super pro-vax like YouTuber streamer guy, and like my content is like focused on like Pfizer being fucking awesome and all the vaccines being so great. And let's say I cultivate an audience of like thousands of people, and my whole thing is that, you know, like MAGA parents are putting their kids at risk for that they might kill their kids because they might get COVID and they might die. And then I said like, and then I implied that like their kids might die. And then somebody in my audience or shortly after this happened, like called the authorities and tried to have government intervention. Like this is a plausible. Would I be partly responsible for that?
Afterwards, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. So if afterwards,
what?
You would not be.
There's no way.
Oh, notice how, dude, Pisco is such a slime fuck. Listen to Pisco now saying, no, you wouldn't be. No, you wouldn't be. No, you wouldn't be. Excuse me, Pisco. You said you were doing an internal critique. Why are you giving your standard now, right? Hutch just bit the bullet and said he would be totally fine with calling it. And actually, if you really follow through, by the way, on the analogy that that Pisco is giving here, not only would the super pro-vax guy probably own it, he'd probably be proud of it. The guy would probably say, yeah, I did call CPS on. I'm glad somebody called CPS on him. Good. Take their fucking kids. They should be vaccinated. The guy would probably just fucking own it. He probably wouldn't give a fuck. Pisco shows like the dumbest fucking example to walk into. And it's not even a one-to-one comparison, because talking about like preventative harm related to vaccines is a lot different than like diseases arising from severe fucking neglect.
You think that? I don't think you think that.
I literally do. This is how. So if afterwards someone called CPS on the anti-vaxxer or whatever, and the streamer came out and said, "Guys, why the fuck did you do this? This is wrong." No one would be like, "Hang on, you justified the call of CPS." They'd be like, "No, that's not what I said."
Sure they might. Sure they might. What do you mean?
Who would have the better of the argument? The guy who said
doesn't
yes,
matter. Who cares? The argument doesn't need to be good.
Who has the better of the argument doesn't matter.
She was making a shitty, unscientific claim, as she often does, by the way.
True.
She was making a bad claim. It's not true that like that the Giardia was as deadly as she was presenting. I think like a quarter of kids in the country at any given time have Giardias or something like that. But that's not what she told her audience. She told her audience that Ethan's kids might die.
The example I'm giving you is one in which the same kind of thing. These kids could die if they don't get vaccinated. You understand the lethality rate for this?
My
No, there's precedent, but there's legal precedent. Like, right? Like, I think people generally kind of, or they could Google stuff. When is it appropriate to call CPS? If it was true that Ethan was neglecting his kids in the way that they were suggesting.
It seriously feels like Pisco has picked a position before knowing anything and is retroactively justifying it. Kind of, except he didn't pick it. His group, whatever group think he's in right now, picked it for him. And now he has to, it's kind of like when Vegeta got like the Majin Buu stamp on his forehead or whatever. It's not because he wanted to fight for Buu or Bibbidi or whoever the fuck or whatever else, but like once he was on their team, now all of his powers have to be used to do whatever he can to, you know, fight on that team. But now that Pisco's on the whatever weird tanky slop lib shit slop tanky combo thing he's on right now, so this is the position they have, and now he has to figure out a way to try to fucking make sense of it. It's very pathetic though, and very fucking sad.
Then it would be justified to call CPS, right? That there's a legal precedent for that, right?
There's an additional inference that you need to make that I would impose on anyone claiming that this person is culpable for that action. That I could say something like this. Like, so I'll just tell you, right?
No, you didn't answer my question, though.
Wait, what was your question? Sorry, I missed it then. Say again.
If you found out that parents were neglecting their kids to the extent that the kids were literally like playing with dog shit and contracting what is it, a viral disease? Whatever it is? I
don't know, doctor.
Okay. If you knew that parents were leave out.
Once again, I don't know anything about this. Peter's been arguing about this for like a fucking year. He's been like the number one fucking anti-Ethan lawsuit. Not really anti-Ethan, but just like the number one fucking debater on this shit for so long. He's like, I don't know anything about it. I don't know.
Leave out Giardia. If you knew that there were some parents out there that were neglecting their kids so much that the kids were playing with dog shit just like all throughout the day, would you be justified in calling CPS?
I'm not sure that you would be. On those facts alone.
He's so fucking retarded. If your kids, if you saw, I'm sorry, not your kids. If you saw kids like across the street crawling around in the front yard covered in dog shit and they were like sniffly nose and sick and coughing all the time, like when should you ever call? He should just start asking me, when should you call CPS? I'm just curious. Is there ever a point where you call CPS? Is that like what? Hutch is just,
there's no way you think this.
There was a real pause there. Yeah, that's right.
The disease, whatever it is?
I don't know, doctor.
Okay. If you knew that parents were, let's leave out Giardia. If you knew that there were some parents out there that were neglecting their kids so much that the kids were playing with dog shit just like all throughout the day, would you be justified in calling CPS?
I'm not sure that you would be on those facts alone.
On those facts alone, I'm not sure.
In my view,
there's no way you think this. There's no way you think this.
It's so
they're very different
ridiculous.
things, right? Like that a person making the argument that it would just be justified on those facts. That's different. Like if someone were to give out those facts and ask you the question, is it justified to call CPS? Then congratulations, you justified CPS. But there's an additional inference that needs to be made that government intervention in this specific case is warranted. And there could be a ton of contravening factors that would cause someone to say, notwithstanding that.
Name one. What are some contravening factors? Name one. Name one. I like to do this whenever somebody does this, because you guys all remember the trick from high school, right? Every single person knows. This isn't a high school trick. This is a lifelong trick. When you write etc., that just means you ran out of things to list, right? When you're like, well, I know that I'm better than him because I got a better league ranking, I am a cooler person, and I'm funnier, et cetera, et cetera. You're putting et cetera there because you're out of things to say, right? Whenever somebody's like, well, you know, there's a whole bunch of reasons why this could be different. Oh, really? Name one. I did that, I think, like twice to Dinesh. I was like, oh, wait, there's reasons why. Oh, name one. I want to hear one. Give me the story where children are crawling around in the front yard covered in dog shit, but you don't call CPS. And he's like, well, what if you guys have a workshop on finger painting with dog shit?
Government intervention in this specific case is warranted, and there could be a ton of contravening
name
factors
one. Name
that
one.
would cause someone to
name
say,
one. Please ask him to name one.
Notwithstanding that there's
Please.
risk of
Please.
a kid being materially affected in terms of their health, that calling CPS is still not justified given X, Y, Z. There's an additional set of inferences and
Like what?
considerations
Like
that
what?
any reasonable person
Like what?
is going to think about.
Like what?
Especially half of these people who don't
Like
even
what?
think the police should exist,
Like
and
what?
think like everything should be fucking social workers, and there should be no coercive force of the state at all. So all I'm saying is you haven't made your case alone by saying they call justified CPS by stating merely that they thought there was a material effect on health and that they're negligent. And even here, like, it's less of an inference given the fact that she didn't actually say that. She just kind of like,
No. She said that kids will die from that disease. That she agreed that bad empanada was like, she agreed with all that. She said that kids die from that and it's very serious.
It's funny too because it feels like the Trump shit, because it'll be like there's certain behavior that you can defend if you don't have all the facts or if the facts are unknown. You're like, well, I don't know. Maybe Trump really did think that he had declassified these things, or maybe Trump really didn't know, if that was classified or not. But like when the facts of the case are like, well, he got the classified documents that were brought up to his room so that he could review them, that had the classified markings on them. And then he took some classified material back to his office and kept other classified material, told his employee to hide classified material, told other people, hey, look at this classified material that I didn't declassify. And then told his lawyers, hey, for this classified stuff that we kept that Nara's asking for that said it's classified that I'm not supposed to have, should we just like throw that away? And he's like the worst possible person to defend because you have absolutely no out for any sort of like plausible deniability anywhere. And like I feel like this is like Pisco's in one of those situations. Jesus.
Like, what if a kid went to school and told his teacher, my parents neglect me all day and I play in dog shit? Would the teacher be
maybe the kid's
legally obligated to
lying?
call
Maybe the kid's lying.
Yeah, no, I think that there could be a duty to report in those circumstances. But that's a separate question.
Okay.
That's a separate question from whether the individual who made such claims is themselves justifying CPS to be called. Someone can make that claim. I want to hear you acknowledge this, right? Someone can make that report and say, yeah, I saw them playing in dog shit, and then let's say the teacher is a mandatory reporter, call CPS, and then they go there, and the person who said that, what the fuck? Why did you call CPS? I didn't want you to do that. And there's no contradiction there. Agree, yes, no?
I don't follow.
Okay, the example is as follows. A kid, or let's say another adult, a fellow adult talks to a teacher and says, Billy, they're letting him play in like this very dangerous backyard. I don't think that it makes sense. I don't know what to do about it. Tell the teacher. The teacher understands their obligations that they're mandatory report or whatever. And they go and say that. And the teacher comes back and says, I had to take your shit to the higher ups. Mm-hmm. And then the person who reported says, what the hell? I trusted you. Why did you call that? That was wrong to do. Why'd you do that?
Well, we're talking about a hypothetical kid in this situation, right?
Oh my God. The question is there an inconsistency between the person who made that complaint and then being frustrated and upset that CPS was called? Is there an inconsistency?
Whoops. That guy should have killed me too.
No, there's not, Hutch. No, there's not. Someone could take the view that notwithstanding the risk to the child, that notwithstanding the fact that there's perceived negligence, that the cost and harm of calling CPS is not justified.
Yeah, but the parent is wrong because they got caught doing a bad, not because they were wronged. Like are we saying that all harm is like relative or rather like subjective or arbitrary, that there isn't some real harm and some like bullshit harm? Or I don't even know.
Given the circumstances, and you need to make an additional inference before you make the claim that they justified it, unless you're willing to grant the vaccine cases, which I don't even know. Like, are you even trying to distinguish those? How are you even trying to distinguish those?
What I'm getting at is what Denham's alleged. She supported these claims. She agreed with the claims and expanded on them. The claim that she was making
are these lockers
was that Ethan's kids are being so severely neglected that they're playing in dog poop and contracting serious diseases that can kill them.
right? Those are facts from which one could justify calling CPS.
Yes.
They are not themselves a justification for
No,
CPS.
but I'm not making that claim. I didn't make that claim. I didn't make that claim.
The whole point of raising this is to say the mere fact that someone has that opinion, you should not carry with that the intent that they want to actualize the state of affairs in which CPS is in fact called. And what I'm calling out is the notion that people will claim that based on these.
But Hutch, oh fuck, there's a killer question that Hutch could ask here. Okay, what would we use to infer what their intent is by bringing up said things? What could we use to infer? Because the answer is going to be their reaction to it, right? Because it could be if somebody calls CPS, right? And, they find out about it, Denim's and the crew, they're like, oh shit, guys, like, hey, chill. If this came from my community, not cool, right? But if they're all laughing and giggling about it as soon as report it, maybe that is what they intended, maybe?
Statements that they were advocating it happened, and we should treat them as such.
But she didn't,
claim too.
but she didn't present it as an opinion. She presented it as a fact. Ethan's kids are being severely neglected, they're playing in shit, and they're contracting diseases that might kill them. And that is why, I'm trying to demonstrate, you said before that her lack of moderation was negligent. And I'm trying to demonstrate why it was negligent. It's because what she said, somebody who's watching her stream, who takes her as a good faith actor, who takes her at her word, might feel justifiably concerned about Ethan's kids. Because of that lie.
That's true of anyone who even watches the video at all, even to do the bare minimum of criticizing the view. The mere fact that someone could die doesn't mean that it's likely.
It's not the same thing, bro. If you're watching a video and criticizing it, you're saying, well, it's kind of the same thing. It's like her saying, no, his kids are going to die. It's not the same thing, man.
If you keep running into the same wall, I'm going to bring it up every time. The mere fact, you don't need to just show that it's possible that someone could have that interpretation. What you need to show is that they either intended it or that it's extremely likely that it would occur.
Extremely likely?
I don't see a case for that. But that's, we haven't even reached the lawsuit aspect. This is just I think this is an insanely harsh standard. And I'm not just saying that because they're fucking lefties. Fuck them. And they did this shit with fucking Kamala and whatever. I don't think they endorsed Kamala and all this other shit about the election. I'm not here. I'm just here because I'm noticing shit and it's making people upset that this kind of standard of moderation where they're responsible for the substantive acts because they fail to moderate responsibly, that is a standard that ought not be applied to people across the board. And it is not applied to people across the board.
So she was negligent, but she has no responsibility.
She is negligent to the extent of violating the obligation to minimize risk, because I think that there's some amount of risk.
Okay.
What she's not culpable for is the actual calling of CPS. That's what she's not culpable for.
Nobody made that claim.
They are making the claim.
No, they didn't. Who said that she called CPS? Who's saying that?
No. Culpable for the CPS call doesn't mean she literally called CPS.
That's what you're saying, though, Pisco.
Morally responsible for the CPS call.
She is obviously ethically responsible to moderate her audience and to be responsible with her rhetoric.
I agree with that.
Like every other creator. And there were very serious consequences that happened as a result of actions that they all took. They all did it. All of them did the same thing. And they're all, in my opinion, responsible for that.
As though they're intentional actors here. And one of the outcomes occur.
Yeah.
I don't think that you would ever apply that standard to anybody of your no.
You think this is about the fact that they're lefties? That's what this is about, really?
If I call, so for example, I call a bunch of MAGA people in the administration and these influencers fascists. You agree that could lead someone reasonably to take that as we should kill them?
We have a different opinion about reasonableness here, because fascism is a real thing. There's descriptors. You can make the case in this, that, and the other thing, and then you can also make the case that the difference again is that there is no element of you even remotely implying that it would be justified to do political violence. The difference between that and Denim's is that she did lay out her justification, an attempt at a sincere justification to involve.
You wouldn't say because I called Charlie Kirk a fascist. Now someone could take that statement and believe it's true, and then justify the action against Charlie Kirk. But I am not justifying. I know this is what Republicans do, right? They think because I call Charlie Kirk a fascist that I am saying he should be killed. But that's an inference that I didn't make.
Republicans don't even believe that, bro.
In which one could imply it. I'm not saying I'm not a literalist, okay? And don't try to paint me as a literalist. I'm not a literalist. But from what I saw of Denim's, there is not even an implication there that what she wants to see, what she wants to actualize, is the state of affairs in which CPS is called. And even Ethan has backed away from that claim, as I understand.
But nonetheless, her and all of them contributed in their own ways.
Has Ethan actually backed away from that claim?
No, I don't find this analogous at all.
Can you explain why they're different?
Because you are trying to make the case that it is plausible that she didn't see what was going on in her chat. You're trying to, and I don't accept that. I don't find that plausible. I think that's ridiculous. I think she obviously saw that, and I suspect that's why she started to go down that road rhetorically, even talking about that. I think she was bouncing off of them at that point. I think that is the logical inference.
What I'm telling you is a Republican can come back and say, listen, I don't care. Pisco didn't moderate his chat when they were calling Kirk fascist. There were people in his chat saying Kirk is a Nazi.
No, that's not the same.
No, why not? Explain why.
To make it the same, you would have to have people in your chat that were saying we should unalive Charlie Kirk.
Explicitly.
Oh my God. And Hutch stumbles upon it. His intuitions are so good in this conversation. That is correct. That would be the differentiating factor. And intuitively, we would all feel differently about it. If people were constantly saying, we should kill him, and then somebody killed him, everybody would be like, ooh, not good. That's actually super not good.
explicitly. And if the case is that and if I see that and don't moderate the thing, I'm responsible for Kirk's death. I want to hear you say that.
I would say
you would have some culpability for it. Sure, yeah.
To a culture of political violence. Yes, I would say that about you.
That's a little too weak.
Without any evidence that Tyler Robinson, that first of all, that my contribution.
No, we would have to not know. We would have to not know who shot him for this to be obvious, right?
So at the time, I saw someone say kill Charlie Kirk, and I'm just like, whatever, I'm not going to ban this guy. At that moment, I'm contributing to a culture that could cause the death of Charlie Kirk, and so I'm partly culpable if he's killed.
Yes, sure.
I see where you're going with this, but but in that moment, you would be contributing in your own way. I think that is like a much more kind of abstract kind of situation here, because Charlie Kirk has the attention of like so many other people. So it's almost like infinitely bigger than what we're talking about right now. Whereas what I'm talking about is a very specific group of like a dozen people who were all pushing the same thing about this situation. But I would say in that moment that you were being irresponsible. I
grant that though. I grant that. But the question isn't, am I being irresponsible? I'm going to keep going to this.
All right, we're quibbling about like culpability. We're quibbling about the word culpable.
That's precisely what we're doing.
It's a difference of opinion. I think we've reached the point where it's just like agree to disagree. I do think you have a responsibility, and I think they all
but when you say that,
all like danced and joked about this situation. It was fucking disgusting.
Don't say it like I don't think they have a responsibility. You just heard me acknowledge that I think they have a responsibility for moderating and finding standards of decency and whatever and all that stuff. What I'm saying isn't that they don't have a responsibility. What I'm saying isn't that they don't have a responsibility. What I'm saying isn't that they don't have a responsibility. What I'm saying is they don't have culpable responsibility for the specific malicious act underneath.
No, but you just said a moment ago. That there's a non-zero chance that Denham's rhetoric and behavior that day indirectly led to it happening.
Hutch isn't going to understand this because Pisco's using such a crazy definition of responsibility here. It's impossible.
What would you estimate?
It's an impossible thing to understand because it doesn't make any sense, because even Pisco doesn't agree with it.
I want you to answer that question.
So I think that yours is probably smaller, but
how much smaller? I want to give me a percentage.
It's about intent here.
It's
about intent.
In my opinion, significantly smaller. But
no. I want a number. I want a number. What's the percentage likelihood that it came from my audience versus Denham's? If you had to pick numbers,
I think orders of magnitude. Maybe.
Okay, then stop, man. Come on.
But Hutch, listen to my thing. You said that a sufficient condition is non-zero chance. That's your standard. So I acknowledge that there's a difference between the likelihood between your audience and hers. But what you said, right? I'm just reflecting your standard. What you said to me, and I just want to remind you. You said, but you acknowledge there's a non-zero chance, and so I come to you. Well, you agree in your case there's a non-zero chance, and so you say, well, isn't there a difference between us? Yeah, but so we have to actually get in the weeds about what we think is significant.
But do you know why?
You don't want to get in those weeds.
No, but we can. There's a big difference here in this situation, because you know why I'm not culpable. You know why I could
because I don't intend. I don't intend.
I never fucking made the claim that it was justified to call CPS, and I never would ever, no matter how much I disliked the creator, I would never allow my chat to do that.
You said you're not culpable because you didn't make the claim that it would be justified to call CPS.
And I actively moderate my chat.
Did Denham's? So I'll just ask them one at a time. Did Denham's make the claim that it would be justified?
Wait. So now, in order to do it, this is the Trump argument, right? Did they actually say, I, Donald J. Trump, U.S. citizen in America, I intend to break the law. Otherwise, it's mind reading, right?
That's why I call CPS. Did she make the claim? Did she make the statement?
Why are we circling? Are we circling back to this for the fourth time now? The three factors? We're back there. We're back there now.
These are like ad hoc factors that you've created. That it's
ad hoc. What are you talking about? They're not relevant. What do you mean?
They're outcome oriented. They're the three sacred factors because these are what you think for the purpose of getting to the results you want. Those are the ones that matter to you. But the three factors.
No, they matter just because they matter, bro. I'm telling you why she was irresponsible.
Okay, but hang on. I grant that it was irresponsible.
I'm telling you how she was negligent.
I don't know why you keep doing this, right? I granted in the first second that it was irresponsible. Do you remember when I granted that in the first second? Do you remember that? I'm asking that question.
Yeah, but I can't reconcile it with everything else you're saying, though.
Because you really don't see a difference between ethical responsibility versus one obligation with respect to your moderation and the responsibility for the underlying malicious act. You really don't understand the difference between those two.
I mean, I recall earlier in this conversation, you were saying like she didn't have an ethical responsibility to moderate her chat.
Make sure you're inside.
Now it sounds like you're singing a different tune.
I never said that, Hutch.
Well, we'd have to go back in the fucking stream. I'm pretty sure you said that.
Go in the VOD.
Pretty
go in
sure.
the fucking VOD, man.
Wait, didn't say what?
Conversation, you were saying like she didn't have an ethical responsibility to moderate her chat, and now it sounds like you're singing a different tune.
I never said that, Hutch.
Well, we'd have to go back in the fucking stream. I'm
the reason why Hutch is confused here is because Pisco has created like a hole with only a single entrance. It's an impossible thing that nobody in the history of ethical or legal or professional obligations or responsibilities has ever thought about these things in the absence of harm and moral culpability resulting from said harm. Nobody has ever thought about this. There are bad things that can happen if you don't fulfill your obligations and responsibilities. You are kind of responsible for the things that could happen if you fail to adhere to your obligations and responsibilities. And Pisco is trying to pretend there's a whole different category of things a neo responsibility category that you like, or it's a responsibility category and then like a neo harms category where like the harm is just that you didn't adhere to the responsibility, but that has nothing to do with the real harms that occur. Those are some other type of harm. It's retarded. It's retarded.
Pretty sure you said that.
Go in the VOD.
Pretty
Go in
sure.
the fucking VOD, man. So I was consistent. You said, does it increase the risk? Yes. Is there an ethical obligation? Ought she do it? I said, yeah, she ought not play that. Actually, I'm going to ask you. Do you remember when I said that she should not have played that bad empanada clip? Do you remember when I said that?
Not really. My brain's mush at this point.
So like, why? If you're not remembering,
No, it's because I'm
things that I
frazzled
said in the-
because my brain is fried trying to walk you through my thinking here and trying to like navigate your.
I feel like I also just get really annoyed too. I think some of the most like evil, like depraved type shit that I get the most annoyed about is when you have people who like people like Hutch or people like I don't know, like Josiah or maybe Loner Boxing. I don't know. These are people who I view as like almost, I don't want to say naivety. These people have like relentless good faith. I feel like they're always trying really fucking hard to understand what you're saying, and they're not usually ascribing malice or bad faith to you. When I see Pisco like worm his way like a little like devious snake fuck in here and is like twisting what they're saying and playing these stupid fucking word games and trying to be sneaky and conniving and they're pretending like they don't understand what the other person, it's just like a very disgusting thing to do to somebody who's like being so good faith. Like I don't mind him treating Rob Nora this way, I guess. Or Andrew Wilson or whatever else this way, but like I don't know, it just seems really sad. Like I don't fuck. Maybe he doesn't like Hutch, or maybe they're like enemies behind the scenes. I don't know that. Maybe who knows? I don't know if they still have their show together. I don't know. Maybe
Your craftiness, your caginess, your lawyer tricks.
Craftiness.
Trying to
There's
do
no tricks, bro.
Yeah, you are.
It's their rights or infringements of privacy or malicious conduct. That those kinds of implications are different as between those two ethical obligations. That is a very simple, clean concept, and that's not confusing at all. And it ought not be confusing for you either.
Sorry, my stream is experiencing problems. It does this. I don't know why it's doing this. It's weird. It's the same time every day at like 3:30. I start dropping hella frames and it gets bad. And I don't know.
It's Newsom's rolling blackouts, man. These California people, they want to turn our country into Russia. So
Hey, listen. At the end of the day, I think you think that Ethan's actions were disproportionate, and I already told you like I'm open to that. So I don't even know what we're arguing about. Like I'm open to the idea that like, and I don't have a good answer for you. You know, like I don't know. I can't tell you if it's like too much or if it's appropriate. All I can tell you is that if I was in Ethan's position, I fully understand his desire to try to impose consequences.
Do you understand it, right?
Yes.
I understand that on Ethan's view, it's trivially obvious that he would understand that he would have that view because he's the one doing it.
And he'd be
Question isn't
justified.
on his view.
He'd be
It's on
justified.
your view as you.
No, but I'm trying to give you the best
it's
answer I can, and I'm not trying to be a cop out. I'm not trying to give you a cop out answer. Like I'm really not. Like
but how it feels like you ever have those Israel-Palestine debates where people are like, I understand why Israel would do this. I understand if I was Israel, why they would do this. Or I understand why, or even from the leftist perspective, I understand why Hamas would do that.
Yeah.
If I was in the Hamas shoes.
I've had those conversations. I've said those words.
Who the fuck cares? Like that's just trivial. It's obvious that if you're Hamas, you're gonna understand. You're gonna like have the sympathies that Hamas does, and same thing with Ben Gvir.
I've had those conversations. I've had literally those conversations. So like I understand.
No, that is useless. Like masturbation. It's not like the question is.
I don't think it's useless. I mean, our views. No, I don't think it's useless because like listen, like there is no like science to this. You know what I mean? Like there just isn't. We can't. You can try to appeal with like laws of logic and that kind of stuff, but like. There is no like explicitly correct answer here, and I am trying to be nuanced, and that's not me like trying to wiggle out of taking your position or whatever. Like I am sympathetic to like all the parties involved here. I'm less sympathetic to Denham these days, to be honest with you. I'm less sympathetic to her because I just I don't know if you saw her recent stream, but it's a bit much. Like
sympathetic for Casey Tron. If you think she did this horrible thing and that she's culpable for this awful, you called her sociopathic. Do you realize you call her sociopathic?
Yeah, I think
why would you feel sympathy for a sociopath? I feel how you can feel that.
I feel sympathy for people that get the death penalty. I feel sympathy for people that are in prison for the rest of their lives.
You feel sympathy for Hitler? Is that what you mean? The Kanye West
version you're really testing my morals here, but like no, I do try to empathize with people that I don't even like. Like I do have sympathy for people that have done terrible things.
Sociopaths that want to do horrible.
I like how Pisco has gotten to the point where Pisco is Pisco's like, actually, intuitively, we don't empathize with other people. Did you actually know our intuitions actually don't lead us to empathize with anybody? Did you know intuitively we actually don't empathize with other human suffering at all? Actually, our intuitions actually point like, what if it's actually like, I don't how much more crazy can you get in your argumentation? Jesus Christ.
Things that are malicious. And
sure. Yeah. Yeah.
And they want to take Ethan's kids away. You feel sympathetic for them.
Yeah, of course.
And you don't want to ruin financially sociopaths who only produce malice and bad things in the world. I mean,
I think it's pretty normal to feel empathy for people that did bad things when they're getting their comeuppance. I think people generally, I think it's a pretty normal, like, oh, damn, that sucks. It sucks, man. But you fucked up. Like, yeah, I think it's a pretty normal thing.
Depends on the day you ask me and what mood I'm in, I suppose, right? Isn't that what it is to be a human being? Like, do we really have perfectly consistent kind of?
I guess,
like,
I'll break to this, Hutch. There are some times when I'm like, you know what? Hitler didn't choose to have the brain he did. these sociopaths, they are born / nurtured in a particular way that makes them the way they are.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I didn't think that that's what you were talking about, that ultimately elastic version of sympathy when you were talking about Casey Tron. It seemed like you weren't sympathetic in the sense of, well, I'm sympathetic to all beings, regardless of what causes them. I thought that you were saying something more particular about her circumstances and like that don't have to do with like this kind of like ultimately totally expansive version.
It's like both. It's both of those things. Like
like you can feel sympathetic towards somebody while understanding that the punishment is justified.
The idea of like everybody in her, I don't know if she's supporting her family. I'm not 100% up to date on her situation there, but no, I wouldn't like the idea of like her family, losing their home or something like that. If they were relying on her for income.
Overall, it's beneficial. Then like, okay, maybe you feel some sympathy, but like she deserves it. She deserves to have to pay.
He didn't do that though. He didn't do that though.
Like Pisco is giving a sociopathic take here. This is actual sociopathy. Like Pisco's watching some guy being hanged and another's like, ooh, that's gruesome. And it's like, well, on the net, it's actually beneficial that we have capital punishment for people that break the laws in the way that they do. So I actually am kind of enjoying watching his face turn blue and the weird snapping sound that his spine made when the guy kicked the bucket from underneath him. So, on balance, I think it's actually great. I feel fine. Like, Jesus Christ.
No, I'm asking you, like, do you think that she deserved what she got?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though the copyright infringement has literally zero to do with
yes,
what we're talking about.
I think she deserved that little walk of shame. Yeah, I think she earned that.
Yep.
I'm glad she doesn't have to pay money for the rest of her life.
Are you often,
I think she deserved that.
An insincere apology. Do you often like people to give insincere apologies and you get gratification out of it?
It's like, bro, every apology usually comes after you get caught doing some fuck shit. Oh my God.
What kind of a question? This is not a very normal thing that comes up in life.
I don't know why people get like satisfaction out of these like fake apologies that aren't actual like justice hurts. Maybe in the sense of like, well, if I was pushed that what they did was like truly horrendous or whatever, the mere fact that it's maybe it is a deterrent effect of some kind, but that's just going to ground out into our priors about and evidence for the purpose of the lawsuit. So maybe that's what why there's a distinction.
Well, do you think that there should have been any consequences for what they did?
For copyright infringement?
No. Well, sure. I mean, I don't know. That's a separate discussion. I don't care about that discussion. But like, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about
Isn't that the whole purpose? Like the whole purpose is whether or not we agree with the lawsuits, and the lawsuits are about copyright infringement. Like,
it's about the lawsuit specifically, but it's more about just this idea of like imposing consequences on somebody who violated your family. Isn't that what it's about?
Yeah, but you don't agree with beating them up.
Sure. I obviously think that I don't think they should be killed. Either.
You don't think you don't think someone should call CPS on them, right?
No, I don't. No, I think that was really bad.
You have your line.
No, answer the question.
We don't have eye for an eye in the United States. That's not generally the way that we approach justice in a criminal sense or a civil sense. Did you know that? It's not normally an eye for an eye? Did you know that in the US? That's not how that works usually.
Should there any consequences, right? Like, doesn't need to be legal, but like some accountability, some kind of punishment, some kind of something, right?
Yes, they should get like a slap on the wrist from Twitch.
All right, then that's
a slap on the wrist from Twitch.
That's the disagreement. Just the severity of it. Like, we agree that she did a bad thing and she deserved consequences. We disagree. I think she got off, right? Like, what
you should moderate your chat more so they're not actively calling for CPS. That's what
and you definitely should not be joking about it after the fact.
It should be proportional and tailored to the kind of thing we're talking about here. That's number one. And number two, separately, if someone is being deceptive,
he settled though. He didn't make her destitute. All she had to do was apologize. All she had to do was get up there and prostrate herself a little bit and apologize.
So the apology was extracted by what?
He had leverage.
It was coerced by financial motivations, correct?
Because she violated.
That's what I'm done. Okay, done.
The copyright, correct?
Right, that don't relate in some or substance to the underlying claim. Fair?
No. I think it's both. Like, I think he genuinely does care about like lazy react, and I think he felt. But if I had to guess, I really don't know. If I had to guess, I would say he was probably more motivated by the abuse that his family suffered as a result of like a culture that arose out of all of their communities.
Yeah, maybe. Don't you agree that he wanted them to infringe?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was setting a trap.
Yeah. So in what sense can you say he wanted to punish them for infringement? And that this was a bad thing that was done to him.
It was an easy, predictable thing.
He wanted, but you're saying he wanted it to occur.
Yeah.
Right. So the harm.
But wanting something to occur, like I might want.
So when somebody says, "Give me a reason," just give me a reason. What they're really saying is whatever bad thing you do to them is the thing that they actually want. This has to be like a troll. Like Pisco's going to announce in like 2 weeks, like, "Hey guys, this was the meme shit. I just wanted to meme for some number of fucking weeks, months, years." This can't be real.
I might want a bad thing to happen because I think a better thing will follow that bad thing. Like we're confronted with this in politics all the time, right?
Right. So that's my point. That the thing that is achieving the better results isn't the grounding for the basis of what's going on. It's the pretext. It's a pretext. Do you agree it's a pretext?
But it is to a certain degree. But again, we disagree because I think it's both. I do think he does genuinely care about lazy react. He obviously cares about it. He's had a history of caring about it. He confronted XQC about it, talked about it on his podcast all the time. So clearly this guy was already, like, he does like give a fuck about that, right?
I mean, I grant that at least at some point he did care about the React community, that he did care about copyright infringement. What I deny is that this lawsuit is motivated by that concern. That's what I deny.
But where's your certainty though? Where do you get the certainty?
It's based on my what I think are reasonable inferences on a set of evidence. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd have to explain, like, so, like, you acknowledge that he has a history of talking about lazy react, and he definitely cares about that, right? Okay,
yes,
so
that's
all of that is gone.
No. That is part of my rationale for why it isn't motivating this. So the fact that he has a track record here is not helpful for him in this context, given the nature of what his stated rationale was. It's hurtful, and that seems preposterous to you. I can explain why.
He's not following the
I'm a
same.
little stuck on your thing of like, oh, well, why would you want the bad thing to happen when you're against the bad thing? But it's like, you could use that logic to say like, well, you know, like, why did the FBI do a sting operation where there was a drug transfer, you know, like selling drugs is bad, right? So that doesn't make any sense. Do you understand that logic is a little flawed?
Below me?
What logic are you? I mean,
you're saying like, oh, well, how could you say he's, you know, he says he's against the thing, but he trapped them to do the thing. And it's like, well, you know, I don't understand.
What I'm saying is, if you have a prior principle that one upholds, and one sticks to the principle, then I think that justifies an inference that one is maintaining the principle. But if there's as opposed to a blank slate, if there's a previous principle and that one makes statements either in contradiction or that undermine that principle previously stated, I think that most people, in view of those, what I take to be an inconsistent application of previously stated principles, the inference usually from that is indicative of more deceit, right? A prior inconsistent statement and statements that don't make sense in light of each other. That from that, I think normally people intuit deception. Okay, this is not like
he was being deceptive in setting a trap. Sure,
or context in which deception can be justified. All right, that's not what I'm suggesting. The deception that I think is not justified is what he's stating to the audience, and this is the what he's stating to the audience. That part of the reason, one of the main reasons, in fact, for bringing this lawsuit is to set a precedent to protect the destruction of the React community as we know it from absolutely shattering precedent that Disney or Sony could set. Those are his words, Hutch. Do you believe those words?
I have no reason to disbelieve them explicitly, to be honest. No.
Okay, the reason I disbelieve them is because A, they're not plausible. They're not plausible at all. The notion that Ethan might think that suing like Denims and Casey-tron and Frogan would at all affect the nature of Disney and Sony suing and establishing terrible precedent, that is preposterous. The more outlandish a belief is, the more unlikely it is that someone actually holds it. That's only part. I mean, there's so much.
Wait, why is that so outlandish?
That wouldn't mean that he's lying. Like, if he believes it, but is wrong.
I understand that by itself, it doesn't necessarily prove to 100% certainty or even fucking a 90% certainty that's what's going on. That's just part. I'm building blocks, right? And you have to look at the wall as a whole, the totality of circumstances. So the first piece of evidence is the rank and plausibility of the claim. The notion that someone who's fairly learned about copyright infringement, this guy had lawsuits regarding copyright infringement that he's lost before, I think, and he's also won against the bold guy. That he has this view that this intentional stated malice is the sine qua non of copyright infringement. The kind of way that he presents it in the video is preposterous. One is as a legal matter. Second, the notion that someone like that Ethan Klein thinks that when he establishes precedent on fair use, given his view that the vast majority of these kinds of React channels, that there's rampant theft, what he calls theft of intellectual property, that any kind of decision, any kind of legal decision, either from a legal precedent perspective, that legal precedent is going to protect the React community as opposed to significantly curtail the current meta, which is overwhelmingly infringing, is ludicrous. He must know that in pressing a claim on a reaction video, he is going to give the court an opportunity to opine on the 4 fair use factors. By the way, they're not exhaustive, but the 4 main fair use factors.
I read them yesterday.
In such a way, right. So, for example, for purpose and character of the work, usually the main focus of the inquiry there is transformation. Any precedent on summary judgment or dispositive motion related to whether this is transformative or whether there's the character purpose of use sides on the side of fair use, the court in coming to these determinations go through all the factors, and they're going to go factor 1. This is not transformative. It's not transformative because look at the percentage of the video, look at how much commentary is in there, commercial purpose. Is this providing sufficient commentary? How many portions of it include commentary such that you actually need this? And the tests start to merge because the purpose and character of the use merges with like the amount and substantiality. Here, Denham's used all of it. She used the heart of the work. Was that necessary to the nature of her critique, especially when she's spending this amount of time kind of giving just blithe remarks? Look at this precedent from SDNY, this judge in previous cases where it's more of like a watch party as opposed to deliberately splice things. Anyone with a single brain cell, and Ethan surely knows this, knows that these courts, they go 1, 2, 3, 4. And those factors aren't just going to bear poorly on Denham's. It's going to bear poorly on the React meta as a whole. The specific thing he's saying, he has no intention to undermine. And that is with respect to XYZ.
Wait, why does he think that?
Wouldn't that be the key consideration here?
The stated intentional malice? Fuck no. There's a case called Warhol, and what Sonia Sotomayor in the majority writes is that purpose and character of the use is an objective factor. It's not subjective. That the mere statements of the artist don't make a particular purpose or character of the use a particular thing or not. That case was decided recently, and there is certain statements from old cases like Harper and Rowe from the Supreme Court.
I haven't read that, but just by the way that fucking Pisco stated it, I am so curious. He said that Sotomayor wrote that the author's intended whatever use of the work doesn't necessarily mean that that is the character of the work. I wonder if what she was saying there was somebody saying that a thing is free use, or somebody saying that this thing is meant to be parody or whatever, doesn't necessarily make it parody or whatever. It sounds like Pisco's trying to state that that statement was way different. I haven't read Sotomayor. I don't know anything about the major lawsuit, but I'm very curious what the actual quote is from Sotomayor there, or what she's dealing with when she says that, because it sounds like Pisco is butchering the fuck out of where that comes from.
That suggests that like good faith might play a role in an analysis, but in the most recent precedent on SCOTUS and in the Warhol decision, they said it's an objective inquiry. It's not about intentional stated. Like you could say, so for example, it would be like saying the following, right? At the start of your stream, you go, "This is transformative. This is fair use. Therefore, it's fair use and transformative."
Yeah, but it's not. That's not true.
Is not part of the analysis.
Sure, that's fine. No.
All right. Now I'm curious.
Wait, what's wrong with that? I don't understand what he's so worried about here.
Do you disagree with Ethan that there is rampant sort of abuse of copyright?
Of course not. No.
You don't agree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so you.
That's why I think that's one of the reasons that this is disingenuous.
Okay, so you don't disagree that there's rampant abuse of fair use with, but you
as exemplified by
don't,
XQC, Asmongold, Hassan Piker, all these people.
So what is your ideal remedy here? To write new laws to expand fair use, or because you're saying you don't want them to come back with a decision that will like fatally chill the React community so as to basically like destroy it? So, like what is your preferred remedy to the situation?
I just want to be clear. It doesn't bear on what I think the deception is.
I just want to know, because if you don't disagree,
out of curiosity, I do think that the current law is such that these React streams are basically 80% infringement, and I think that there ought to be new laws that clarify the scope of reaction videos. Maybe they're platform specific. Maybe they have certain sets of factors. But no, I don't think that in fact the current laws as they are would be approving of the kinds of content that you're seeing from all these React streamers. Yeah, it's like when video games first started showing up on YouTube stuff. Technically, all those gaming companies could have filed copyright claims, and they still could today. In fact, they do sometimes. I think Nintendo has done it. What do they do, Hutch, when there's an infringement?
They take the video down. There's like a DMCA claim, and they take the video down, right? Yeah. So like, but the thing with the video games is like they all realized that they would probably make more money if they just allowed YouTube content because getting all these views or whatever. And so there's been
some have chosen not to press potential claims that they have.
The vast majority.
I would say most go through the DMCA.
For video game stuff? No, definitely not.
To the extent that there's infringing content.
Well, it's all infringing. That's the point. Like anytime you post a video of like yourself playing Call of Duty.
To the extent that there's infringement and they have a desire to take action, what they do is they don't file a lawsuit. They have a DMCA takedown. Right.
Right. But
so the notion that setting precedent, that's an additional reason that this isn't plausible. The notion that setting precedent in the form of a legal ruling, which by the way, now he's settling, which he isn't achieving. So I guess I don't know what precedent it is, but to the extent that there is any precedent, it's not going to curtail these kinds of the main enforcement mechanisms of things like Disney and Sony, which is not through lawsuits. It's through DMCA takedown notices that people don't contest, and that they are able to take down shit. So like it's not in any respect protecting only a fool, only someone who is so deranged and it really has no understanding would think that this had any effect on what Disney or Sony is going to do. And that's even further emphasized by the fact that he's settling with fucking Casey-tron for marginal amounts in which there's no fucking precedent that's been established, other than he leaned on people for apologies that don't relate in any respect to the kind of thing that he's talking about in the initial video.
I mean, he still has 2 other lawsuits live, no?
Yeah, I think that's the difference between you and me is that and you might be right that that's what he did. Like maybe he didn't get, it had nothing to do with copyright. And I guess the difference between you and me is like that does not bother me in the way that it bothers you.
So if the only intention was to make these people destitute and he's lying or to impose a punishment for the other statements.
Oh my God, bro.
Well, clearly he didn't want to make her destitute, right? Like you settled, right?
I'm saying if the purpose is not to protect the React community, but is instead only for something that he is not at all in any respect to protect the React community. If that's the case, you would have a problem with it, wouldn't you? I thought you said that lying in general is bad.
No, I didn't say, no. I said precisely the opposite. I said not all lies are created equal. And this particular lie, because it's kind of content at the same time, right? Like he's got his own retribution, his own kind of cause of retribution, and it's also like this. It's like a spectacle all at the same time. And so, no, I don't know how
that affects the moral calculus. That it's a spectacle. I mean, a lot of things could be spectacles, and I don't know how that. What does that affect the intuitions here?
I'm saying that it's like a show. It's like I think he wanted to publicly punish these people, and I understand why he feels that way.
That's my point. So we agree.
Right. I don't know if I ever disagree with that, but like I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing. The only
lies about it. It's to protect from Disney and Sony when it is so clearly not. And also it's specifically not on the ground that he states, which he couldn't have predicted at the time he set the trap, the intentional stated malice. That is certainly not what he was planning to do when he set the trap. So in order to even buy that was in his mind, you have to acknowledge that he changed his mind about which precedent he wanted to set in between when he set the trap and when they did it.
Maybe he's all over the place. Maybe he convinced himself. Maybe he's lying. Maybe it's just.
But this is ultimate charity.
The thing that is just so annoying here is there's not even good legal analysis by Pisco. So for instance, it could be the fact that maybe Ethan feels like he has a stronger case against one of the other two people that he's got a lawsuit against, maybe settling the case with Casey Tron frees up resources for that. My understanding is, I say this because I saw 3 chat messages, so maybe this is bullshit, but I think somebody said, I might have even seen, maybe I saw this on Twitter too, that Casey Tron is cooperating also with Ethan to hand over some information related to the other 2 litigants, the other 2 parties in the other 2 cases. And if that's the case, maybe he thinks that settling with Casey Tron here gives him more, gives him the wheels. There's a terminal phrase I'm looking for here, but gives him more gas for his other 2 cases. Like he only needs to pursue one at the end of the day. Oh no. What just happened? Is my character wiped? Will I reconnect in game, or you can reconnect all right? Okay. Ugh, but this game takes 12 hours to load up.
This is ultimate charity to Ethan Klein that you don't apply in the slightest to the people that you hate.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't have enough information. Like, I could reach out and ask him, but like, I don't pry to that level. Like, I just don't know, and I don't know him.
I want him to acknowledge. All right, this is what I want. What I want him to acknowledge is basically, okay, it's not true. When I started with this whole React Gate stuff, this isn't about that. It's not about protecting from Sony and Disney. That was wrong when I said that, and I was, that really wasn't at all motivating me. That's what I think.
Isn't that kind of implied when he settled with Casey Tron, and now it looks pretty likely that he's settling with Frogan as well? Isn't it kind of implied?
So what you just said, isn't it implied that it isn't at all motivating him when he settles?
So you're mad that he lied? That's what this is? Like, that seems like such a minor part of this entire story.
It is.
I'm mad that he lied, and also, even though I don't think it's a legal bar to bring the claim, I actually think it's chicken shit to use the copyright statute to settle scores, even if it's a valid claim. I'm saying, even if it's a valid claim, I think it's chicken shit and wrong to use the copyright statute to primarily like settle scores on unrelated matters. If you felt
like somebody abused your family, like actually abused your family, like very substantively, impactfully abused your family.
Well, one, I think you have to raise to a certain level of misconduct, and then it's going to ground out into what we're talking about before. Where, you could see, I don't want to do that. Yeah, exactly. But second to that, I think that like if they abuse, you should like sue them for the abusive conduct. You should do the thing that's tailored to the issue. I'm not a big fan of these pretext shit, and I especially don't like that it's kind of sullying my image of Ethan as a defender of copyright, the sane copyright approach, which he did, right? It was beautiful, magical when he was attacking XQC for his garbage, malicious conduct, which it was. And Ethan Klein says it was intentional siphoning when XQC did it. And so I don't buy this thing. It's like, I don't mind thieving. What I mind is when you say you're thieving. That's what really bothers me. Like, this shit is bullshit. And I have this very positive view of Ethan Klein as one of the best people of like the lay people and influencers on copyright. He would always jump to have like a calibrated take that wasn't far lefty, get rid of all intellectual property, get rid of copyright, get rid of patents. It's all theft. But he didn't go as far as like XQC saying like, or sorry, the opposite of saying we should enforce all the time and there should be no room for fair use, that kind of thing. I really appreciated that. And this sullies my image of it. And don't try to fucking, and also personally, if we're going to go by malice,
sullies my image
from PA, dude. What the fuck? And then also, by the way.
Wait, did I say that?
No, not you. He did. He quote tweeted you, not too dissimilar to how you quote tweeted Taylor Lorenz. We need to talk about that, by the way.
Wait, when did he quote tweet?
Omitting true context.
When did he quote tweet me? Ethan did?
Yeah, well, on Insta. And then he basically said, what is this dude? Like Mike from PA? You didn't stand up for me then. Just saying.
I don't think I saw that. Did I see that?
Okay, but he's basically comparing me to some lolcow. And, or people who consider a lolcow who never actually, as I understand, was admitted to the bar, implying that I'm not a real lawyer, implying that I'm, misrepresenting myself, whatever. And basically,
I stick up for you, bro. I do.
I'm just saying, like that happened, and
that's. I don't. First of all, I'm not.
Okay, so now I understand. Now, fucking Hutch should do the whole. I have to. I'm sorry, because he would do the same to me if he saw the back of me. I know this guy would. I think he had the hat on. Oh, wait, he's talking. Okay, I'll stop shooting. Good luck. I'm running away. What a fucking pussy ass bitch. God damn it. He was like crying. Did you hear that? He was like, I just need to turn off voice in this game.
I mean, I would like to see you guys have a conversation.
Hell yeah.
But talk about moderation. Like, sometimes our spicy interactions evoke strong opinions in my chat, and you can ask my chat. I tell them all the time. Like, I tell them all the time that we need to compartmentalize. Like, for me, I'm a big boy. I know you're a big boy. I know you like the intellectual exercise of arguing. It's fun for you in the same way that it is for me. You've sharpened your brain a little bit more than I have in terms of like all the legal stuff. But like, I tell my chat all the time, like, when that argument is over, we're good. And so like, I try in my own little way to manipulate and dissuade people in my chat.
I get you. We're good. But all I'm saying is like, I understand that people kind of have this question, why is he spending so much time on it? Part of it is because, as I think about it more, I just do think that there are certain standards that we should expect from our creators. And I think in most cases, I give you, for example, a simple example where let's say that you were reacting to something and it was clearly copyright infringement, and he's just trying to fuck with you because you said something about Russia. Like, we would all stand up for you and be like, hey, if you have a problem with what Hutch said about the Russia thing, why don't you address it? Why don't you actually have that conversation? And we would all kind of stand. And so I'm just trying to say, like, how would we react to this kind of tactic. And in general, most people would be against it. The one situation where we would be in favor of it, if there's some really just like predominating fucked up shit that these people did to a certain degree of threshold. And what I've heard from people with respect to their misconduct is in the realm of, I'm just sorry to say, it's not this kind of like, we're extolling you to call CPS, maybe bad empanada, so sue a bad empanada on that stuff. But I haven't seen the evidence for these people to suggest that like they rise to that threshold where I would kind of be accepting of this tactic. And so that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, at the end of the day, that's what we're talking about. But it is a kind of tactic that I find unsavory, and I think it's wrong. But you can disagree, man.
I mean, I hear that. I do.
Horrible waste of fucking time. Jesus fuck. What a terrible.